All right, there you go. All right, I'll be right back.
All right, we're live. YOLO, everybody.
Where's
All
Kush?
right, hold on a minute. Let me tune in so that way. Okay, hold
There
on.
he
Let me
is.
turn on comments here so I can see who's talking here. Yeah, thank you very much for participating in my stream. I appreciate that. I needed to fill that airspace, with something, and y'all are just fucking world champions to step up like that and help me out with that. I appreciate it.
Here, I'm gonna drop the link for Kush and Douglas. Douglas, if you'd like to come up, shoot the shit, man.
Yeah, I'm just trying to catch up here real quick.
Hello, Ghost Shura. Hey, JR, how are you?
I'll have to do the thumbnail on that later. I don't feel like doing it right now.
So since this is after hours, what's the drink of choice for everybody tonight?
Iced tea in my new space cup.
There you go.
Yeah, it has space on it. At least I think that's space. It looked like space. Macona eritica? What is that?
Iridium Kush in Portuguese.
Hello, Douglas.
Hey, what's up, good mother? Good to see you. Hi, Makona.
All right. Hey, Easy, how are you? Hey, Outlaw. All right, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
Hey, Bullets. Hey, Bandit. How you guys doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm
Doing
doing good.
great, man. Doing good.
Yeah, how you feeling this morning, Dougie?
Actually, I feel fine. Believe it or not, I feel fine.
I'm trying to find out. Well, I'm searching
Thanks,
Mandy's
thanks for the laughs
channel.
yesterday, man. That was a blast. I had
Oh,
fun.
I had a blast.
And
Are you
there
kidding
it
me?
is.
I had a
It
joke,
doesn't
and
come
I
up
don't
in
know if you
search
guys like
like it's
jokes or
supposed
not,
to.
but it's an old Rodney Dangerfield. You guys care if I tell it?
No.
And I can't tell it. I can't pull it off the way he does. But he said, my wife and I decided we wanted to quit. We were only gonna smoke after sex. We wanted to quit smoking, and he said, my pack's still full and hers is half empty.
That sounds like something he would say.
Yeah. Now I can't say it the way he did, but anyhow, that's all I got.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up Good Mother's GM stream here, so I have it actually running as well in the background. There we go. There we go. I just wanted to have the stream itself up as I switched computers here. So there we go.
Mad Lab over here.
Yeah, it was a good stream.
Yeah, it was a good stream.
There we go. Sorry, I was just I get confused when I go between these things sometimes, and I was just in the wrong place. So here I am. I just, like I said, I was switching computers here because I wanted to go to the gaming PC. Because if I'm sitting in that living room chair too long, I'll freaking fall asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Hey, are those like model jets and stuff
Yep.
behind you?
Yep.
You
Yep.
build
Yeah.
models?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Dude, that's awesome, man.
Yep.
Looks like my room when I was a kid.
Yeah. So yeah, I actually
had,
got
like,
the
space shuttles, aircraft carriers, all kinds of shit.
yeah, in my other bedrooms, I got these are all like 172 scale in here, or these are 148 scale. In my master bedroom, I have a bunch of them built 172 scale. So, yep. And I just got the
that's awesome.
I just got the Su-57, the Russian knockoff to the F-22. I'm going to start building that one.
Oh, there you go.
So, yeah. So, pretty cool. I'm actually going to discuss that whole thing. I'm going to discuss that a little bit tomorrow in my stream because it's going to lead into what I talk about. So that is a classic example. The Su-57 is a classic example, Bandit, of industrial espionage.
Yep. Wasn't the other one the MiG-27 with a copy of the F-15?
MiG-29.
29. Okay,
Yep.
my apologies.
Yeah, the MiG-29. Eric
Is it-
Zambrow.
Hey,
Yeah,
Easy. Sorry.
It's crazy how much Russia and China just steals from the United States. It's just ridiculous.
How are you
It's
guys?
not gonna get him anything.
Good. How are you, Easy?
Good, thanks. Kush, I wanted to let you know I build World War II ships, 1/700 scale.
Cool. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, I've got some 135 scale tanks up on the bookshelves there, if you can see them. I don't know if you can see those too well, but
Here, let's
Yeah.
make it bigger.
That's cool.
Hey, you guys ever watch the any of those model channels and shit that they've
Yes.
got on YouTube? Man, those dudes are insane, man. They do some really realistic shit. It's awesome to watch them work.
And that I'm like right on par with some of those guys. So is Kush by
You do dioramas and stuff.
not dioramas, but I paint them to the point that they were in like World War II, like with the camouflage paint, the dazzle paint and stuff. So it's pretty cool.
Right.
It's a relaxing hobby.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, and
I love building those when I was a kid.
I'm not the greatest guy with my hands, but I can build models pretty good. So like it's a nice little relaxing outlet.
Yep. Nope. I've been doing that for about 10 years now. I always built them when I was a kid, but I started building them again when I was older. Then started hanging them up like that, make them as decorations. So
Yeah.
Yep.
My dad used to build remember the I don't know if any of you know it, the old balsa wood models that you would.
Yep, I know those. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
you would get the block of wood, and they would give you the carving instructions.
Or
My
you got
dad
the ones that you got to build it out of balsa wood, and then you.
So you got to build it out of balsa wood, but there was some that you actually had to like carve. Like they would give you the soft wood, and they would tell you like like do 3 cuts this way, like 1 centimeter each. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I remember those.
Do you get the ones that it comes out of balsa wood? You make the frame, and then you gotta take the tissue paper and then heat it on there to make the skin out of it, and then you can paint them.
Yeah. My
That's a
dad
lot
built.
for-
Yeah, my dad built a really large. It was like 2 feet long USS Constitution out of balsa wood.
Oh,
And then
good God.
Then he painted it and
dude,
everything
That's badass. With
Yeah.
the sails and everything.
with
What were
sails
the
and
sails
everything.
made out of? Were
He
they
actually-
like
They were fabric. You got the
Uh-huh.
fabric. You had to like cut it, and then you had to like put the resin on it to harden it and everything. My dad was badass with that stuff.
wow, dude, that's awesome. My brother was in the model planes and shit. Well, actually, like the ones you actually fly, and he would go
Oh, the
to shows
RC
and
ones.
shit.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, he was really heavy in the RC back, in the day. And
Yeah, I had
they had
a-
some crazy jet ones too. They got like an F-16. It's an actual jet RC,
Uh-huh.
and then they got one that's an A-10 Warthog. There's videos of them on YouTube.
I've
man.
seen
It's
those
freaking
too.
awesome.
Those are awesome.
Did you see the guy that built the that A360 Airbus and and he was flying it around like a park in like
Yeah.
California someplace?
Jeez.
That was pretty cool. Thing
Did you
was
see-
huge. It was
Did-
huge.
I saw they made an F-14 that was like, I don't know, 5 or 6 feet long, and at the wingtips it was like 7 feet. It was insane. They had a Super
Yeah.
Fortress with 4 turboprop engines that actually worked.
Oh, that guy that did the Memphis Belle remake. Yeah, I saw that. That was pretty cool, man.
And
That was really cool.
I was like, you got like thousands of dollars into this.
Yes.
Minimum.
Oh
Minimum.
yeah,
yeah.
oh dude, it's a rich man's hobby.
Oh, yeah.
You'll throw
Oh,
some
yes,
money
it
at
is.
it.
Yes, it is.
Well, even the ones that have gas engine cars, they're expensive too. The RC cars that can
Yeah,
move.
they race them at tracks.
Yeah,
You
they're
can go down to little quarter-mile tracks, and they have like tournaments and stuff to see who's fastest.
they do like 70.
Yeah,
No joke.
yeah, no, they
That's
have it.
nuts,
They have
yeah.
it here at the. I'm in Tulsa. They have a speedway here. Every once in a while during the summer, they'll have RC races and stuff. It's pretty cool. They have that in Texas too. I'm sure Goodmother's seen it advertised.
Mm-hmm. By the way, hello,
No, I-
PWS. Long time no see.
Yeah,
Hey there.
good to see you, dude.
Are you there?
Oh,
Pooping while
uh,
standing, sir? Oh, maybe not.
Maybe not.
He just hanging. He chilling.
Anyway, everybody, I just wanted to just drop in and say hello to everyone. But
Nice
Yeah.
to see you, Easy.
thanks,
Yeah,
guys.
it's nice
Hello.
to,
Good to see you, Easy.
Yeah,
nice to
I'll-
talk to you.
thanks, man. I'll jump out and let someone else come in. But it's good talking to you guys. Hope you're all well. And
You can stay, Easy.
I
We're just hanging out,
Here,
shooting shit.
GM, I'll just check the private chat. I got some stuff going on.
Oh, okay.
Take care of your business.
I just wrapped up the Jeffrey Dahmer series on Netflix. That was wild.
Oh.
So, yeah, I was having a pretty good time with Dougie and JR last night.
Yeah.
Every time you guys are doing a shot, I was taking what about three hits off a joint every time.
Yeah.
I saw
Um,
that. That was funny.
We had a good conversation going there about all those good comedies back in the day too. It was like,
Oh my God, yes.
I mean, goodness, I felt like it, not, out on the town with my buddies. I was like, man, this is great. So, yeah, that was a blast yesterday. Thanks, man. That was a good freaking time.
No, always up for it, man. I need the comic relief myself because I deal with my fair share of fuckery at work. So
Yes.
I'm a full-time professional. I'm an engineer, so I have to deal with a lot of BS from people in my organization, our customers, and just about every angle. And I have to deal with our French owners. I've worked for a French company for 26 years, so I can deal with just about any amount of fuckery anybody can throw at me.
Well, this is a good
So-
place to vent, you know?
Oh, yeah.
After a hard day's work and shit, just come in here, blow some steam off.
Yeah.
Getting drunk as a skunk, JR. And you didn't even see Easy.
You're gonna run out of liver, JR. Be careful.
I know I got to be careful with it too. And then
Had to
yesterday,
quit.
I just took it. I took it a little over the top, but it just felt like the right thing to do at the time. I was having fun, but
I had too much fun.
yeah,
I
Me
had to
too.
quit.
Me too. Yep. Nope. I miss very much. I miss being crossfaded. I always enjoyed that.
yeah, absolutely.
I remember the old days. I used to smoke a bong with either concentrated or diluted whiskey in it. Man, did that fuck you up? Because you get you get the alcohol vapor right into your lungs. That's instantaneous.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, it fucks you
Oh,
up bad.
dude.
Oh yeah.
No, I bet, man. I've never done that, but Jesus,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that goes right into your bloodstream right there.
Yep. Right
Oh
straight into it.
gosh.
Everclear,
Yeah.
here we come.
Hey,
Don't.
Harley, how you doing?
Pooping while standing, are you there? I think he's having connection problems or something. He did pop
Yep.
something off in the private chat, but
For once, it's not me with Boomer Tech issues.
boomer tech. Oh,
Needed a quick. I'm just looking at the private chat myself.
yeah, Easy's mom.
Yep. Okay. Fair enough.
She's out of weed.
Yeah. Understood, sir. Yep. Okay. So, who else is here? Lucienne Obscene? How do you say your name? Lucienne Obscene?
Lucine Obscene.
Harley, or
It's Harley.
AKA the Weave Destroyer. You can just call her the Weave Destroyer.
The Weave Destroyer. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
my homegirl Harley, man. She's old school, man. I've known her since Lycan Theory.
Okay.
She's based AF, man. She's cool. She's part of Mrs. Cott's old crew.
Okay. Well, nice to meet you. I don't think
Good
I've
people.
Yeah.
don't think I've
She's good people.
good. Do you have a channel? I'll sub to it.
Marie came in here earlier too. No, she came in on my stream earlier, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marie and
In Wave
Harley.
Harley have a channel.
Yeah.
It's
They've only got a couple
it's like
streams.
wife school though.
Yeah, I volunteered to come up, and have and do an interview with her and Harley, Marie and Harley. Haven't heard
Here.
anything back from them yet. I know they're busy,
They're busy being productive
Yeah.
members of society.
Right? I think
Here.
they're married now. And they have wifely duties, which is commendable.
No, they're both really good women.
Mhm.
Marie's like the Catholic dictator.
Yeah, I had a very devout Catholic accountant here who worked Irish Catholic, and she very devout Catholic. Actually, I called her the Penguin, like in Blues Brothers. 'Cause-
Oh, what a great movie.
yes, that's another. That was one that didn't get mentioned last night. That is just a freaking classic. I love that scene with what is it, Bob's Country Bunker, where they're doing
What
the
movie?
theme to Blues Brothers.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah,
I can't
dude.
believe
Oh,
I didn't bring
fucking
that
A,
up.
The we're singing the theme to Rawhide, and they got the chicken wire around the stage. The scary fucking part is I've been in places like that.
Yeah.
The best part of that movie was the cop crash scene.
Oh God,
Roadhouse.
which one? Which one?
The big one. The one where it was just a pile up. And it was just crashing car after car after car. Oh, it's so good.
Oh yeah, it's like he just
Roadhouse.
goes.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the one where he takes a monster truck and drives it through the?
Yes.
Yeah. That was a little too much of a I don't know, wishy romance movie to me. But it had some good parts to it.
Roadhouse.
Roadhouse.
I never saw it.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've been
It's
in
one
my
of Patrick Swayze classic.
yeah. That
You
is
know.
that is a classic, and I've been
I'll
in
tell
my
you- I'll tell you one of my favorites was the Clint Eastwood series, Any Which Way You Can and Any Which Way But Loose.
yes. That
Love
was
those
what I
old
was just
movies.
thinking. Love it.
Yeah, Right Turn Clyde all day, man.
Absolutely. He said, Clyde, what did he tell the guy to do to he tore the car apart, but I can't he's in there
Yeah.
drinking beers and whiskeys with him.
If you want to see a manly movie, if you've never seen a man, fucking, Any Which Way You Can and Any Which Way But Loose are fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Highly recommend them.
I haven't,
Clint Eastwood classics.
Cool. I have to watch them. I actually thought about watching the movie The Matrix today. I just wanted to pop that in, but started working on my streaming stuff and didn't get to that, but it just got me thinking about that video that that Hermit put up of Femme Sapien showing her talking about going away from the red pill. It's funny, when he brought up that video, I had seen that pop up in my YouTube when I was at work. When I was during my lunch hour, I was just going through YouTube and looking at my analytics and stuff, and that popped up, and I played that video, and I had the volume on my speakers in my work and my office. I had to turn it down so people in my work didn't hear it. She's just like, it's just re, and I'm like, what the hell? And then Hermit played that again, and it's just like, oh God. And I promise you, in my stream, I'm not going to play that same video because I don't need to hear it again. I don't need to see it again. I'm just going to talk about it. She talks about how she's no longer in the red pill, which I don't really believe. I agree with Hermit on that. I don't really think that women are truly red pillable. Maybe red pillable, but I don't know.
I lean in that direction too, Kush. I mean, I don't. The world is built for them. It seems to me.
Douglas, I identify as black pill with red stripes and blue spots.
Okay. I don't know what that means.
Exactly.
And
hey Joe, yeah, I got a Joe Buddy made a comment bull and streamer, but he comes over here. Well, I run a different format over on my channel. I've already talked about the reason why that is. So
Bullet said you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
There you go.
Bullets, know what you need to do at the end of your stream? You need to do closing time.
Oh God.
Closing time.
There he is.
That closing
What's
time.
up, fellas? Yeah.
Ending.
Yeah, I had a little problem with my Bluetooth. I'm out next to my fire pit with my dog. Had a Suburban. Life is fucking good.
Good.
Yes, it is.
By the way, real quick, to answer something in the chat, best car ever, 69 Chevelle. I will fight you in any other car. That's the best car.
Bonneville?
Chevelle, fight me.
I owned one.
What, a Chevelle?
Yep, with a 396 big block.
Oh, jealous, man. I'm jealous.
Yep, it had fucking centerline rims all the way around. We stripped it out to drag. That was a badass car. I remember we were on 35, and we gunned that sumbitch. We were at Oltorf at 35, and by the time the front end of the car settled down, we were already shooting past Riverside Drive, which is well over probably 2 miles away. That thing would get up. We ran it open header, and by the time the cops caught up with us, we were already at 183 and 35.
Jesus.
Gone.
They got noise complaints as far as Westlake. This is back in the late 80s.
Westlake,
We were
California?
kids, man. We had nothing else better. It was Texas. We had nothing else better to do with our time. This was Austin, Texas.
Yeah, you definitely didn't have a bunch of fucking hairy hippies or the fucking
Not back then. I mean, Austin was a liberal town back then, but it was cool liberal town. I mean, it was cool. Everybody was fucking cool. It had a badass music scene and shit, and it was just like, it was a college town. Now it's a clusterfuck. It's turned into LA. It's and if you move to Austin, you might as well move to Los Angeles because it's the same damn thing.
Yep.
Well, that was the sad thing about Baltimore too. Back 20, 25 years ago, when I was doing trade shows down there, it was very liberal, but it was the same thing. It was cool as hell. But now it's just disgusting. It's a pit.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the inner city harbor, I don't think I would walk around.
No.
outside of that area unless you had a group with you. I mean, it's kind of shit.
Oh yeah, it's terrible there, and even where I was right across. I was actually in a Hampton Inn right across from Camden Yards,
Yep.
which is really cool. But yeah, it was very interesting when I got to Baltimore because I was there for a cannabis trade show. This is about three weeks ago, almost a month ago now. I drove down there and I check into the hotel, and the concierge who gets the luggage and everything, because you have to valet park there because it's downtown. Is this young guy, and I tell him why I'm there, and he's like, "Well, do you think you could tip me?" And I'm like, "I'll be down in 10 minutes." And I brought him that was my tip to the guy. This is my start in Baltimore. My tip to the guy was
Like a
$2,000
joint?
Yes. Yes.
Love it.
Yep.
I mean, Maryland's legal there, right?
It's
Like
decriminalized.
state legal. Okay. Yeah.
Decriminalized, and the vote for it to become recreationally legal is this year, and everybody's telling me it'll go. It's definitely going to go. That was the buzz there, and for sure, because I got a lot of inquiries from people there who are starting up businesses there in anticipation of that vote going through. So
Sure.
it's basically everything except you can't buy it at a dispensary, pretty much. If you get caught by the cops, so that they just confiscate you, slap you on the wrist, and send you along your way, kind of thing. And at this point in my life, I'd be pissed if they did that. I'd be like, I want that back.
Wait a minute. So Maryland, they don't have dispensary. I'm confused. Like you can grow it, you can sell it, but you can't.
I don't know about growing it. Here in Massachusetts, you can. You can have, for recreational, up to 6 plants per household. For medical, you can have up to 12 plants per household. And I think Colorado's that way, California, most of the other states, because Massachusetts, when it got voted legal, if you look at the laws for cannabis for Massachusetts, they basically took Colorado's laws, their bill, and cut and pasted it onto Commonwealth of Massachusetts letterhead, is essentially what they did. The laws are almost exactly the same as Colorado. So if you know what they're like there, they're the same here.
Hey, so just out of curiosity, Iridium, like Virginia has, they will be allowing that. I think it's 2023. Well, they will be allowing that recreationally. I don't know if it's dispensary, but all right. So here's my take. If Virginia goes, of course, North Carolina will probably be shortly behind.
I think so.
Tennessee might be maybe a year or two behind. South Carolina might still be.
There'll be a holdout. There'll be
2
a
or
holdout.
3, yeah. But again, it's all about the money. Georgia I think, will adopt it before South Carolina or well, maybe not Tennessee, but shortly thereafter. Because I mean, Florida's already there, so they'll be ham blocked between the.
Yeah,
I look at it. It's money. Like literally, like states go, well, we have our principles, but we don't like the fact that we see money, just like lottery tickets and all that bullshit that took place then. We saw like states that allowed state lottery tickets, and then other states reacted to that.
Yeah, it's the same kind of thing. What I think is stupid about it, my take on it, is the country of Canada made it legal federally. So it's legal in all provinces. They made it federal. They did it the right way. They made it completely legal federally, and then they left it to the individual provinces as to how they're going to jurisdictionally govern it. So like the province of Ontario has its own set of rules on it, and it varies from province to province in Canada. Like Ontario is pretty liberal from what I understand. You can pretty much smoke it anywhere you smoke cigarettes, is what I understand in Toronto. Whereas in like Quebec, they're very conservative about it. They only want you doing it in the privacy of your own home, and within borders of private property. Or like on the West Coast, Vancouver, British Columbia, it's super liberal. It's just like the left coast of the United States. I mean, you could basically walk down the street and smoke it, and they don't care. I saw that.
Whatever happened to Mark? And I can't think of his last name. He was like he was the king of cannabis seeds, and he used to export them or sell them to other states because there's a jurisdiction loophole within Canada that they weren't viable. they weren't plants or Mark Emery. Whatever happened to that guy? I mean, he was like yeah. I mean, I know that like the U.S. wanted to extradite him at one point, but I never found out. I mean, he literally was like the king. I mean, he was like Jack Herer here in the U.S. Like he was like the Canadian, like fuck you, like this should be legalized. And I mean, he had a multi-million-dollar empire at some point with shops, but I think he. I mean, the last time that I heard about him, that he was he was investigated for tax fraud because not all of his earnings were reported.
All I gotta say is you guys are all lucky. PA sucks. You have to get a medical license to even go to dispensary if you even wanted to, and I still have to buy liquor from a state store. So,
Pennsylvania's fucked up in all those.
Oh, you guys have no idea.
Yeah, I remember that when I visited, when I go to Philly for business. Like even the liquor laws are weird there.
Yep, it's starting to go to other grocery stores, but you have to buy it separately, and you can only buy a 6-pack at a time. So if you're buying a case, you have to go back in the store 4 times.
Oh my god,
that's serious.
That's stupid.
Unless you go to a wine spirit shop.
So I'm here in North Carolina, and yeah, we have ABC or state liquor stores, and of course it's not legal at all. Of course, I mean you can get Delta 8, Delta 10, Delta 9, and I mean and that's where I was asking Iridium, like Virginia is going to be legalizing that in 2023. I just look at it as like, just like Colorado, and when they legalized it, Nevada followed suit, Arizona followed suit. It's just, I mean, it's a matter of time, but at the same point too, it's like, why does it have to take that much time for states to go, there's an opportunity for us to monopolize on this. Why not get ahead of the curve instead of what we've normally done and, be this Puritan aspect? And sorry, I've been drinking, and I'm so fucking tired of this shit.
No, it's ridiculous. That's why I explained the situation in Canada. They did it right. They actually went into the bathroom. They pulled their pants down. They sat on the toilet, took a shit, and flushed it. We in the United States poop our pants, flush the toilet, and then pull our pants down. That's just the way we do things.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, Pennsylvania's it's on the open ballot for recreational use. It's going to be on the ballot this year. So
you're kidding me. Get down.
Sorry. But my reason why it's becoming legal everywhere, it's because they're not getting the tax revenue out of cigarettes anymore. So they're going to they're going to use it. They're just switching cigarettes with marijuana cigarettes. Eventually that's going to happen.
And the excise tax in Massachusetts is 20% on recreational.
Wow.
That's rough.
Oh hell yeah! That's why I got the medical card, dude. Because you don't pay taxes on the medical.
Yeah.
You pay a one-time fee, and it's so easy to get it here, the medical card. I mean, I had legitimate reasons. I have arthritis. I have the alcohol issues because it helped me be Cali sober, as they say. But I mean, literally, basically, all you have to do is tell them your anxiety has anxiety, and you can get it.
You could do
Um,
the same thing here, but I think it's $100 for the medical license.
I think it was $175 for it last year, and then yeah, I don't need. I think I only have to pay that once, um, and I just get it renewed every year. I have to like get a consultation from the a state appointed doctor. They have the CCC, the Cannabis Control Commission here that runs all that stuff, and that's all through them. But that's all on my medical profile too. They are aware of it. I use medical cannabis, so I'm as legal can be. I've I go through all the proper legal channels, like I do anything else. So um, yeah, and the other thing I wanted to caution about, you guys mentioned the Delta 8 and the Delta 10 THC. Those are synthesized products, and you want to be
Yep.
careful with that shit.
Yep. Yep. No, and it like for people that use those, they will still show up on detections if you're not, state legal.
Oh yeah,
So
that'll be detected because the molecules are very, very similar. It gives you about 1/5 the psychedelic effect of
yep.
Delta 9
Yep.
THC. Because I had some, I purchased some when I was down in Florida for a business trip back in June just to see what it was like. And yeah, you have to smoke like basically a whole joint of it to get the same effect as maybe like 2 hits
Yep.
off a normal joint, is what I found. But the problem with is that stuff is Delta 8 is synthesized from CBD, because what happened when cannabis started going legal, everybody got into the hemp business, started growing all this hemp, and they glutted the market with CBD, and they have all this CBD kicking around. They don't know what to do with it, so everybody synthesizes it into, because CBD is non-psychedelic. It's the what they call a miracle painkiller, the arthritic, the anti-seizure that everybody touts. And but they had such a glut of it, so you can synthesize it very easily. I know the process for into Delta 8, but when you do that, you see plants are very good at synthesizing one thing. We humans are good at synthesizing one thing plus like 5 other pieces of shit along with it. And it's the other pieces of shit in there that a lot of people just don't know what it is. And I've gone to conferences about it. And the theory is most of these are cannabinoid species that probably are harmless, but you just don't know sometimes what you're getting when you get that stuff. So I would advise caution where you get that, where and when who you get that from.
No, I mean, like Kush, like we don't know what is the what is the breakdown, what is the I'm not sure if I can like what is the chemical utilized that breaks that down to make that available for Delta 8, Delta 9? What like what terpene like breakdown does that occur that, and that's where, and again, I'm in a non-legal state. So when I look at when they have like Delta 8, Delta 9, Delta 10. Now I think they have Delta 12 now. I'm like, I don't understand. Like what chemical reaction breaks that down to makes it more effective?
I'm not going to give you all the details. I know the process, but whenever you do a chemical reaction like that, you will get the main product and then you'll get side products. That's just part of any organic chemical reaction. So when you do mix, it's a very common reagent you use to react the CBD with. And it'll make the Delta 8 THC, but it'll also make a lot of those other products you talked about, Delta 10. Another one is HHC, which is hexahydrocannabinol. And these are all different byproducts of it, and they do have psychedelic effects to different degrees. But that's the problem. It depends on how good the lab it's made in. If it's a better control, the more controlled the reaction is, the more pure the material you make is going to get. Whereas if you do it in a very crude setup, you're going to get a lot more of the side reactions going on that produce the undesirable things that you don't know about. So it really depends on who's making it, what kind of facility, what kind of places they're making it in, and that all influences that. So
Yeah, it's
and
not
there's
something you're gonna whip up in your kitchen, right?
actually you can.
Really?
Hey, Chris, I have a question. Why is Delta 8 legal, but Delta 7 is now a controlled substance? Like,
Delta 9 is actually Delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol. Delta 9 THC is the main psychedelic that's in marijuana.
Mhm.
Delta 8 is an isomer of Delta 9. I could pull up, if I were running my stream, I could pull up the molecular formulas of both. You wouldn't even recognize them. I would have to point it out to you to show you where the difference is. They are so similar. But what it is it's basically a legal loophole.
Okay.
From what I understand, is that when you synthesize that, they don't have to call it true THC. They can call it by calling it Delta 8. They slip through the legal loophole that way. And in fact, they screwed that up in the state of Minnesota. Somebody wrote Delta 8 and Delta 9 in the law, and somebody signed off on it, and they didn't realize that they inadvertently legalized cannabis in Minnesota by just slipping a little extra detail in there. So be careful when you read contracts, people, because they exploited that.
Well, hey, Thailand has now legalized it, which,
Oh.
you know, compared to where they were, that is a huge change for their country policy.
Who has legalized it?
Thailand.
Thailand. Okay.
Yep.
Interestingly, it's legal in North Korea.
Really?
It is.
Oh,
Look it
what?
up.
Really?
It is completely legal in North Korea.
Wow.
Has been pretty much forever there, apparently. So Kim Jong Un must partake, I guess. So I don't know, but yeah, they just consider it an herbal medicine, just like any other like tea or anything. And in fact, that's the way it's been treated for thousands of years. Only until about 100 years ago was it really treated as an illegal substance. It's considered, and I wish Contriver were here because he could speak on this better than me. I believe in Hindu medicine, it is considered, or at least maybe in Eastern medicine, it's considered one of the 5 fundamental medicinal plants in Eastern medicine, or it has been for thousands of years. It wasn't until the British colonial occupation of India that it was made illegal. And I think it's mainly legal in most parts of India. And I think I've seen Contriver mention that he partakes as well, probably for the same reason I did, because I think he had trouble with alcoholism as well. So, and that's a good way to get past alcoholism. It's much safer on your body than alcohol. So,
Oh yeah, by far.
yeah, it does not. It's not a poison, and your body actually has a system to process it. Your body has a cannabinoid, what's called an
Receptors. Yeah.
cannabinoid receptor. They're endocannabinoids. Your body makes them naturally. They're called endocannabinoids. The ones produced by the marijuana plant are called phytocannabinoids. They're plant-based, but they use the same receptors in the brain. And that's why it doesn't give you a hangover. That's why I feel fine today. That's why I woke up this morning, even after partaking with Doug and JR there. I was still okay in the morning, and I didn't feel like shit. I felt alive, awake, vibrant. It has never caused me to be late for any kind of obligation of any kind, whether it be
Hey,
work.
Kush, are you familiar with DMT and have you tried it?
No, I haven't.
So I know the human body produces its own DMT, and it's usually released like during moments of like during death or like under like severe stress or something like that. Like your body has a way of like coping with traumatic things, and it releases DMT to chill you out.
Hmm.
I was just curious to know if you knew anything about that, or have tried it, because I think it
I
makes synthesized DMT.
Yes, you can. You can. I don't know a whole lot about it, but I've worked with it in industry. I can't, for confidentiality reasons, I can't talk a lot more about it.
Right, I
Um,
understand that.
yeah,
I was just like, I was interested enough if you've heard about it or had any
yeah,
thoughts on
yeah,
it. I mean, if
yeah,
you can't talk about stuff because you're under, like, non-disclosure agreement, that's understandable.
yeah. I do have to be a little careful about things like I mean I know how to synthesize delta 8 from, and it's a known process. You can look it up on the internet. I don't want to be disseminating that kind of stuff. You can look it up yourself if you want to
Right,
find it.
right.
I don't want to be your one-stop source for doing that kind of thing. I don't want to get that. I don't want to get that rapport on the internet. I know how to do it, and I can take you to a website that will show you how to do it. It's not hard if you have some chemistry background um, to do it. So yeah, that's my take on it. The other one that I'm seeing more and more about a lot is psilocybin from shrooms. I
Hmm.
think
Oh yeah.
that will start becoming a more accepted thing as well. And the more and more I learn, I've never partaken in that before, um, but I believe that the more and more I learn about that, that those have some very good health benefits as well, from what I understand. Um, that has been another very misunderstood and wrongly maligned substance. Um,
Oh yeah.
I
I have.
have
Are you familiar with the work of Graham Hancock?
No, I am not.
He Graham Hancock. He kind of like, with along with Dr. Robert Schock and others. There's a really cool Joe Rogan interview with Graham Hancock, and he goes into this, and he talks about ancient religions and stuff, and how it all branches off from use. Even Christianity is deeply seated in, like, using drugs, mushrooms, and marijuana and stuff, to communicate with God, because these natural things are, it's kind of like, a grizzly bear when it comes across some shrooms and shit. They'll eat a whole shitload of psilocybin and just fucking trip out in the woods, you know. But it's kind of like, we've lost ourselves. We're a lost race.
Hmm.
We have. He says that we're a species with amnesia. That's gotten out of touch with the earth and
Yep.
God and stuff. And it's really fascinating. I highly recommend, if you haven't seen it, just look up Joe Rogan and Graham Hancock interview. It'll come up. It's one of the most fascinating things you'll ever hear.
Yeah. I don't doubt it, and I agree with that. That I think we're starting to rediscover this stuff because cannabis was actually made illegal because lot of people don't know the history of this. With DuPont is a big reason why cannabis became illegal, because they invented this new stuff called, because cannabis was used for hemp. The fiber has been used for rope, for sailing ships for centuries. And I know from harvesting cannabis plants, even if when you take the lopping shears to those things, if you even miss like a little bit of it, you try to pull that son of a bitch off the stalk, it will not go. Even if you have a couple fibers left on it, that stuff is so freaking strong. You can understand why they used it for canvas and for sailing ships. And when they invented nylon fiber, they saw that market as a threat to their new nylon fiber. So this stuff's all in the internet. You can find it. Um,
Hmm.
and they were the ones who pushed through making cannabis illegal, to keep that competitive market so that they could corner the market on nylon. So because in
Oh,
fact
really?
yes, absolutely, yes, they did that. That's a big that's a well-known fact. I mean, the Constitution is written on hemp paper.
Nice.
Yeah. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Let's
the
roll one.
Constitution is written on hemp paper. The hemp was commonly grown in the colonies. In fact, the British Crown decreed it was required under the British Crown in the 13 colonies. The farmers were required by law of the British
Yeah, I
Crown to
remember
grow
that.
it.
Yeah.
For
That and
sailing
tobacco.
ships. That and tobacco, you bet.
Yeah,
So
the United States was actually founded, on tobacco. That was like, our biggest export, back in the day. I mean, it was tobacco. There's a documentary I think that's coming out on Netflix that talks about that, about how tobacco, made the United States, and how it's being taxed and regulated and outlawed, is actually hurting the U.S. economy.
yeah. Oh yeah. And it's interesting the aspects of cannabis, and now people are realizing, and I think it's getting any opposition to legalization to cannabis. I think you're going to see it coming from big pharma, because you got this one plant that can cure so many things that all these pharmaceutical companies make their specialty drugs for. Take my pill for this, take my pill for this, take my pill for that. And you got this one wonderful plant that makes these soup of chemicals that cures it all. And they don't like that, because that
No, I say the same thing about nano silver. I nebulized silver into my lungs. When this COVID shit hit, I nebulized silver back when H1N1 and man bear pig flu was out. And I never get sick. This flu that I caught, it couldn't fucking get into my lungs. I kept, bringing it up, but I caught something really fucking nasty, it was some kind of fucking flu. But because, it hit that silver and shit, it shit just breaks that shit apart, and it has anti-cancer properties as well.
Yep.
And there's research on it, and big pharma won't allow it to be used in a pharmaceutical sense, because they can't put a patent on it.
Yep.
But yet, in San Antonio at the burn center, they actually use nanoparticulate silver. They immerse bandages in it and put it on burn patients to eliminate the chance of infections. Silver, because silver works. And I remember I was trying to tell everybody about it and shit, and they just, all they did was mock me and drop dead. Fuck them, let them drop dead. just saying.
Oh no, those therapies with precious metal like that are well. I know of those things. So yeah, and silver's great because it's sterile. Yeah,
I found U.S. Air Force research on it. I found it. I got it here on my computer somewhere, and I was getting ready to share it with everybody, but everybody was mocking me and making fucking fun of me, and fucking didn't want to fucking listen to anything I had to fucking say about it, because they're so busy, getting their fucking Fauci ouchies. I'm like, fuck you, go get your fucking Fauci ouchie, dumbass. I can fucking help you. Meanwhile, I got U.S. Air Force documentation where they've actually done studies on the effects that silver has against fucking, the Wu flu. And nobody, this is fucking on the internet. I made videos about it. I had a brood of shit. I was getting ready to fucking tell everybody all my research that I found, for their benefit, and all they could do is fucking mock me.
I mean, I used to work at a pharmacy, and a lot of the burn creams all had either silver or silver iodine in it.
yeah, it's
And
very common.
and then the other thing is, it's like silver is very antifungal,
Mhm.
which is I mean, the thing that most people end up like getting it between a basic or acidic body, that you end up getting antifungal, and that leads to a lot of cancer, from what I found in my research. So, like, that's why they don't really allow you to have silver iodine, because it's highly antifungal, and that was a way to prevent cancer, which, we can't have that.
No,
Yeah,
no, they want you to get cancer. They want to give you fucking chemo and fucking all these fucking useless therapies because it's just a way for them to make more money off of you and the government. You know, it's a fucking grift. These are all
absolutely.
big pharma, Pfizer, you name it. You know, Allergan. Who else is there? Johnson and Johnson. They're all
Merck.
fucking snake oil. Yeah, Merck. They're all snake oil salesmen. All of them. Fauci, fucking king of snake oil salesmen, right there. They don't give a fuck if you live or die. They care less. All they care about is their fucking, dividend check. That's it.
Oh, you guys have no idea. Like,
Oh
literally,
God,
like,
yeah.
I am the middle. Put this way, every Merck headquarters is a couple towns over. Vanguard and BlackRock, couple towns over. Like, literally, I have all the cancers are all literally in my backyard. Every single one of them.
Yeah, I can tell you that I work very much in big pharma, and yeah, I can't talk about a lot of it, but it's scary. Um, the way these pharma companies act, it would blow your mind away. They're a pain in the ass to work with. Uh, they're draconian about paying us on time. Um, yeah, it's almost better to we prefer, in fact, to work with smaller, more reasonable companies because these big pharma companies are absolutely draconian with us about stuff, demanding and and whatnot, and yeah, so much of it is, in my opinion, snake oil sales,
Mm-hmm.
and I agree with that. And I'm quite a bit upstream of you, Joe Blow. I see it. I see the raw materials that go into it.
Well, Joe
Um,
Blow's Bandit. That's my email.
oh, Bandit. Okay, I
Yeah.
thought you sounded like Bandit. Okay.
Yeah, it's just that's the nature of I'll see if I can change it back. But um yeah, like big pharma, like Merck, no one here, it didn't make the news unless you were from the local area, but they lost vials of smallpox and it was sent by UPS. Smallpox. Let that all sink in. Literally did not.
Oh yeah. Well, what about the idea of like bird flu, swine flu, and fucking what else was that? Man, bear, pig flu, all combining together. That doesn't happen in nature. Yeah, you may have two viruses combined together, but never three. It's never happened in nature. Never
No.
once in the history of this planet have three viruses combined to form one. Two, yes. Three, no, never.
Yeah. Oh, that was total BS about that. No question there.
And they also make through each other's meds too. That's another thing that people don't realize. Like Merck made almost all the Johnson vaccines. Like literally, like I know people that were that work at Merck. I know a lot of people that work for Merck, and I'm just saying they make their own drugs. They
Shit,
take
my
the
ex worked
patents.
for fucking Allergan. She was
They
a
all
she
are
was
in
a
bed with
bio
each other.
she she was a biochemist. PhD, member of fucking Mensa, fucking Playboy model and shit. Worked for fucking Allergan. And she worked in spectroscopy and shit, and basically she would like take samples and stuff and do readouts and stuff on them.
Yep. Do a lot of work in that stuff. So, I know how that is. TNFS. Good to see you.
Greetings.
So, I don't know, where did Good Mother leave?
What does TNFS stand for?
Yes.
The Knockball Show.
Say again.
The Knockball Show. Can you hear me?
Yeah, a little
the
little bit difficult.
Is that
Kinda,
better?
A little bit of
Yeah, that's better.
yeah.
Okay. The Nightfall Show.
Oh, the Knockfall show.
Yeah, what you guys were just talking about is really interesting because back in 2018, we had the Hendra virus caused by bats, and it was only transmitted through horses, right? And it locked down the complete industry, locked it all down. And I think they were preparing us, for these lockdowns, getting people used to the idea. But have you ever noticed that the swine flu, Hendra virus, and all that, they all quickly came out of nowhere and disappeared?
Yep. H1N1, 2008. Where did that
Yeah.
go? I mean, granted, it did like burn itself out quickly, but that was more deadly to more populations than what we had with the coronavirus.
I remember reading an article about that they admitted that escaped out of a lab in fucking Florida.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you where Lyme disease came from. It came from a deer at the Brookhaven National Laboratory, where they were doing research on it at the Brookhaven National Laboratory on Long Island. What they forgot to understand is that the deer can swim, and they can swim long distances. This deer got infected with that tick that had that Lyme disease, swam across Long Island Sound, got to southern Connecticut, and that's where it's gone since then.
Wow.
Yeah. You guys didn't know that?
Retards and shit working in these labs, dude. It's fucking scary. It's that's what it's gonna be. It's gonna be some fucking stupid ass lab tech.
It's
who
scary
fucking got
too.
a gender studies degree in fucking STEM, and got hired like some diversity hire at some fucking lab, and is gonna release the fucking most deadliest fucking virus, known to man and shit, and wipe out humanity. It'll be when the world ends, it'll be the dumbest motherfucker on the planet that fucking pulls the trigger.
I hate to say it, but I think
Or
that's
Biden.
true. Well, Biden's not doing anything. That guy's not doing anything.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
hell,
he
he's responding
threatened
back to,
nuclear-
yeah, exactly. All right, go ahead.
He threatened nuclear war with Putin today. Like, are you out of your fucking mind? They need to impeach that sumbitch fast.
Like
Well,
we've had
need to
we've
shut
had
him up.
decades of negotiation between Palestine and Israel. How come nobody is going, gee, shouldn't we like look at like peace options? I mean, when I mean, God fuck me. But like when Elon Musk says maybe we need to look at maybe nuclear peace negotiations, and he gets a big fuck you by Zelensky, I go, cannot people wake up and go, do you not see that this is not something which
I
that
think they are.
I hope so, man. Although I think look, the way that I look at things, I think that most rhinos, most Democrats, they look at how can we continue our positions of power. And we live in a quasi-fascist state where we want big government to support big business that supports our power, our reign. And anyway, I mean, I hope it doesn't come to that, but I do feel like it's getting close to that.
What's bothering me about the recent developments is I grew up in the 80s, during a time, it was during the Iron Curtain and the Cold War, and the threat of nuclear war was not taken lightly between the Soviet Union and the United States. There was this movie that I always liked watching called War Games.
Oh, great movie.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Love that film.
My big takeaway from that game is that movie is an interesting game. The only way to win is to not play. and that kind of stuff sticks in your head even as a kid. You were reminded that both sides, I think, were equally scared of each other enough that nobody was crazy enough to pull the trigger and do that. But this day and age, it's a whole different ballgame. I mean, you have idiots over there flying suicide drones into nuclear power plants and stuff. I mean, it's out of control. And
It is
I
insane.
mean, and we are closer now to a nuclear war, in my opinion, than we have ever been in our
Yeah, it's-
history.
I think it's like less than a minute to midnight if you follow the doomsday clock. It's something crazy. It's like 30 seconds or something. It's bad.
I mean,
It's
I'm
real
not
bad.
I'm not a negative Nancy or a doomer and gloomer, and I like to think that we're going to figure a way out of this. But some of these people, they got to come to their senses about some of this shit. And I mean, to me, the whole NATO, Trump was right about this. As much as some people hated that guy, he was right on a lot of things. NATO is a horrible deal for the United States.
Oh, total. I mean, honestly, it's a total
Oh, we're gonna pull out of that shit.
NATO
Once
without the
Trump gets
United
back into
States.
office, we're out of there.
I'm just saying, NATO without the United States is like literally would fall apart overnight. Like, honestly, if it wasn't for NATO and us backing it, Russia would have taken over Eastern Europe probably by now.
Well, the other aspect of this that's disturbing to me is, Ukraine wants to become a member of NATO, and the whole idea of NATO, an attack on one is an attack on all. So now if Ukraine joins NATO, that's going to be an attack on all of NATO. And now everybody's getting all standoffish and backing away from it. I hope so. I'm glad you are. Think twice about it, for God's sake.
And the other issue is that nobody recognizes the Minsk agreement that was signed back in 2014.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
And nobody looks back at 2009 when Obama was in office, and they said, "Hey, Ukraine, de-escalate your nuclear weapons program. We have your back." I'm sorry, but we fucked them over. And as much as what I love our country, the more that I learn and the more that I look at our history, we cause more problems than what we actually solve.
Oh yes, everywhere we go. Everywhere we go.
So like I literally look at like
control.
that whole Minsk agreement, and then the mere fact that we are willing to entertain NATO being part of the Ukraine, that was never part of the Minsk agreement at all.
Mm-mm.
And if we go back to 2014, when we put Zelensky in office, and it was a puppet regime, it was a coup.
Absolutely.
Right.
And hold on. Minsk Accords don't apply because those Minsk Accords were signed by the Soviet Union, not by Putin's Russia. That's why Putin's pissed off at NATO. He says he wants NATO to honor the Minsk Accords, and NATO's saying "fuck you." So Putin turned around and said, "Oh fuck me! Well, I'm going to move into Ukraine, and I'm going to cut off your oil and your phosphorus supplies." And we'll see who wins. The globalists and NATO are in some deep ass shit. Even France told their people, "Hey, we as a people, we're gonna have to tighten our belts a little bit. It's gonna be a long, cold fucking winter, man."
Well, the thing is,
it is.
It's if you look at the background of what's going on with the European aristocrats, which you can call it the Davos crowd, whatever you want to call them. They're getting pinched by the United States financially. They're getting resource screwed by Russia with their pipelines. Like, how does Europe survive this winter? Germany is sacrificing its own citizens. Like, have you seen the bills for energy for like businesses? They went from being like $1,000 a month to like 10 grand a month.
Yeah, you're going to
just
see
in
death toll
gas
this winter. You're going
to
to see
people are going to die.
You're going to see people. Yeah, people are going to die. They're already talking about it. The people are scrambling over there trying to find, alternative fuels and food and wood to burn and shit.
But they can't
to keep warm. to keep warm this winter. No,
They
they can't. Not
banned
living in a
they banned
fucking apartment
gas.
building, they can't.
Did you hear
No,
what they
they're
just passed? They just passed
mm,
they're banning natural gas, and on top of it, they have sensors for everybody's thermostats. If your thermostat is over, I think it's 62 degrees this winter, they're gonna
That's
shut off your
cold.
they're gonna shut off your heat.
you know what's going to happen
I'm
this
not
winter?
joking.
You know what's and I'm not joking. You know what? This is how fucking revolutions start. You take people's fucking food. Let me tell you what. You want to start a revolution? Let people come home and shit to their fucking freezing, starving kids.
Yep.
Well, the war is already the thing is, I don't know if you guys follow like finance, like upper level finance, but there's a thing called SOPAR, which is the American version of LIBOR. Once England loses the power of LIBOR, Europe has nothing because that's how Europe controls America. They control it by the interbanking rate because we can increase the money and they can say, no, we're going to just increase the LIBOR rate, and it basically counteracts the Fed and the U.S. Congress.
Yeah,
Once
the
America gets so far past,
the
and
LIBOR rate affects bond rates.
yeah, which is the
Because that
interbanking rate. Yeah.
Yep. So and we've already seen the inverse yield curve, where you have like the 2 and 4 year bond rate surpassing the 10 and 15-year bond rate.
And that's all
That's
because of LIBOR.
concerning. Exactly. Yes.
But that's what I'm saying. Right now, there's only two banks. I'm sorry, one bank. One bank on the LIBOR board of directors, and that is Chase Bank. When SOFR happens, it's all U.S. banks. So what, in a sense, is going to happen, which is kind of scary, is all the U.S. banks are going to be able to tell the Fed to pound sand to increase rates. So they would basically the top 7 banks are going to have more power with Congress for allowing funds to either get passed or not. They can just say, you know what, you want to raise rates? Well, guess what? We're not going to give you the money. So so basically the Fed chair is going to be the strongest financial person in the country, dictating rates to the Congress, which in a sense will keep Congress in check, which is a good thing in that regards. But
I think they're just getting ready to raise rates again, aren't they?
they can't. They can't go.
Did.
They can't go over 4%. If interest rates go over 4%, U.S. goes bankrupt. We will default on our loans, and then it's hyperinflation. So once the 10-year note hits like 4.5%, I forget whatever it is. It's between 4 and 4.5%. Once it hits that, it's game over. We default on our loans. It's the whole world goes into a depression. It's bad news bears for everybody. So there's not much wiggle room left.
If America fucking falls, everybody's gonna fucking fall.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
If we have to tighten our belts, it's gonna be 10 times worse for people in foreign countries.
You bet.
Hey, gentlemen, for what it's worth, buy commodities. The Fed will not pivot at this point.
Well, commodities, if you've been following the commodities market, which I have, it is so manipulated right now. It's not even funny. Like how is gasoline
much like oil?
Oh,
but
no, that's what I'm saying.
Even though it's a global market there, that is why I've sold my position in WTI, because I could see Biden coming in with some type of excise or penalty tax for all the major oil companies. So I sold out of XOM a couple of months ago, but WTI being a world a non a non nation, it is a world, it's like IWM or VTI or I could see him coming in saying we will penalize oil producers for making profit in order to shore up where again, it's all fucking a vote aspect, just like the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
That's like Harry Carey. That's literally Harry Carey. I mean, at that point, you're going to turn into Europe because you're going to have to be banning
Yep.
natural gas. So no one's going to have. And the thing is, there's more guns in this country than there are people by a significant number. Like, you can't piss off the United States public. Like, they will go over and push your face in if it push came to shove. Like, we're armed, and I don't care how
Yeah,
many
we'll
new.
fuck you up.
Even though Biden says, okay,
Yes,
we
we
can-
will.
I don't care about him saying we got tanks. Well, I'm sorry, there's only so many tanks. You know what I mean? Like, literally,
Takes
when you
men to make
have
those tanks run.
when
Takes
you have
gas too.
when you have about 100 million people that have guns in this country, and they're pissed off, and they're looking at Congress going, "You screwed up." Doesn't matter how many nukes you have, it ain't gonna work. You're not gonna nuke your own citizens, because I guarantee you nuke your own citizens, you're gonna have Canada, Mexico, even Russia will go in and push Washington's face in, because they're not gonna allow, because
No.
then they would allow the United States to fall apart if they went in and coup d'etat the United States for nuking its own citizens. Like, it doesn't end well. It's just a bluff. There's no way they could do it.
So
Well, they
Bullet,
want to.
my issue is that like if Russia utilizes tactical nuclear weapons, we really do not have that capability. We've never sourced that or developed that. We
What do you
have
mean?
well, we don't have like unique tactical nuclear weapons. We have nuclear weapons. We don't have the payload, the smaller payload that the Russians have developed.
Dude, let me tell you something. You don't know what we have.
What about the Davy rocket back in the 60s
Dude.
when they had tactical
Dude.
nukes?
Back when I was growing up, I know Iridium Kush may have remembered this. You remember Star Wars, right, Kush?
Oh, of course.
Remember when when Reagan?
Oh,
Reagan,
yeah.
Reagan got hammered over Star Wars about this anti-nuclear fucking laser project and shit that they supposedly put up in space. Now, they said they shut it down. Doesn't mean just because they said they shut it down doesn't mean they shut it down. There's black operations and shit going out there. There's even Trump said, and he's been briefed, heavily, and he came out and said, we have weapons that I can't even talk to you about.
Do you guys know what the hand of God is?
I've heard of it. Yep.
It's a tungsten
Yes.
High
bullet
velocity.
about the size of a school bus that they can just by gravity they'll launch it from space, and it has enough penetrating power to cause the size of like the devastation of like a nuke.
And it's non-nuclear.
It's non-nuclear, but it causes the devastation of a nuke.
Even South Korea just developed a new Moab bomb. It's a non-nuclear Moab bomb. This thing's powerful enough to fucking level Beijing. Just one will level Beijing. Downtown Beijing gone.
Well, you know what? And certainly, like, Russia may use like thermobaric nuclear or non-nuclear bombs. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, like with the Moab bomb that North Korea has. But my whole point is that, or South Korea. My whole point is that we already have Putin stating that he is willing to implement tactical nuclear weapons. They are low grade. And again, I don't know where you guys. Okay, I fucking voted for Reagan, so maybe that gives some like perspective of my old age. We do not have that low level nuclear weapon capability. Ours are, and again, it's
We're
like,
talking suitcase
guys,
nukes.
Exactly. So, like, if
have
one
those.
side presents that, it is not like a matter of we will pinpoint one targeted aspect. If we release that, if they release that, it's done. It is mutual mass destruction, and both countries know that. There's no this thinking that, well, we will then tactically nuke one portion of Ukraine without repercussions.
See,
If they launch that, we will then countermeasure that and then say, fuck you. We will decimate your capability to launch any future nuclear measures. And
see,
then, anyway.
I was going to say real quick.
I say it's all saber rattling. Everybody's been
is.
saber
It
rattling
is.
for decades and shit.
It's
Well,
a
the
big
pr-
dick mentality, but
Yeah.
where has Biden gotten to us at this point? He
Nowhere.
has said no.
Dude, the
He's
fucking
he-
potato doesn't even know
he's-
where he's at.
he's put us up to the line of where when Putin says we are willing to implement that, and his response is we will respond in kind. There is no negotiation of peace. I mean, fuck me. I mean, we have had decades of negotiation between Palestine and Israel, right? I mean, Elon Musk goes out on Twitter and says, yeah, we need to solve this.
Well,
And
you have
he
to.
gets a big fuck you by Zelensky. And
Well,
there
it's
are
not
no by
Zelensky,
either side.
It's NATO and the globalists that told
Oh,
Zelensky to tell Elon to fuck off.
Totally. I
They
totally
don't
agree.
want- even Trump came out. Even Trump and Elon came out and volunteered to head, some missions to go over there and negotiate a peace. These Democrats, these communist Marxist Democrats that are in power here in the U.S., the Davos globalists that are in control of fucking NATO and Zelensky, don't want fucking world peace. They're doing a $1 trillion money laundering operation over there and
Yep.
trying to make power grabs, trying to hold on to fucking power.
Yep.
But it's
see, guys, there's-
slipping. They can't hang on to it.
There's a couple of things you're missing. Okay, one, who raided all the chemical plants that we fronted in Ukraine? That would be Russia. Russia has so much blackmail in the United States. That's why we will not be going to war, because Russia all has to do is present the information. Two, Russia is saying they want to nuke because they're playing a holding pattern. Literally, they're just holding off until winter, and then Europe is going to starve of energy. And what's going to happen is they're going to have to go to the table, and
food.
Russia has all the cards. So Russia's going to get the Donbass because they want the Donbass to get a winter port, because right now they don't have a winter port. So having the Donbass, you have access to the Black Sea, and now they have a winter port for actually getting their goods away from the Baltic, so they can move everything into the Donbass region. And it's one of the
And you
Ukraine
can't
is one of the only bread
Can't
baskets
feed
in the
people
world.
without oil either.
That's what I'm saying.
So who,
It's a holding
And they
pattern.
just blew up a pipeline too over there.
U.S. did that. Let's be real.
Exactly.
U.S.
Yeah.
Who-
US
Yep.
took out.
who blew up the bridge yesterday?
Absolutely.
Who blew up the
Probably
bridge yesterday?
U.S.
There?
Special Black Ops. Probably some kind of black hat operation from the U.S.
Well,
Is it-
We're turning into the fucking Nazis, man.
we are
This government. Yeah, we are the new fucking Nazis.
we are the Nazis. What happened? What happened after World War II with Operation Paperclip? We are the Nazis.
You
How
took
are
them.
we not? How are we not the Nazis at this point?
I think TNFS had a point. He wanted to say something.
Who blew up the bridge yesterday? The between Russia and Ukraine, that big highway that goes over the sea.
I would
Yeah,
say
that
we
bridge,
did.
it connects. I don't know too much about it, but I heard it's a really. When they blew it up, there were like 7 or 6 fuel trucks on it and just totally decimated the bridge. More than likely, it was probably some kind of special ops black hat operation.
Mhm.
I don't think it was like Ukrainian conscripts that did that. The only people that are capable of doing that are probably NATO and U.S. allied fucking black hat operations.
Yep, I just saw the video on a tank specialist from the United States, and he basically said Ukrainian people did not have the time or the tech to blow up their own bridges. Otherwise, they would have blown them up before Russia would have invaded. So it has to be U.S. Special Forces or something like that to do it, because they don't have the sappers or the tech, because they would have blew up the bridges before Russia would have invaded. Because that would be the first thing you would do. If you,
Special forces. It would probably be CIA black hat operators.
Well, I think the
Well,
important thing I think that needs to be understood about the Russians attacking Ukraine they're showing a whole lot of restraint. They're not throwing their biggest and baddest at the Ukraine. If they
No.
did that, they'd take that country over in a matter of days.
Well,
This
that's
is
the whole
total
point.
BS.
That's the whole
Um,
point. Like, did you guys know that there's an agreement between Russia and Hungary to basically carve up Ukraine so it doesn't exist anymore? You guys know about that, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Heard about it.
it's literally like Russia doesn't have to do anything. All they have to do is hold. Now, if you understand Russian doctrine is always a pincer movement in
Mhm.
circle, and then starve out, and then basically isolate troops, and then that's it. They are
That's
basically
what they did to
artillery.
Napoleon and the Nazis.
That's
I
what
know
they
that's
did. Yep.
that's their philosophy. You
They know
encircle.
winter is their greatest weapon because it
Winter
get fucking
kills them.
cold over there.
Well, that's
Mhm.
that's what I was getting at. They are planning all basically Putin has to do is hold out until like February, and this war is going to end, and they're going to have to give up all the land, and Russia's going to demand from this point on that you got the petrodollar's dead, which is going to kill the United States. Which, I mean, let's be real here. Once the petrodollar's dead, inflation's going to hit so
Huge.
it's going to be like Zimbabwe levels. Like it's game over for the
You
United
know,
States. The United States is
Robert
basically dead man walking at this point.
Robert Kurosera just came out with an article. I think it's probably on the Daily Mail. He's saying he's reporting that silver's going to go up to $500 an ounce. If that happens, fucking gold's going to go to $5,000 an ounce. There's going to be a lot of people fucking made very, very fucking rich because a lot of people have some pretty heavy silver collections, silver investments. So if you're invested in precious metals, you're good to go. If you can't invest in precious metals, I highly recommend you invest in ammunition and firearms. Whatever you can afford, and whatever food you can get your fucking hands on, grab it now. Do your Thanksgiving shopping now. Get your fucking turkey, get your ham, get your Christmas lasagna stuff. At least enough to get your ass into January.
What's Christmas
need-
lasagna?
Christmas lasagna is basically anything you have in the cupboard.
Lasagna serve on
I mean,
Christmas night.
I mean facetious, but yeah, no, I am like 80% VC DMX Vanguard commodities. I've got UNG as well, UTI or
Can you eat 'em?
WTI. Huh?
Can you eat those commodities?
No, you're right. No, it's all speculation. No, totally. I mean, I've
What-
got a Dylan reloader, so I don't think I'm gonna go.
While you
fallow,
look into
but,
tips, look into tips. Look into div stock that you can throw into, buying things as things get more and more expensive. Like I would start going to div stocks because at least you can take that money and roll it over to like tips, and then that's
No.
tax free.
I think Queen
How's that
Sunkist
going
is
to
giving
work
you
when
a
the
little
dollar
bit of a.
collapses? What are your stocks going to look like when the dollar takes a dump?
Zero.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can take that money and reinvest it into buying food and the stuff you need. That's why div stocks work.
But that money won't have any value, dude. It's paper. Look, the only reason why our fiat currency has any value whatsoever is because people perceive that it does. They think this paper is actually worth something, but it's not. It's fucking paper. It's a promissory note. It's an IOU. Your banks and your accounts are full of fucking IOUs. That's what they are. If you read your fucking dollar bill, it'll say right on it, it's legal tender.
Well,
tender don't mean shit. It means it's not worth a goddamn thing.
well, the only
It
reason
doesn't say silver or gold certificate on it, does it?
It's not backed by gold or silver.
Nope. The only purpose of the the dollar is the U.S. government can go in and push its shit in with guns to force you to pay. The reason why we accept U.S. currency is because if you want to take a dispute, you have to use U.S. courts. That's basically the only reason why. You take away the courts and you take away the U.S. guns, there's no point of having U.S. currency because it loses all its value at that point.
When you see you're about to break away, get out of paper.
Yeah.
because that's what's going to happen very soon. All the European Union will fall apart.
The euro's in trouble.
The euro's over when I checked on Friday, it was 97 cents to the dollar.
Yep, it's crazy.
Yeah.
I've
They're
never
done.
seen that. Never seen
Dropping.
that.
It's basically they're in an implode mode. I mean, the only benefit of the dollar being this strong would be that manufacturing can come back now, because it's actually beneficial now to use U.S. dollars to buy manufacturing goods, because it's actually cheaper for once.
And I'm
Or
seeing
technology.
I'm seeing a lot of that. In fact, in the form of people are pulling back production here in the United States because we're just flooded with orders for equipment, and people are frantically trying to pull back a lot, particularly electronics, chemical stuff, because all that stuff's done in China. And I don't know if you guys know what's going on in China, but their population is basically collapsing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And
So Japan.
and Japan as well. And it's funny. I have my talks with you guys and insiders, and we're a French-owned company, and these guys are bitching and complaining about not getting any information from France, not getting any information from France. I'm like, you guys don't understand. This is just the beginning. I'm like, you have no idea what's coming in the next few months here, based on what I've heard and based on what I'm seeing. And these guys just don't realize it. And I want to tell them, and it's like, this is going to get ugly, guys.
Well, do you guys also understand what's going over with China right now with the last 3 months? They're going through an epic heat wave. Like, the amount of water that the country has is like, it's making Lake Mead look ridiculous. Like, you should see the pictures of like the third biggest, longest, they're like a month-long heat wave where the lowest temperature at night is 93 degrees.
Ugh.
Like, literally, they're running out of water. Like, you should see the rivers that they have. They look like streams now. Like, you're talking like the third biggest river in the world looks like a stream now. It is insane
Yangtze.
what's happening to China right now. Like, literally,
Can I
Yangtze or
can I
Yellow
chime
River?
in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I chime
Yes.
in? Thank you. What is written on the dollar?
In God we trust.
No.
Yes.
Novus Ordo Seclorum.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
New.
Novus is
say-
for new.
I don't know.
New.
Seclorum is for world.
New World
And
Order.
Ordus is for order. New world order.
And that's falling apart.
What is?
The New World Order.
falling flat on its fucking face, dude.
No, it's coming.
Did
It's
you
coming
see
like
what
a
happened
fucking
with
freight
Georgia
train.
Guidestones? Somebody blew up the fucking Georgia Guidestones, and nobody knows who did it. You know, I don't know what has resulted from that investigation, but they're not talking about it if anything has. But somebody blew that fucking thing up.
As long as that dollar is relevant, Novus Ordus Seclorum is going to be their slogan, and it is going to be as much as relevant as any other currency. That is a
but
given.
the dollar's, dude. The dollar's gonna collapse. You know, we're so goddamn deep in debt. You know, there's no way we can pay that back. You know, this corrupt ass government. You know, we you know that's been infiltrated by globalists and communists. You know, I mean, basically these people have committed treason against the United States by undermining, you know, the people, its economy, and its constitution. You know, even you know, Trump, before he left office, he signed something called Schedule F, and he was going to plan on putting it in effect as soon as he won his reelection. But they cheated him out of it because they saw Schedule F and freaked out, and they basically had to overplay their hand to stop him, and put this fucking potato in office. You know, Trump is going to be reelected in 2024. He's going to fucking come in. He's going to clean house. all these alphabet agencies you say, the FBI, the DOJ, the CIA, they're gone. They're gone. They're going to be cleaned out. You know, a lot of these people are going to fucking get fired. A lot of them are going to get fucking arrested. You know, Trump also signed orders, you know, for military tribunals and firing squads, the military to bring back firing squads. Okay, we're some weird shit's going on, man. We live in some really interesting times. Even, I mean, and the threat of nuclear war, that we have this potato in office that's threatening nuclear fucking war, should tell you that, you know, we're not under, you know, that government, you know, isn't our government. It's something else. It's been infiltrated, you know, at every level you can think of. You know, it's infiltrated by communists and shit, to the point to where these fucking bureaucrats think they have more authority than the president of the United States. Oh, dude. Oh, dude. I mean, I can only imagine people at the CIA and the FBI and the NSA just sweating their fucking balls off right now when this man gets fucking office again. You know,
Well,
that's why they're trying. They
the
got
thing
every
is,
their propaganda machine. They're throwing everything.
You don't
the
think they're
thing
going to try
is,
to, you know, Hillary Clinton
they
him if
have
it's too.
already cheated once in elections via the Venezuelan software company, which was paid 450. I mean,
Yeah.
we should not say that, otherwise the channel would be in jeopardy. But allegedly, some company was paid $450 million by the Chinese Communist Party.
Well, actually, you can say
Allegedly,
whatever you want, because I live here in the state of Texas, and it's illegal for YouTube to ban freedom of speech here in the state of Texas, and anybody that I'm associating with, no matter
no,
where
no,
you are.
but the channel, look, guys, it is someone else's channel. If it would had been my channel, I would have done it on a whim. I had
Yeah.
done it on a whim. I don't care.
Well, if
But
they
the thing
ban
is,
this
it is,
channel, if they ban
yeah,
this channel, Mandy has reason to sue him.
yeah. But the thing is, the channel would not be back anytime soon. Guys in India are fighting cases in Supreme Court for their channel. So,
Let's start a new channel. That's what I did.
But
well, but the thing is, what I'm trying to say is this: coming back to Russia,
Mhm.
the okay, shall we go for a history lesson or not? Because I also have only 5 minutes, so I would only bore you for people for
Yeah,
5
same here,
minutes.
because it's almost midnight here, and I need to crash. So go. You got the floor, dude. Say what you got to say.
Yeah, please
Okay,
do. Yep.
okay. Halford Mackinder, if people have heard his name, he was a great geostrategist of the 20th century. He was a British chap, of course, and he invented a heartland theory. And he mentioned this apart from his racism and all that, but he was a great geostrategist from the 20th century. He published this in 1901 Geographic Journal. He said that Russia is on top of Eurasia, and the main heartland power actually radiates outwards. So the main heartland power would radiate outwards. They have better railroad connections than British and French and Germans and anybody combined, and that is why it would radiate downwards. And how the world is connected, I mean, Eurasia and Africa, via the isthmus, the Suez Canal and the isthmus. So that is how they are connected. And if they make contact with Africa, they are going to rule the world. Who? The Russians. Why? Because once you control, once who he had a theory called one who controls the European landmass is going to rule over Europe. And most of these scientific experiments and innovations during the Renaissance era and Enlightenment era were happening mostly in Europe. So one who controls European landmass, they are going to control the Eurasian landmass thereby. It is a cascading thing. One who controls the Eurasian landmass would therefore control the world. That was the logic, and it was the theory given by Halford Mackinder in support of the Tsarist Russia, even before the Soviet Union was there. And he actually wanted Russia to be the crown of the world via saying that they are the crown of the global north, as they call it, in the 1901 Geographic Journal. Plus, they have better railroad connectivity, so it is very easy for them to radiate power outwards. Now, post World War II, Germany fit the bill of this very theory of heartland theory of Halford Mackinder. And by the way, Halford Mackinder considered this theory in 1911. Post World War II, Germany fit the bill of this very heartland power theory, which was proposed by Halford Mackinder via the concept of Lebensraum, the living space for a virile and vigorous nation, which they need a living space, breathing space, so that they would be able to repopulate that very space and radiate power outwards via capturing the Poles and the Slavs and all that happened by Germany, and it was done by Germany, taking a cue from Halford Mackinder's theory of the heartland theory. Now, after that, post World War II, the Americans and the British thought, because they had a Monroe Doctrine and whatnot, and it was still relevant, assuming post World War II. So they thought, well, how do we have to counter this theory? And a chap called Nicholas J. Spikeman from America, he was another great geostrategist, and he invented a theory called as strategic containment of the global north, especially Russia. And he said rimland countries actually participating independently with United States and pushing against the main heartland power, whether you see in Taiwan, whether you see in South Vietnam, whether you see in South Korea, whether you see in Japan, Australia, in some of the places in Africa, some of the rimland countries like Saudi Arabia. It was basically rimland countries with whom US partnered till date, assuming they are doing it right now as well with the Seventh Fleet and so on and so forth, to thwart against the Fulda Gap, as they used to say, because when there was Cold War happening, there were people actually, who placed special atomic demolition munition by NATO in West Germany to thwart the full frontal Soviet armored and mechanized corps and the full frontal Soviet, shall we say, aviation coming in. If that was the tripwire, that was basically offensive from the NATO's part, but that was the tripwire. Now, this has been the cause of US expeditions, or shall we say, tours of duty everywhere else till date. That's it.
That's
I'm
heavy
done.
duty, man. It's hard to follow along with all of that, man. That's some heavy duty politics.
No, but the theory, the if you go into the elements of geostrategy, these are the same. And
Yeah, I'm
if you
familiar with
could
what
correlate
geostrategy is.
to what happened in Vietnam, what happened in Korea, what happened in Afghanistan, what happened in Iraq, Iran, Syria, if you Libya, if you would go into details and dive deeper into this, the element of geostrategy is the same. rimland countries participating with US against to push against the heartland power.
Yeah, I don't see how Russia can radiate out though and take control over Europe though without a nuclear response.
Because they have a
It's
geostrategic location. One thing
I
is
understand that,
geography
but
as
there's
well.
something called mutually assured destruction too. You know,
Well,
I
that goes the same for both parties, isn't it?
I
It
mean,
is mutual.
I mean, what we're looking at here in the geostrategy of Putin cutting off the oil faucet into Europe, you know, plus, you know, all phosphorus, you know, shipments, you know, to the US, you know, into NATO countries, you know, um that's geostrategy right there because Putin put all his money, you know, I mean all his investments into food and fuel. That's where his investments are. NATO, the globalists in the US, they put all of their investments in the economy, into fiat money and fiat currencies like the euro and the dollar. You can't eat fucking paper dollars.
Well,
Okay?
look at Bill
You need
Gates. He is the
oil,
biggest farm owner in the planet right now. He owns how many
right.
hundreds of hectoacres right now? It's insane.
Who who Putin?
No, I'm sorry, Bill Gates.
Bill Gates? Well, yeah, here in the US. But I'm talking about Putin. Putin, Russia, you know, that's where we get our fucking phosphorus from. For those of you who don't know, who may
Fertilizer.
not be aware, this planet is running out of phosphorus. We're running. I'm sure Kush knows this. You know, being a chemical
Fertilizer.
engineer and all.
It's
Fertilizer.
Yeah,
Fertilizer.
fertilizer,
yeah,
urea,
right.
basically
We're
urea.
running. Right, the planet's running out of phosphorus, and I remember reading an article not too long ago that they said we only got a century or two of it left, if we're lucky, you know. And we're already trying to figure out. They're already trying to figure out ways, you know. Well, how are we going to get the, you know, phosphorus, you know, to feed the planet? Because you can't grow crops without phosphorus, you know. So
Isn't it natural gas? Is a
I
byproduct?
have no
Yeah,
idea.
no. Natural gas is a huge producer of phosphorus.
Yeah. Yeah.
So again, like I'm not gonna tell you guys what to do, but yeah, UNG, buy it right now. It's dropped to 2 percentage points on Friday.
What?
Again, well, like UNG is
Oh, your stock.
futures
Oh,
for
stocks.
natural gas. And look, if you look at what's happened with Nord Stream, the way I look at things is like, okay, WTI or XOM, any oil producing companies, VDE, whatever you want to put your bailiwick in, I think that this fucked up administration will go in and curtail that, take ownership, or put an excise tax, which that Biden has already said we will punish oil producers, ignoring the fact that in Germany we have German companies that are oil producers that are asking for government bailouts right now. So all that I'm saying is that I think that what we're faced with right now will be a quasi national control of energy production, much like that fucking potato head did his first day of office, that basically relegated to there's no more exploration, the quote unquote 9,000 oil permits. I mean, come on. Like what company doesn't want to go in and make money? Those 9,000 oil permits were dog shit.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, oil, when it comes to crude, has different consistencies. You
Yeah,
know,
there's sweet
you just
crude.
can't
Yeah,
switch.
yeah.
Right. You
No, I
can't
mean,
just be switching these around in these refineries. It costs billions of dollars and shit
well,
to
we
switch that equipment
we
out.
have not built
Oh,
an
yeah.
oil refinery in over 30
Yep.
fucking years in this
Yep.
country.
Yep.
So even if we produce it, we can't actually extrapolate that and utilize it. We have to send that overseas and have it processed and then ship back to us. That's how
That's fucking
fucked up our
stupid.
whole green energy policy is. And those fuckers that think that green energy is where we're headed, they have no idea of where the baby steps that will require us to become green energy in independent. It just it fucking it roils me, because it's like, like these whole, like these people that buy Teslas or buy these, green energy Neos, or they don't realize that. Have you looked at where your energy is coming from? 83% is on either coal or oil production.
Normies don't care. Normies only watch TV and they believe everything TV says. They worship
No, I mean,
TV. They bend the knee at TV. They bend the knee at CNN. They bend the knee at Pfizer and Merck and Dr. Fauci and all these fucking,
I mean,
liberal fucking resources and shit that, that try to shield and sell them the imaginary utopia of a bullshit of a liberal utopia.
no, they feel before really realizing what the facts are. And I've gone into so many fucking debates on Facebook or Newsbreak or whatever, and I'm like, here is a look. Here's a post of a study that shows where is that energy that's coming in to fuel or electrify your car. And they're like, oh, and they dismiss it like, oh, that's a right wing, or, well, all right, even though that they're somewhat more aware, or not even say aware, but they're somewhat more palatable, they go, well, that's where we are now. It doesn't mean that isn't where we can be in 5 or 10 years. I'm like, hey, I agree. I am all for green energy. That's not where we are today. If you can't fucking heat your house with natural gas, with oil, with coal, most of what you get from your house right now is coal, clean energy producing coal fire plants by a regulated utility that looks at their smoot. They are penalized if they go above EPA guidelines. But fucking people don't fucking think more than what. Oh, it just, I just, and then I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm pro nuclear. Like, do what France does. We have like a non-conformity of nuclear power plant designs. Do what France does. They have 27 nuclear power plants that all are the same design, which means that if you have like a labor shortage, you can take one person that has been trained at one plant, they can go replace, somebody else, right? But we're not willing to do that here in the States. Why? Because there's money to be made by competing nuclear power plant construction companies that say, well, we have a better technology, and they lobby. So now we have regulation, but it's not on the nuclear power level capability or construction of it. It's more about the management, the infrastructure, the measurements for that. Anyway.
I mean, I understand being from where I'm at, like 3 Mile Island and all this other crap, but you realize the last nuclear power plant to be made is over 50 years old at this point.
Yeah.
What were cars 50 years ago? Be lucky if they got 10 miles to the gallon.
I'm passing out on you. Okay, y'all have a good night. And,
bye, bullets.
I'll catch y'all later.
Bye, bullets.
Thank you.
Have a good night,
I want to say this.
Sleep well, sweet dreams.
If you look at nuclear power plants, the last one is over 50 years old, probably made in the mid 70s. When cars got 10 miles to the gallon, now we get cars that make 40 miles to the gallon. Why is it illegal to make thorium nuclear power plants? Like, honestly, it baffles my mind. I don't understand why. It's the half-life is half of uranium.
Yep.
It's safer. It's more abundant. Thorium is so much more abundant, where the cost of energy is dirt cheap.
Yep.
Like, I don't understand. Like, I'm not even a nuclear physicist. I don't understand why we're not doing thorium nuclear power plants like all over the country. Like, and you can have a decentralized grid where you can have, micro plants that like do
It's
like
all
a
listen to
do like
Mandy.
a
It's all the stupid feminists. It's all
NIMBYs.
yeah. They're just saying, "Oh, nuclear power bad. It'll cause things to have two tails and two heads."
like you can make a power station for every community. Like have like a decentralized grid where you have micro nuclear power plants that power a small area, and that everything's decentralized, and then you can have a libertarian style where you power and run your own nuclear power plant with its own staff, and
Well, for
your
keeping,
energy interdependent, and you get to do whatever the hell
well,
you want, because if you have food and energy, that's independence in this day and age. If you have a way to power the things that you need to power and the food to survive, you don't need
the
anything else.
the
We had
problem
that
is
under Trump.
Oh, I know. You trust me. They got rid of Trump for a reason. I mean, everybody knows it in this chat.
the thing is, even I campaigned online for Mr. Trump, not to brag about it, but I did not take a single penny from the GOP. I did it all on my own when I was in Canada. The thing is, regarding thorium, which you are asking, 25% of or 33% of the world's thorium deposit is with India. They are starting with thorium nuclear reactors. They have an expertise in heavy water reactors. They already have one running actually three nuclear power plants. One in Kudankulam, which is with cutting edge Russian technology. One is Bhava Atomic Research Center, which is the oldest one since the 40s, since the British era. And the third one is Dhruva, nuclear heavy water reactor. So they have done that, and they are in a joint agreement via state to state, and they are building nuclear power plant and giving nuclear heavy water reactor expertise to people in Vietnam, Hanoi, when the then defense minister went to Hanoi in 2016. They already have a civil nuclear agreement. Anyways, thorium is, I think, the thing is, uranium is very, very costly and expensive. Thorium is not. So, if again you are saying about libertarianism, if you are in possession of radioactive isotope material or anything, the government would be at your doorstep. The problem is not anybody else. The problem is only and only the government.
But I was just proving a point. Like, if you have a decentralized grid and everybody running your own little power plant within your community, or within, it does like 100 families or something like that, or 100
Okay,
houses.
but how would you have a decentralized grid in the first instance? Because at the moment you try to even cut the red tape and try to inaugurate it like a housewarming party for the guests, everyone would come to know about it, and someone would inform the government. The government would be at your doorstep. That project would never come to fruition in the first place.
It will, and I can tell you how you would do it. You would say, okay, if you want all cars to be electric cars, we don't have the energy capacity to do that, and to have a robust grid to have every car in the United States to be electric is what their goal is. We need to have a decentralized grid to do it. That's how you sell it.
And the state would very efficiently say that you have to get a license from the government to run it. That's it.
Well, they don't have
You would
the
be
power
on the
consumption.
radar of the government. Government does not want anything of the grid and does not appear on its radar. You
My
need to be on their radar. That's it.
my
That is
point
the
my point is, there. For example, California wants to do all energy are all electric cars in the next 10 years. They're having brownouts in California right now. Like, how are they going to do it? The amount of power
Well,
plants they need to do to even meet the electric car need is you would have to do a project started probably 50 years ago, and it would probably just be wrapping up now just to cover the energy needs. Like, the amount of power needed for all those electric cars and the lithium to power those energy cells.
they were green energy for 40 minutes. Bullet. Do you not realize that they were like literally they were independent of any fossil fuels for 40 minutes. I don't know if you saw that article that because Gavin Newsom, and yeah, by 2035, he proclaimed that there will be no more natural or gas vehicles sold in California, and he proclaimed that we will be green energy independent. And that fucker, 40 minutes of which that they had the ability in which to provide the reserves for the power consumption, and then it went to shit. And then they had people that had their EVs had to power them at 9 o'clock in the evening when the power grid was at less utilization.
But they have brownouts now, and they can't even meet their energy needs now. Like, how? Like,
Yeah.
it's ridiculous. Like, do you realize, like, if diabetic medicine in your refrigerator goes bad, like, people are going to die. Like, literally, taking people's energy out of their households, it's going to cost millions of people their lives.
Yep.
Because half the country is borderline diabetic to begin with.
I was going to say dialysis machines, CPAPs,
Yep.
any oxygen ventilation machines. I mean, people that go well, by AOC standards, within whatever we're at now, it's less than 12 years. Like, do you really? You don't see, like, you can't see the bridge between. If you're fat right now, you don't see the bridge between becoming lean to where you are right now and the steps that you need to take to make that jump. Like, all right, so reduce your carbs, work out more. It's not going to be like, oh, I will just all of a sudden wake up one day and I will be fucking lean because I've adopted a diet without anything else. And then I will now become my BMI weight for my age. It's just, and I know that we're talking amongst our peers and we understand this, but I mean, you've dealt with people on the forums and Newsbreak or Facebook or Twitter or whatever. People don't understand the connection or causation between outcomes and effects, ideology versus facts, reality, logic, reason. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit of a black pill. Like, I think we're fucked because ultimately,
I'm with you.
Like, most people, like George Carlin says, if you look at the average person, they are. I can't exactly remember how he phrased it, but if you look at the average person and realize that 50% of them are more stupid than the average person. And that's where, again, I don't hold myself in high regard. I hope that I'm somewhat more educated than most, but honestly, today, it's more about if you get your message out with memes and a joke, we are literally in the age of idiocracy.
Oh,
if that is where, yeah, well, I totally agree. Like, but if that is where you can have resilience or some type of like permutation to a person's like psyche or where they're thinking with a meme, we're fucked. We are literally fucked.
We're fucked now. We're I mean, you know what I mean? We're totally fucked now. Like, and COVID's gone, but we're still here. But I mean, every single country's having a major problem with getting goods from overseas or Fuel prices are going to go skyrocketing soon. To be honest, the New World Order is going to be kicking in, I reckon, with the next few years before 2029, the Great Depression, and I think it's coming.
That's why I've been trying to warn people. I've been trying to.
As you, sorry to cut you off. Just wanted to chime in real
It's
quick.
not kicking in.
Mr. The Iron Tyrone is here. He had a chat with Godmother very recently on his own channel, and I welcome you, sir. And gentlemen, Godmother has said that she is about to sleep, and I am also going to have a
thought she
shaving
was
so
sleeping.
that I have to go to office. So that is why I also have to leave the panel. But don't worry, this panel would go on for another 9 hours if you people want. So please stay and have a very fruitful conversation. I apologize for chiming in between and
No,
breaking the
man,
flow
it's
of the
good stuff.
conversation.
Not at all.
But I'm loving this. I would like to hear this as an audience instead of chiming in every time and interjecting people. So
Hey.
thanks a lot, sir, gentlemen, for
Contrivers.
being here. Yeah.
No, hey, listen, thank you, but I have to ask you, why are you continuing to work when you know that maybe tomorrow, if our fucking potato head Joe Biden is going to get us into World War III? I mean, I'm being somewhat facetious, but I do think that's a very legitimate concern.
Well, the thing is, to put food on the table for a family of 3, someone has to do something. And given the fact that I live with my parents in their home, and if I would not at least appear to be productive enough, I have my own office. I have 12 employees, and mostly all of them are male. Fortunately enough, my partner
Good.
also agreed,
Good.
and that's it. We run a very small firm, and we do our own thing regarding administration. I work 2 jobs. On weekdays, 1 job, and on weekends, 1 job. So that is how I try to maneuver regarding this very fact that these sort of things are going on around me. It is very unfortunate that this is happening, but we have to face the music someday. Till then, we have to be as resilient as we were 10
Yes.
years ago. So that is why perhaps
Well,
that is the
yeah.
motivation.
Yeah. I would say probably more resilient than what we were in our grandparents' generation, and they went through very difficult times.
Oh yeah, surely. So gentlemen, I would please stay. It is only 2 hours and 7 minutes and 45 seconds right now. You have 9 hours to have a very fruitful conversation, and even by that time, I would be back from the
Yeah.
office. So don't worry.
Yeah,
Bye.
yeah, it was nice talking to you, man. Like you
Nice
had
Thank
some
you, sir.
good stuff.
Thank
Nice
you, sir.
talking to you.
Likewise. Please
I know I
continue
just
the
got in
conversation.
here.
Don't mind me. Don't mind me.
I mean, as I was saying, that all countries are in massive debt, especially America. The European Union is going to fall apart for the next, 6 to 12 months. They've got no way of heating their own citizens, keeping them warm. So where does it leave everyone? It's fucked. There's only like one. Well, I mean, there's
I
one or
wouldn't say
two.
that.
It is like there's no options left. Like the amount of debt that's in the world needs to be liquidated, and the master plan is for the New World Order is to liquidate it and say, okay, well, if you want terms and conditions and you somewhat freedoms back, New World Order, one more government, one more currency, one religion. And that's what's slowly coming.
They've been delayed from a lot of their plans, and they've been rushing a lot of things. Like I wouldn't say it's 100. Like it. Let's just say this: things could have gone much worse than a lot of people are thinking, because they were planning to bring out the whole, Convid scheme in 2025. They weren't even planning to bring it out this early. It was something that was rushed, like their hand was forced.
Omicron was the best thing that ever could have happened.
There you go.
Without that variation, yeah, we would be on that path to exactly what you're talking about. That fucked up their whole plan.
How?
Well, like Omicron was a very rapidly transmissible, much like Delta, much like the Alpha variant, but it was much less deadly. It mutated, and that fucked up their whole plan.
Yeah.
Yep. 100%.
Well, it fizzled out a lot faster than they thought it would, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because
They did not see that mutation took place. And so all the jabs, all the vaccinations that would be, which most people would readily accept, even though it was a 99.7% non-mortality rate, they put fear in everybody. But when Omicron came out, they're like, hey, you know what? I got it. Hey, it's a variation. Hey, it was maybe worse than the flu, maybe as bad or maybe less, depending on the person. That really fucked up their whole strategy of where they wanted the population to submit to what they wanted. That's my opinion, and whatever.
well,
That's
I'll
why I
put it-
say it's not going to hell. We're not there yet. But one thing I could say is we're on the tightrope. We're not. I understand where you're coming from with your pessimism, because think about how much time they've had to prepare for their little scheme. Like way much more than we are, and we're like not organized at all. You have an organized force with infinite funds versus a bunch of people who don't really have the funds and don't have the resources, and kind of are stuck in this very short term, like, we're not really in our right minds because we're always being pitted against each other. It would seem abysmal, and that's why I say I understand where you're coming from.
I mean, they've had it planned for quite some time. How long, we don't know. But I mean, back in 2018, also, our state premier, her boyfriend or whatever, sits on the advisory board. And it was already patent and licensed back then. So how fucking far back does it go?
it goes way back.
It goes pretty far.
Way back. But I mean, when it comes to food and all that as well, Russia and Ukraine has most of the world's fertilized plants. That's where it all comes from. Australia only has one, and they're trying to shut them all down, and we need it for food. So food prices are going through the roof, and it's hard to come by. Food's getting more and more scarce now.
Well, it's more than just that. If you've been following the news over the last 6 months, how many times, and I'm dead serious, has single Cessnas crashed into food processing plants? It is ungodly.
Hey, Bullet.
It's
yeah,
like,
no,
there's like 4 or 5 planes that crash into the food processing plants.
No, it
It's
goes
ungodly.
more than that. There's a gentleman that has a website that people can self-report on either food production. It could be poultry or food processing, energy production plants. We all heard about France's largest market that got firebombed. I mean, this guy, and you know what? If I can, I'll go back inside. I'm out here on my porch having a fire, but I will go back and see if I can find that link, and I'll post it. It really makes you realize it's not a U.S., it's not a Euro, it is a South American, it's a Canadian, it's a U.S. There are so many different unforeseen, much like VADs, that people just, I mean, if you never saw this, you would be like, oh yeah, I heard about the Cessna running into that.
I'm talking about
that
Monkey
food
Works.
production.
There's like 4 or 5 planes that have crashed into food processing plants over the last 6 months.
Monkey Works tracks planes in the U.S., including military planes and activities.
Yeah, it's flat out like it's statistically impossible for the amount of Cessnas to crash into food processing plants. Like one would be an anomaly. Like it is insane how bad it's like it's at least 3 or 4 planes that have crashed into food processing plants, and it's always for
Hasn't
like meat plants. It's either chicken, beef. You know, it's all those kind of places it crashes into. And the other
So
thing,
yeah,
well,
so like the number of plants that have been like attacked by or had like an impact, it pales in comparison to. And again, I'll look it up here and see if I can put it on in the chat. But this
wasn't it 30?
what's that?
Wasn't there like 25 or 30 plants that have burnt down over the last 6 months?
No, it's over
And other suspicious fires and what you're saying as well. I was just saying.
no,
it's
no.
higher.
There are more than 200, either arsons, fires, disruptions because of either lack of maintenance or whatever. And again, I don't know that all 200
Lack of
are.
maintenance.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like people should be fired. You know, that's their
It
job.
wasn't a lack of maintenance, man.
Yeah.
It's just I mean, a lot of that stuff you kind of have. This is just what I believe. I believe that a lot of the plans that they're kind of making for us, telling us we're going to be eating crickets and not, trying to attack our meat and stuff like that. These small group of people. It's a smaller group of people than you think.
Yeah,
Like it's
exactly.
like it's a very small group. In fact, some people have dialed it down between 50 and 150.
I was told it was like 700 or so. Yeah, it was a very
Just
small amount.
Like they may have unlimited resources, but here's the thing: like it's my belief that there's not just one pick to this party. Like it's not just one side ruling everything. Because if it was just one side, then I would be with the guy at the top with TNFS. I would say, yeah, we're effed, we're screwed. But
all right, so that link I just posted it. You can go in there and look at it. You can look at it by geographical map. And that came from the Gateway Pundit. Some people will be like, oh, that's a fucking right-wing news source or whatever. But these are self-reported. This guy set up his own website and meanwhile, I mean, this guy, he was prevented from his first hosting service there. They shut him down. Don't know all the details behind it, but people didn't want that to be released. And again, it's not just the US, it's not just Canada, it's South America, it's the EU, it's Russia.
But you have to ask, why are they targeting meat? And my idea is meat has a lot of testosterone in it. If you start going to soy products, I'm not saying spinach, but if you start getting to a lot of the plants that have a lot of microestrogens and estrogen in them, you're going to make a more docile man. So over time, if you cut the meat out of people's diets, you're going to get a weaker man that you can
For
dominate.
compliance.
Yes, for compliance. It's all about compliance.
Yep.
Because you take away meat, you take away testosterone, you're going to have the rise of the beta cucks, and they're just going to be so much easier to control because everybody's T levels. Like if you look at T levels in the last 100 years, they're almost cut in half at this point. It is insane.
We look at the PBAs that are in plastics or microplastics that are impacting them. Yeah, but I mean, maybe there's a correlation to that, but let's face it. I mean, it is more dietary. People don't drink tons of aspects from PBA plastic bottles.
Mm-hmm.
But they do either eat less meat, they do eat more soy products or hydrogenated products or things that are processed. that are not natural. So yeah, no, I'm I'm on board with you. Like, the whole PBA, like, I think there's a correlation to that, but I'm not one that thinks that that is the ultimate aspect of why men are becoming
It's part
first
of
of
it.
all, yeah. I mean, is it causation or correlation?
It's a correlation. It's not causation.
There's a
It's
strong correlation.
there's a strong correlation. And the other thing is, what do you reheat your food in?
Oh yeah, microwave, and then you have the plastics that
There you
are
go.
part of that process. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. All of it, all the Glad containers, they're all plastic. Everything is plastic nowadays.
Yep.
So the question becomes, how are you supposed to gain testosterone levels? It's normally eating red.
You want to avoid storing stuff in plastic containers. You want to put it in glass containers.
Yep.
And don't drink bottled water.
Well, bottled water, you might as well drink tap water at this point. Bottled water is not healthy for you at all. If you have an alternative to clean tap water, it's safer for you.
Well,
especially as a man.
And just think of the way that, like, in my industry, I'm in the healthcare industry. It's 90%, not 90+% women, and it for me to like call out another woman to say, yeah, you're wrong.
That's on purpose, by the way.
No, exactly. I mean, it is like the educational. I mean, fuck me. If I could go back and do it over again, there's no fucking way I would work in this industry. I feel like I work in a 3rd or 4th grade teaching environment, where I am the only male teacher with a whole bunch of fucking, kids that, parents, medical directors look at me and go well, all right, you're automatically wrong until you're able to prove yourself right.
Yeah, we were talking about plastics and stuff like that. You got to think women are pretty much already at where they want men to be. So they set the standard for the control. Like they're pretty much the end goal. Guys, like what I'm saying is like the way that they're acting, like women, like the reason why you have all these industries with like 90% women and stuff like that is because they were trying to funnel certain groups within certain areas that were high in agreeableness and things like that, where they could actually, commit these grand atrocities and things like that, because they would just go along with it. You got women posting stuff on like Snapchat and on Twitter about, oh, look, I took the jab, right? And then like 2 or 3 weeks later, they're like, oh, I had a miscarriage or something like that. Like, but it has nothing to do with this thing or something like that. Like,
but think about what the stuff that the food is meant for. It's all in this plastic stuff. It's nuke in the microwave. It's all plastics. It's to make the girl's life easier at the cost of men. Once again, prove me wrong.
No, I agree. That makes sense.
Well, the other thing that people don't realize is what would happen obesity wise if we made, corn syrup. If we took that sugar out and made that illegal, how much of the body fat in America would disappear?
Yep.
Like that alone would get rid of probably, I would say 50% of the body fat in America.
The farming industry would never allow that. The
I understand that.
They would be like, fuck.
I understand that. I'm just saying. Corn syrup is probably the most damning thing in American diets, more than anything else.
Yep.
More than saturated fat, more than anything else is the high fructose corn syrup.
We'll change it.
Well, I mean, look at the first like 3 or 4 ingredients out of most of the food that you have in your pantry. It's going to be high fructose corn syrup. And after that, it's going to be probably 50,000 letter preservatives, like Diamex, whatever. It's probably going to be corn syrup. It'd be water.
Yeah, it's like
corn syrup and then some preservative.
Corn, flour, and then corn syrup. Yeah.
And that's all FDA, because look at beer, for example. beer in America tastes like crap because it has to have all these preservatives in it. You go to Europe, there's no preservatives in any of the beer. It's room temperature and there's no preservatives, and they're fine. Yet America has to have cold beer with shitty preservatives, and it makes it. Anytime an American beer gets to room temperature, it's awful. We can all agree. A Budweiser warm, good grief. Amstel light warm, nasty. You know what I mean?
Miller's draft.
But that's my whole point. Like it's all FDA rulings.
So here's my dilemma. I love IPAs, and IPAs have a lot of hops, and hops have a lot of a progesterone equivalent. Now, some people say that that's good for the liver, better than normal beer. All right, flavonoids, whatever. Like drinking an IPA is probably as equivalent as drinking a glass of red wine. Don't know. Don't really necessarily agree with all that. I think it's all bad. But, yeah, all right. So like the whole sudden, all right. So I work in the population health with like Medicare senior folks. The one thing that we tell them more than anything else, your HDL, your LDL is things that you can impact directly either with diet or exercise. We give these seniors, because we are at risk for them. If we keep them healthy out of the hospital, we make money. If they don't follow our guidelines or incentives, and we literally give them incentives to get themselves healthy. Like we give them breaks on their premium. If you go into Silver Sneakers, which is a exercise program for the elderly, if you go in there, you're going to be paying less out of pocket. So we try and do as much as we can. And I get them in, I work with healthcare systems. I identify patient populations that are like, if you have two comorbidities, if you have high blood pressure, COPD, boom. These are the guys that you need to target. Your practices, your PCPs need to reach out. Here they are. Here's the demographics. We have cards or information for you. We will send the data file to you. You print out on your fucking letterhead. You get them in, right? The problem is most people don't care until it affects them directly. When they have an aneurysm, when they have I got faint, I had, short of breath, or I became faint, there is no repercussion. Once you're on like Medicare or Medicare premium, a Part C policy, most people don't care until they're in the hospital. And they're like going, gee, this inpatient stay is going to, even though it's been subsidized because I have a insurance policy, part from Medicare, Part A and Part B, they don't care. They do not care until they have an out-of-pocket expense. Even when we go in and say, you had that adverse event, we will pay you to go in and we will pay you to do Silver Sneakers, which is a cardiovascular, come in once or twice a week. We'll pay you for yoga. We will pay you for at-home yoga. Most don't fucking follow up and do it. They're like, I'm going to roll the dice. I like my sedentary lifestyle. So my whole point is, as much as what we would like for people to change, and I think this is somewhat goes back to the whole aspect of what we were talking about before, people will not change until it affects them directly and immediately. I mean, I used to be very altruistic, like, you know what, hey, if you had a heart attack, yeah, you should probably be one of those people that I need to change my diet. I need to change my lifestyle. I need to stop smoking. I need to stop drinking. I need to take 5,000 fucking steps a day. Most people don't do it. Most people are lazy, ineffective fucks.
Well,
And they would rather blame other people with where they are than where they are today.
Well, the only
Brandon.
way we used to be able to fix this, and It's free, doesn't cost any money, and
Bingo.
it works
Bingo.
and it works the best. It's called shaming. Shaming is now basically made illegal, and because you can't shame someone to make better decisions, everybody's left to their own freaking devices, and humans will always do the most easiest thing possible. Shame used to be the tool to get you to do something that was hard. If you looked fat, what'd you do? You shamed the shit out of them, and guess what? They went to the gym. Oh, you're not the strongest person out there. You get shamed for your weak muscles or whatever the case may be. You went to the gym. Why? Because you're sick of getting shamed. Shaming is a tool, and the fact that shaming isn't around anymore, or it's basically illegal now to shame anybody for anything,
Yep.
gets you to the mess we're in today. Like, you go in the 1950s and you didn't meet a certain body type, you were shamed by teachers, you were shamed by students, you were shamed by everybody. I mean, how many times have you watched the movies where you had this fat guy trying to do the rope at school, and then like the teachers are making fun of him, the gym teachers making fun of him, the students are making fun of him, and then it finally motivate him to go to the top, to cross that blue, electrical tape line at the top of the rope.
I mean, no. I mean, we used to
That's-
have the presidential fitness, and
Oh,
that
I
was
know.
that was something which that most men and I think women, I don't know, but we strive for that. We wanted that the adulation, but yes, and I completely agree. The shaming aspect is lost in this society. But what I was kind of trying to get at is that even if like shaming doesn't work, there is no negative incentive. In fact, insurers get paid more for higher comorbidity and less healthy people instead of going, you're going to be paying more for that. No. And again,
Trust me, I have a unique perspective on this. I used to work at a pharmacy for retirement homes. The amount of Percocets that I processed in a day is mind-boggling. I only did for nursing homes. I probably would package between 4,000 and 5,000 Percocets a day into pillow packs for retirement homes. Like the narc room, the amount of bottles I went of Percocet is insane, and it's just to shut people up. Oh, I have back problems. Percocet. Oh, I have a headache. Percocet. Like, you ever been to a nursing home? It's literally The Walking Dead. It's the constipated Walking Dead, because. But I'm saying it's so sad, because anybody that's on Percocets, the Percocet walk. It's literally the zombie walk, and literally they just give it to people just to shut up. Like, I heard this one guy, he's like, I have a headache, my head really hurts, and literally I looked at the pharmacist, and he handed the guy a freaking Percocet to shut him up.
Yep.
And that's when I stopped working at the I used to do the medicine, and then we would bring it to the nursing homes, and then I would be basically a farm tech for the medicine, and I just walked away. I had to quit. I was like, I can't be part of an industry that literally someone asks for a headache and they're giving Percocet for, just to shut them up. Like, it's horrible. Never send your family member to a nursing home. It's a death sentence.
Fentanyl's a big thing now, isn't it?
Oh, I know. They started doing fentanyl, but I stayed away from the patches. They used to do fentanyl patches, and I was like, I am staying away from that shit.
But there is no disincentive. They, like the individual, they still pay the same premium. And again, I mean, I think that like the way that CMS incentivizes Medicare, Part D or Part C companies, it's basically, let's offload the risk that we would have for our because like all right, so the way the industry works is you get a Medicare Part C, which is a inpatient outpatient, basically covers Medicare Part A and B. Part D is for prescriptions. So they take a 5% cut from what normal Medicare rates would be. They have to manage that in order to make a profit. And there's a benefit to that because, in my opinion, If you're on Medicare Part A and Part B, and you're like, nobody is taking care of your preventative medicine, you're not getting outreach to say, come in and get your fucking colonoscopy, get your your breast exam. I mean, I do think that there's value in that. Granted, I work in the industry, I work in population health, and I can see the outcomes and the improvements that we make. But that being said, there's no penalization for any fucking Medicare Part C premium or Medicare Advantage member if they fuck up, if they don't do their job, or if they don't improve their outcomes. There's incentives, but there's no penalties. All
Yep.
that all that we can do is say, hey, you know what? If if you have a Fitbit and you're doing 10,000 steps a day, we can then lower your Part D expenses by 5% for whatever formulary, or there are various aspects of formularies of which more expensive drugs you can incentivize them. But literally, there is no incentive for somebody going, I am a fat fuck, I'm on dialysis, I'm not going to change my diet. All that we can do is, like, you need to go in and get tested more frequently to make sure that your insulin is up to date and correct. They don't pay more. And again, be it Medicare Advantage or Medicare, which you and I are paying for. That's what gets me incentivized or like upset or passionate about. Because look, I mean, not only do I want my members to be happy and healthy and live their lives to the fullest capability that they can, you and I are paying for that shit. We pay it with FICA, but at the end of the day, that money will be paid out to them, because I mean, that is the third rail of any voting aspect. Social Security, Medicare, you're not going to fuck with that. Politicians know that.
Yeah, but
So
what would happen if I told you that the government takes a life insurance policy on its people, and that there's incentive for someone to die? If you understood that there's a life insurance policy out for every person in the United States, and they get $100,000 for each citizen that dies, you would understand exactly what's going on. Everything makes sense once you add that little piece to the pie. Because if you think about it, your Social Security number is collateral, where your personhood can be sold to another company. Because otherwise, if you didn't have Social Security cards, you couldn't get loans, because there's nothing used for collateral. So the collateral is the work. So if you understand that, the only way you can increase financially the debt ceiling is through Social Security, then you realize, okay, if they can do that, why can't they use a life insurance policy on that Social Security number? And once you figure that in, then you realize, oh my God, everything makes sense then. Because the only reason why they would be doing what they're doing is if they benefited when people die. Once you add that piece of the puzzle, everything makes sense.
I'm not sure if
He's not far off, because there's companies that actually do have policies out on their own workers.
Yeah. So why wouldn't my company has a life insurance policy on all their employees? If they die, they get compensated. And the other thing.
all right. So completely different. Life insurance by employees, yes.
But why can't the government do it based off your Social Security number? Like, there's not a far stretch there.
No, I mean, that's essentially what Social Security does. They look at your age when you're born, what your life expectancy is, if you are, and I'm sure that they had the ability to track whether or not, if you drink, if you smoke, based on, again, CMS data. If you go in, you're 65, you're on Medicare, hey, I report back. I mean, they have an ICD-10 code that indicates, hey, you are a drinker, or you have suspected cirrhosis of the liver, you smoke. They track all of that. And so, but do I think it's a life insurance? No, I think that they have projections to know in 20 years, where is the general population going, and what is our potential payout?
Well, my whole thing to link to what we're talking about before is financially to have collateral to get a loan. Someone's going to have to give up collateral, and the only collateral a business or a country has, it's either its natural resources or the labor. So if you know that labor is collateral for all future debt, because if the United States runs out of debt, it's going to sell its Social Security numbers to other countries, and you're basically going to be a wage slave for another country. Once you realize that, having a life insurance policy by the government to minimize that loss, because if you think about it, if they're collateralizing you as a loan, then they have financial incentive for that person to work. They're going to want to have a policy to protect itself when you die, because you are now basically a detriment by dying as a worker, because then they can't use you as a collateralized loan. That's my whole point. That you have to have, if you have debt, you have to have something to collateralize. And if you have something to collateralize a loan, either resources or work, you have to have life insurance policies out on those people, because you have to protect that asset.
Yeah, I could see that as a working person, like meaning that, all right, so you're 25 years old, you're making whatever, $60,000 a year. Your projected income should be this in this projection. These are our expenses involved in your care post 65 on Medicare. Yeah, absolutely. There are actuarials actuaries that look at what is the benefit that they pay in versus what they pay out. But that's different than somebody that is already at Medicare age.
Well,
And
I would argue they put a life insurance policy out on you, and it's just like anything else, you're going to get the cash assets back. So the research that I've done is I found out that every single person in the United States has a $100,000 life insurance policy that the government puts on you, so when they die, they can collect that, because it's collateralized debt that's been amortized over a lifetime. So basically, they're getting the cash portion of what they put in.
I don't know of any. Now I know of private insurers, but I don't know of any government.
Because the government is a corporation, and the corporation is going to do what a normal corporation does. It's going to do what normal corporations do, like today, where they have life insurance policies on their employees that if an employee dies, they get benefits from it. So why wouldn't the government do the same thing?
So the only thing that I would say is that you have to look at actuarial studies that say, if you're a male, if you're a female, and if you take early retirement, we know based on actuarial studies to say that our payout would be less if you take early retirement versus if you waited. And then again, if you wait until your full retirement age, for most people 67 and a half or 67, depending on your age, or if you wait until 70, yes, you get an 8% bonus each year that you wait past your full retirement age, 67.
Yep.
So that 24%, but we know that actuarially for most men, it's 77. Most women, it's 81 and a half, So yes, and there is a Ponzi scheme with that. Absolutely.
That's what I'm getting at. Like, if you look at death tables, and like I have a cousin that's an actuarial, and he kind of hinted at all this stuff because he can't really say that. I mean, he's a mister. Like he passed all his tests, so he's high level actuarial at insurance companies. But my point is, for the government to make any money on these collateralized debts, they have to secure them. And like when you go and get a loan from a bank, okay, the bank's not going to give you a loan until they have a clean deed on the house, okay? So what's a clean deed? A clean deed is deed that has no debt against it, and then that it's no one else owns it. And then what do they do with those deeds? They securitize them, and then they trade them out on the open market. And then those deeds are now backed by good deeds and bad deeds, just like anybody else. It's called securitization. That's a financial term.
Yep.
So
No,
why wouldn't they do that with? You could do
Right,
the exact
so-
same thing with annuities. You can take good long-term annuities and short-term annuities, securitize them on a high level, and then that fixes that problem with people retirement. And if you notice, they keep pushing the retirement age further and further back. Even with RMD, which is required minimum distribution, that's when you become 72 and a half, you have to take out of your 401k.
Yep.
Why do they do that? Because if you don't
There's
take
no
out the
taxable
money,
event, right?
they need they need to have a balance of taxable money that they're collecting every year and when you die. So when you die, you have to pay a death tax unless you put your money in a trust. But there's different ways of doing it. I talked to a financial planner, but just to get you like up to speed with it, they want to make sure that their short-term and long-term things are planned. That's why they have RMD. Like once you understand that everybody has a life insurance policy out on you, everything that the government does makes complete sense.
So
Because
I
it justifies all their actions. Every action they take makes financial sense. Otherwise, it does make financial sense. But when you had life insurance policies, everything makes sense. Because if you follow what they do, it completely matches what a normal financial person would do in that situation.
All right. So, all right. FICA is paid 6.5% by the employee, 6.5% by
Mhm.
the employer.
Yep.
So, if you're talking about like that being a insurance policy, I can't really get on. I can kind of see like, because again, if you took that 12.5% and you individually or even 6.5% invested that yourself, you would do far better in the long term over what you would get with Social Security, which is basically a bond 10.
Yeah, but what is, you're so close on that. What is that money you're putting? That is the cash portion of your annuity. So, prime example, you buy an annuity, you put X number down every single month. That's the cash value.
Yep.
And that cash value is that $100,000 that they get back when they're taking a higher loan than just because the net worth of a person on average for a lifetime is between, I think they read the numbers either 1.5 or to $3 million is what you contribute to society through your work on average for the average person. Bill Gates is on one end and a bum is on the other. But an average is between $1.5 and $3 million a year or a lifetime.
I mean, let's split it. Like 1.5 million, and that's again, that's not compounding. That's saying at 65, I have a $1.5 million of earned income credits, and I'm going to get conservatively earn 4%.
No,
that's $60,000 a year. Social Security might pay you at best around $3,200. Even if because again, it doesn't matter if you make 300,000. There's a cap for your AIE. So you're going to get a cap no matter, if you make $500,000, 1 million, 2 million. Social Security is going to look at your PIA and your AIE and say, well, you maxed out at $3,200 a year. Now, the only problem with that is that people don't realize that even though that you earn that, you also have a survivor benefit. So even though your spouse doesn't earn shit, she's a stay-at-home mom.
Oh, I know. Trust me.
And, so she's going to be paid out as well if you die.
Yes.
So there again, it's not a perfect system. and where women go like, oh, like I like stayed at home, I didn't have to, I was like, no, you were fucking taken care of. If you were fucking married, you little fucking whore, just be a
But
fucking good housewife. Anyway,
but
that's a separate discussion, I guess. But
yeah, but I'm just saying if you look at what you were saying before with the spread between what what the government's spending for Social Security and what it's getting in policy, it's pennies on the dollar. It's like
oh, huge.
it's the
Oh,
bank spread. So
yeah.
you're putting in, if you think about it this way, you're putting in 6.5% of your paycheck, that they're taking that money and throwing it into an annuity program that they're getting.
And 6.5 of your employers. So it really, I mean, it's almost 13%.
Yeah, but
But
I'm not counting the employer. I'm just counting you.
okay.
Make life easy. I understand it's a lot worse, but
Yep.
if you count the 6.5% in, that's going to be the cash value of an annuity, and then that annuity is going to be turned into an annuity package that there's a cash value in, and then they get paid out based off the interest rates, which is kind of like the bank. If you understand the banking rate, which is basically the bank spread, which is interest payments on money that you have at the bank and what they charge in interest. The money
Yep.
there's no reason why a government's broke, because they should be making bank right now if they are doing this. That's why all these countries aren't going bankrupt, because if you look at their spending patterns, every country on the planet should be like, why they keep collateralizing all these debts? It doesn't make any sense. But when you realize that there's a life insurance policy and an annuity set up, it all makes sense, because then they have collateralized an annuity that they're now getting money back for, because they have to have collateralized debt. They need something to collateralize the debt. So they're not doing natural resources, they're doing labor. It's the only way you can, otherwise no country in the planet would give United States the money to do their debt, because there's nothing to back the loan. It's basically a loan in good faith, which no country in their right mind would ever do. It has to be backed by something, and it's backed by the U.S. worker. So if the country goes broke, you're basically going to be, your Social Security cards are all going to be transferred to China, and then guess what? China now has all this paid for, basically slave labor in a nutshell. You're just slave. When people say your Social Security card is slavery, it legit is slavery. They're selling it on an open market, and then because they have to have something to back these loans. No one's going to give them, even on a sovereign bank level. There's no one that's going to give you a loan without reassurances if you can't pay. Like, what country would give you trillions of its natural resources and wealth for a loan that's not collateralized? It doesn't make a bit of sense.
No, it is all based on the faith and confidence in what the Federal Reserve would back the U.S. dollar as.
But that's being paid in dollars. What I'm saying is, a country is going in and saying, you want to raise the debt ceiling, we need to go into debt, and you're not using you're using U.S. bonds. You're buying bonds.
Well,
but you're going to you want to have a collateralized, basically a security to back those bonds, because no one's going to buy all these bonds if they're just buying paper money. They need something to collateralize.
It literally is the future projection of faith that the U.S. government would uphold the guarantee of the U.S. dollar. I mean,
yeah, I understand that.
Look at the Weimar Republic. What happened when the Deutschmark went to shit? What did they have to do? What the Germany?
Oh, I know, they had to buy a loaf of bread with a wheelbarrow's worth of money.
No, I mean, no, but what was the basis of that? It was either land, natural resources, like material goods,
or labor,
or labor, right? But to your point, like, I get what you're saying, like, but the problem that I see is that you're saying that it's commoditized, that 6.5%, and that should be an annuity. But the reality is that Medicare, Social Security, that's just one component. We're not talking about WIC. We're not talking about
Oh, I
any
know.
of the other federal. So
SSDI,
all,
or SDIC. We're not.
yeah,
There's
like
all of
that.
it.
That like FICA is just what people pay into, and then their normal tax rate. And
Mm-hmm.
people don't realize that there is a shitload of other, unearned income tax credits. WIC, Section 8.
Oh, I know.
Um,
Sometimes you get you
it's
get like
just
a
it's
1% local tax for like
yeah, or
the parks.
your local county employee or gas or vehicle tax. Like, does it go towards the roads? Fuck no.
No, it
It probably
doesn't.
goes towards like, oh, we have to help out, like, subsidize,
Nicaragua.
well, no, we have to subsidize like local busing. Which, again, I'm not trying to be this asshole that, like, I don't want to pay for anybody else's services, but yeah, there's so many different taxes that take place where when we think that we pay FICA and we pay our state taxes, that should go towards our either local or federal government. No, it's literally going towards people that can't survive on their own. They have kids they can't pay for. Your FICA that you would think, oh, that should probably go towards my Social Security, my Medicare. It's not. It's being
Mm-mm.
funneled. That is
Yeah,
part of the general
that
trust
goes
fund.
back to the woman thing though. Like, cause women, whenever they get the vote, it increases the welfare state.
100%. Yeah.
And that, like, I actually had an ex who worked at WIC, and my ex worked at WIC, and one of their main things is getting people in the door. That's like their main focus is not actually to help people. It's
They make money
referrals.
from that. They get
Yeah.
they get incentives. They get extra
get
funding by the
referrals.
state.
Yes.
Yeah.
the
No,
referral system.
I work for anyway. I worked in an industry which that we looked at ways that we could help nonprofits to better their bottom line, and that was the
Yep.
number one. Get more people in the door. If you can count and
Yep.
if you can tabulate them, you get more money.
But to do that, like, the main thing is to get women, like, basically churn out a bunch of single mothers and appeal to the female vote. Like, get more. Like, a lot of this stuff is just kind of lockstep. Like, it's
Well,
kind
think
of
about it. If you get it to the woman and the woman divorces the husband, that's a taxable event. That means half their assets are going to be taxed. Okay, they have to sell the house. Another taxable event. They got to pay all the taxes on that. So the more times the government can get you to buy and sell something, the more money it's going to make, either through sales tax.
Yep.
This is why sales tax is so insidious, because it incentivizes all this bad shit to happen. Like, if there was no sales tax, there would be no incentivizing divorce, because the true wealth of a family is in its home. So if there is no tax benefit of selling the home after a divorce, there'd be no reason to have divorce. You'd actually want to promote families at that point, because if there is no incentive to sell the house, then the government wants you to be a stable family to pay taxes in other ways.
Yep.
So the fact that there's sales tax on a house is basically, the damning of the family.
All right. So yeah. So I mean, I would clarify that. Say that for a couple, it's a $500,000 exclusion, but you are correct in that there is a 6.5-7% excise tax with a realtor, and if you don't think that realtors have a fucking huge lobbying in this country, like
I know.
they'll be like, oh no, yeah, no,
Well,
we're
the
like
extent-
like in the event of divorce, would we allow like well, yeah, we're gonna drop that in half? Fuck no. They would be like, hey, you know what? We're doing the same amount of work. Anyway, so no, I look, I mean, having gone through a divorce, and went through all that, and even I had an ex-girlfriend that represented me that was a realtor. I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm kind of going through some shit. We were together for 5.5 years. Can you give me a little? Nope. Hey, Curly, I've done a shit ton of which she didn't. She just, she hired a professional photographer. Not saying that she didn't do her job, but she
Mhm.
got paid a pretty penny for the amount of work that she did.
Yep.
She would make a well established attorney blush at her hourly rate. Well, I'm just going to say that.
Yep.
Anyway.
And the
You,
thing
you ever
is,
notice something though? Like, I mean, I know I'm going back to the women thing, but y'all already know what the focus of my channel is. Like, when they make money, like, it doesn't have a net benefit on society. Like, the net benefit from the people in society who make the most money comes from the men, because it's a net generator of wealth and a net generator of like status and family. Like, I don't know. Have any of y'all noticed that?
No, they don't reciprocate it back to
They just put it
others.
right back into the system.
No, I would say that they put it back into the system that benefits them. There is no altruism. Again, again, anecdotal, but my experience for the women that I've dated, that I would say that most of them have been middle income, if not higher income. Most of them have all been focused in on them. And if they spend money, it benefits others that serve them. It's not an altruistic of, I'm going to give. I mean, I've had some virtue signaling events where, oh, I'm going to help out. Like, let's go to a charitable
So
ball
they're
and
like insurance
we're
companies.
helping. Well, yeah. I mean, there's, again, I'm not saying that they're all like this, but I'm just saying that in my experience, if it's not virtue signaling and if they can't be seen for what they give, they'll spend money, and intrinsically it goes back to help the community, but only because it benefits them.
I just looked this up too. You know, the death tax, it's going from $12 million or 11.5, sorry, that you didn't have to pay taxes on. They're dropping it down to $5 million.
Right,
So,
because that Trump, I think Trump raised that, as well as the.
yep.
All right, so all right, so this is one of the things that fucking
Like
pisses me off
that's what I'm
about
saying.
idiots.
It's all about like you literally, the only way to keep generational wealth is passing it down to your kids or passing it down to a family member. If you're losing basically 50% of the amount of value that you can pass on to your kid, and you realize that tax rate is going to be at 50% because your income level is going to be at the highest tax bracket once you are claiming anything over that. So it's like they're just taxing you and they're stealing all your generational wealth, and then you wonder why everybody's freaking poor. Like, even rich people can't survive at that kind of tax rate. Like, you can't pass the wealth to your next generation, so they're going to get a smaller part of the pie, and then like 3 or 4 generations down, even people as rich as Elon Musk are going to have nothing because it's all going to go to the state.
Well, I have an uncle in Montana. He has 1,200 acres
Nice.
outside of Bozeman, right? But 20 years ago, that was probably $3,000 or $4,000 an acre, maybe,
Mm-hmm.
and that was generational. Like,
Yeah.
my great grandfather owned that. So again, like, I mean, it's worth multi-million dollars now, depending on where it is on the Yellowstone River. But can he afford to pay, or can my cousins afford to pay for that?
No.
No, they're going to sell off part of that land to pay. So I mean, literally, it does. I mean, it. Granted, the large multinational corporations that own that, they can figure out ways to get around that for the generation people that they're not going to. I mean, I have 3 female cousins. They never wanted to work the ranch. I wish I got into farming and got involved with that. But anyway, but they're like, yeah, it is a dead prospect. But when that takes place, when he dies, yeah, it's going to be a huge tax advantage for the IRS because they'll be like, well, just like what you said, and depending on when he dies, I think it's like 2024 when that tax,
No,
when it goes.
there's ways of sheltering that. Like if you put it into a trust or something, that's the only way he can survive the tax benefit. So you gotta. I'd seriously talk to a financial planner about that. 'Cause
Yeah, I know they talk, and I'm sure, like, my
especially if you have that
yes.
much land, like you gotta. It's worth the money. Like if you can save. Like if you could do a document that's going to cost you, $1,000, it's worth it to
Yeah,
save that kind of money. Like
I
if you're dealing with
yeah,
millions of dollars, like there's a thing called they're called either estate planning attorneys or death attorneys.
yeah,
You
I
should
know that
seriously
they
look into
have
them.
like an all right, so they have like an irrevocable trust,
Hmm.
and there is an aspect of which that if they parcel that out, from what I understand, then each person would be looked at as a separate entity of which that tax benefit would hit. I don't know what the total, with the 12,000 acres. Yeah, and again, a lot of it is not prime, like it is rural farmland, mountain area,
Still
so it's
land.
not. Yeah, I mean, outside of Bozeman, it's in Belgrade.
You got
I mean,
mineral
shit.
rights. You can throw some trees on it, cut
He's
down
got
trees in 20 years, and
water
then you got
rights.
lumber.
Yep.
I mean,
No, I mean, believe me. I mean, my biggest, my mom, she was a half inheritor. I mean, this is her brother, and she gave that up like 15 years ago because she was like, oh, I don't live there, and I'm like, you literally probably gave $8 to $9 million, maybe
What
more
the hell?
now,
Oh, shit.
and she was like, oh, I just, that he's worked it, and he did. I mean, believe me, I don't think that she should get all that amount, but believe me, I look at that and go, oh,
yeah.
that would have been a nice
Yeah,
little
but you're
cachet for
thinking
you.
long term though. Women don't think long term.
No, exactly. Like most men would be like,
Sign me up.
hey, hey, I'm your brother, not your sister, but I'm your brother, and you worked it. Yeah, you should get the lion's share, but our parents gave it to both of us, so maybe I give you 70-30, because you maintained it and whatever, but I'm not going to give it all up,
Or,
you know,
but
or,
at this,
or if I've helped pay for the taxes, which he did for a while. Anyway,
but
I'm
what I
not
was
going to go
getting
into
at
that.
is if you do it in a trust, you can have it gifted into another trust, and then you don't have to pay taxes. Like that's it's one of those things that every state has their own tax laws and benefits. Like you can't go over them all. It's impossible. That's why they have estate attorneys, and you could have got that solved with like $1,000 document, literally, and you would have been completely tax free and all that stuff for $1,000.
Yep.
Like it doesn't cost a lot of money.
No, like when my mom passed, she had a insurance annuity
Hmm.
that it passed through probate, through
Yep.
I mean,
Probate
fuck me.
sucks.
Well, I mean, so like we're all, I think probably MGTOW here, so I've seen it on both sides. I got fucked over in my divorce.
Hmm.
Married short time. Put my wife on the deed
Ooh.
because I
Oh boy.
refinanced. Yeah, well, you know what? I didn't know. And fuck me.
Jesus, dude.
Well, you live and learn. Don't
Yeah,
everybody
no,
makes mistakes.
you
You live and
do,
learn.
but if
It's a
like,
costly one, but you
that,
made a mistake.
yeah, it was we sold it. Well, we got divorced in 2011, so sold it at the bottom of the market. The house has appreciated triple since then. Whatever. Lessons learned. My mom got taken by a fucking gold digger, So I've seen it on both sides. Like he literally he bought 10% of the household. See, he was an in tenant common owner, and
Okay.
that gave him full rights to say whether or not if he wanted to sell. She passed before him, gave him full rights to sell it if he wanted to or not. And we went through this whole litigation, whole like as trustees. She had a prenup. Fuck me. That was a fucking worthless document. Because literally the arbitration judge said, hey, you know what? I would say it's 50-50. I've overseen these. I am not a judge anymore, but former judge, I would give you guys a 50-50. The four corners of the document, your mom has modified this multiple times. Yeah, I get it. Your stepfather forced her to do it. Don't really have any witnesses to say that other than one person. Depends on
But
the
that's it.
judge.
That's it. That's
He's
duress.
no, he basically said she could go in there and say your mom dying of cancer was forced to come down here and amend this. I even went to our North Carolina or our state bar, and I filed a complaint against the attorney that represented her and then later represented him with his will. Because again, most attorneys know you can't represent one person for the prenup and the other person.
No, you can't.
But because he said that he represented him for his will, he couldn't defend her for her prenup. And I'm like, that's fucked up. I went to our state bar and I filed a complaint. Nothing was done.
Crickets.
Done. They didn't care. They were like, oh, hey. So anyway, I've seen it on both sides.
But
I mean, I my marriage cost me, I don't know, $340,000.
a lot of money.
Yeah. I mean, that was 10 years ago. I've made it up, but still. My only thing is
Holy
that
shit.
like when people sit there and talk about you guys are just bitter, or you have a preconceived notion against women. I'm like, dude, no. I mean, I get where you're coming from, but having seen it on both sides, not only with that, but with my stepsister and her husband and my stepfather, and I don't think people realize that it's just people, men and women, act out of their own best interest, period.
Yeah, people are selfish, but the thing is, like,
That's what I'm
women,
saying. You got to protect yourself. That's my whole point. Like, if you have more than $1,000 in the bank, and you don't want it to go to probate, we need to be adult about this, and you need to hire an attorney, because and that's why I'm working on that class, because I literally took free classes that my work gives me on like estate planning and all this. We actually had an estate attorney come in and do a whole presentation on it. Like, I'm going to present all this kind of stuff, but I'm just giving you a quick synopsis with it. Like, the trust documents are not that expensive. Like, if you got $100,000 and you wanted to go to somebody, I don't care if you have family, especially if you have family, like you've aunts and uncles you want to give it to, you have kids, especially if you have kids, you want to get a state attorney, because you're looking at spending like less than $2,000 time, consultation, documents, the whole thing, less than $2,000, and you're going to be saving.
Oh, like, yeah, no, 100%. If I ever entered into a state contract again, it would be through a trust.
Yeah.
Period. And again, it would be an irrevocable trust. That I have sole decision.
Yep. Or you give the decision to an attorney that you pay for, because you can't be the beneficiary and you can't be the trust. You can't be the trustee and a trustor at the same time.
But here's the only thing I would say with my mom's case. She had an irrevocable trust. She had full power of attorney to change it or whatever.
Mhm.
But once she died, that irrevocable trust goes back to the trustee, right?
Unless it gets willed unless it has beneficiaries.
Well, yeah. I mean, there was a trustee. Like my brother was a trustee. My middle brother and myself were the beneficiaries. But the problem is that then you have the trustee and the beneficiaries to uphold the prenup. And in my case, I was at that point divorced, went through all that shit, realized, you either love women or you understand them, but you can't do both.
Oh, I know.
And both my sister-in-laws were, well, we just need to settle, I'm like, fuck me. Was I at your parents' your dissolution of their estate? Fuck no, I wasn't. So why the fuck are you at this? Which again, I don't blame them. I blame my brothers because they're fucking beta simps.
Yep.
And I'm like, you know what? You look, we all have like a third partnership and say, but the fact that you're allowing your spouse to influence you when they had nothing to do with our mom's estate, and I didn't involve myself in your or in her parents' estates. Anyway,
I
I'm
know.
not. It
water under the bridge
roils
at this
me
point.
because it's like, here we go again. It's like, oh, we just need to go along to get along. Got to keep the wife happy. I'm like, fuck
The wife
you.
had.
That's what's destroying the whole Western
If it was
civilization, man.
If my brother pulled that kind of shit, I would be like, guess what? I love my sister-in-law, but guess what? She has absolutely no say, and honestly, at this point, if it's going to get this bad, it's going to go to arbitration because I'm not dealing with your sister, my stepsister, or going in or sister-in-law. Sorry, I wouldn't say my sister-in-law is going in there and having a say over my percentages. We're going to go to arbitration. So we're going to either deal with this now or we're going to arbitration, and I'm done with it. Like, I'm not having you ruin my shit because of listening to an outside person. And that's how you have to handle it. Like, you got to throw your cards out on the table. Like, look, you're getting manipulated by a third party that actually has a benefit to get more money. They're not part of this.
Yep.
If you listen to what they're saying, we're going to go arbitration, and I'm going to win because guess what? These are what the documents tell me, and it doesn't matter what you want more. I don't care. And guess what?
Well,
You're going to be paying for the court fees.
Unfortunately, we did go to arbitration, in which that
Yeah, I know.
that we went, but no, I totally get if I could go back in time, I would say, it like my mom's estate was not a big amount. It's like $240,000, so it was $80,000 a piece. And I told my brothers, and again, I didn't have kids. My ex-wife tried to baby trap me, didn't take, thank God. But at the end of the day, I didn't have 2 and 3 kids to take care of, which they did. And, my sister-in-laws were like all about like, what do I get out of this? Right. So at the end of the day, I probably would have gone back and said, look, this is not right. I am willing to give up my 80,000 to fight this, and actually I did. I said, I am fully willing to walk away at this piece of shit that married my mom. I want to get all into the emotional and physical abuse that he put her through when she was dying of cancer, but it was horrific. And you guys just sat back and like were. Oh, well, that's her decision. Anyway, so I was like, I don't understand why you're now all that at the table. Which, anyway, I'm probably sharing too much, but it really, even though I was red pill before, it made me realize that these are women that I've known for 30 fucking years, maybe 25 years. They were family, and to see them act in their true female nature after that many years, instead of going, it's a principal aspect. Our mom was, she was a great mom. She never would have wanted this to happen. And for them to go, no, I'm really more concerned with how it benefits me. It really woke me up to go, wow.
Well, put it this way, I just ran
man.
some easy numbers for you. If you took the $80,000 and threw it in an annuity for 5% for 25 years, you're getting $465.73 a month for 25 years.
No, I literally
think about it, that's a quarter of what most people live off of in a month.
Yep.
That you could have had every single month, that you could reinvest that money into the stock market, into whatever, or just then you can. That's what I'm saying. Like $80,000 is a lot of money if you know what you're doing with it.
No, all right. So there was a stock versus equity with her house, and so she paid for all the house. This guy was a fucking gold digger. He paid $20,000 for the property, of which that she built a $430,000 home.
Oh my God.
Yeah. He was smart, look, he's not stupid. He was a fucking idiot. Because his last AGI income on his tax and like the year before they got married was $17,000. But we heard all about, oh, he's so successful. He was very handsome. He was a good looking Chad. Like we all know. And
so he's just a grifter.
He was a fucking grifter, right? He literally told his ex-wife, the only reason I married you was because I needed somebody to take care of my 3 kids that he had with a former stripper. It's like literally like,
so he's a single mother.
Make this shit up.
So he's a single mother.
He was a
Hey guys, I'm gonna call it quits tonight. I'm about to pass out.
Yeah,
so
I think I'm gonna call it quits too. It's 2:40 a.m.
Sorry,
for
Kush.
me.
Yeah.
Hey, have a good night, you guys.
All right, take
Kush,
care.
have a good one.
All right, see you.
See ya.
Yeah, if you guys want to continue talking, I'm going to bed too. It's 2:40 a.m. for me. It's way too. I gotta get up at 6 o'clock. So I'm gonna get like 3-4 hours of sleep.
So, hey, Bullet.
Not saying we have to end the stream, but I'm ending the stream. I'm ending my part of the stream. So, you guys have a good night.
All right, brother.
Sure, take it easy.
Take care. So who else is still on?
Me.
Sorry, I'm not in front of my computer.
The Iron Sun.
Dying Sun. Okay.
And TNFS. So I was just listening the whole time. Y'all were talking about some pretty intricate stuff. Really just taking notes. But I've noticed it all kind of comes down to the same stuff. A lot of what y'all were talking about, especially with the divorce courts and stuff like that, really they were just trying to find, I guess, the organizations within the West were trying to figure out the most efficient way to transfer resources from a person to the state. And marriage was kind of like the gold mine for that. It wasn't even initially licensed at first, was it? We started licensing. We created the marriage license as a result of like the possibility of mixed families. And if I remember right, that legislation is what kind of led into the whole marriage corporation. I could be wrong, but yeah.
Well, and my only like ran on that was that I've seen it on both sides. Like my dad got fucked over in divorce. My mom got fucked over in divorce. So when women come into me with where, oh, I got disadvantage of my divorce, I'm like, really? I don't think you did. I can say anecdotally with two of my own personal experiences, either myself or my family. This is where I'm like very adamant about men going their own way. TNFS, I don't know what your laws are there, but there are aspects of which that men don't. If you don't like, ignorance is no excuse of law, which my judge told me. He's like, look, the fact that you didn't know, it does not matter. And I'm like, okay, I get that. I learned my lesson. 10 years later, 12 years now, or almost 12. I've learned my experience. I will never replicate that again. And there's an element of which that I probably held that longer than I should have, red pill rage. But there's also where I feel younger men that are in their 20s that they want that idyllic life. You're not going to have that.
Ha ha ha! Iridium Kush.
It's interesting that you let's go back from mowing the yard. That's where I've been. But it's interesting you were just saying about the red pill rage. A lot of channels out here, a lot of people that comment, there's a lot of rage there, a lot of bitterness within their comments, and the content that's being produced, the way that they're talking, is pretty much like a feminist. Would you agree with that? I mean, they hate women.
Here's the thing, man. Like, it's easy to hate women, just as a collective, and let's just say as a collective, not individually. Well, even individual, but like as a collective group, like because of the the moral depravity we allow them as a group to get away with.
Bingo.
Like when someone
men have allowed that,
of course. But here's the
blame
thing:
men.
When someone gets away with something, you get resentful of that person. Like, I talk about this kind of stuff on my channel all the time, and like one of the things you got to understand is most women know that the things they do are worthy of hatred. That's why they try to get ahead of the curve by calling men misogynists. They do that because it puts you on the defensive. It's the same thing that narcissists do.
It's projection.
Yeah, it's not like they already know that what they do is worthy of hatred.
But I mean,
I'm just telling like the bare flat truth there. I know people would be like, "Oh, you're a misogynist" and stuff like that, but like I actually lose subscribers on my channel. Like, I've noticed it and everything. It is what it is. But
I mean, to a certain degree, some women are doing that and vice versa. But the content that's being produced, like, I disagree with most of it. The way that you've got to treat women. I mean, if you're on here just looking for hot pussy, I think you're in the wrong community. Like, from what I've seen from the red pill community, that's all it is. And these grifters, these psychopath PUAs out here scamming guys out of hard-earned money. Hopefully they'll get back in the plantation. It's not going to work. I've done one the other week where traditional males saying, dark triad is great, It's like, you can't learn those sort of traits, mate. It doesn't work. You become a jerk, and then you'll rob someone the wrong way, and then you're in fucking jail or whatever, and you can't get out of it. A narcissist is the only one that can weasel themselves out of it. And I think, you know, some of this content, it's like it's making guys do things that they shouldn't do later on if they want a woman, you know, and how a relationship should work, not treat people like objects and, you know, yeah, basically that.
You're trying to bring principles to a rocket fight, man. Like we're unfortunately the way that you want to at least in terms of like dating, because I've kind of crossed the threshold of principles on my channel to a certain degree. Because when I was with my ex, I'll try to be quick with this. When I was with my ex, a lot of the, like, I wasn't just a guy who was simping for her and stuff like that. Like, I was a guy who actually had other options, and there were women who wanted me, but like, I was like devoutly, fiercely loyal to her. Like, I would get rid of these options one by one by one, like even like really hot, good looking women, right? Where it would hurt, I would look up and be like, wow, this has to be like some divine test because she's quite a specimen, right? And she's like, man, I really want this guy to do me right now, but he won't do it. Why is he not fighting? But like,
did your ex recognize that you did that?
No.
There you go.
And that's the mistake. Like I did it very silently. I got rid of those options silently. Now I would tell her that these things were happening, but she would never believe me. And what's interesting is the blood sports nowadays. It's a necessity because women like you have to
Do men want to live in that life of always treating their wife, their girlfriend with dread game? I mean, do we really want to be in battle all the time at home and at business? That's where I am. All right, so I don't know how old you guys are, but I'm in my early 50s. I've been married. I am done with feeling like I have to compete to keep a person in my life. She is either with me or she's not. I either have people that are my friends that will confide, will have my back, or I'm done. I don't have, maybe another 30 years on this planet. I don't want to deal with people that I have to either validate them. I either have to like fulfill some type of need or validation for them. I mean, it's very solipsistic. I mean, I do often challenge myself to go, am I being the fucking asshole, or am I just being realistic?
Yeah, but they don't even make that calculation, man. Like that's like you're already ahead, like morally, like it's so sad now. Like you can't even, because like she dropped me in a couple of days, like, and we were together for nearly 4 years. Like she went on Tinder.
No,
and,
you
like,
you
Monkey
literally
Branch
know.
and
No.
bam.
She already had that person behind. I mean, look, same situation. I was with mine for almost 6 years. The radiologist that she hooked up with was already on her back burner. I gave her the out that she needed because I stopped putting up with her shit. I called her on it, and it was like, all right. So you're making me feel bad. I'm going to move on to the next person. I think that's probably what happened with you. Don't know. But that's generally is what
That's
happened.
pretty
with
much
most
what
people.
happened, because she ended up like apologizing. She ended up telling me she missed me and stuff after she was with the guy. But like the thing is, like I talk about this on my channel. Like women don't realize how much, like when they say they love men, they think that we love them in the same fleeting way that they do, but they don't realize that our love is like essentially like agape love. Like it's like we love women like women love children. Like because it's a protective love, but their love, it's not really all that sacred. It really doesn't mean much. like it doesn't really have as much grasp, at least as far as their love for us. Now they understand how we love when they have children, but that's the closest they'll ever come to understanding how we love. But like that's why I guess it doesn't really surprise me. Like guys, like whenever a chick leaves them, they're always I already know because I talk about it on my channel. They're always ready to to self-delete. But the reason why is because imagine this: you have a woman and she has a child, and you tell her, "Hey, all right, well, the child just ditches the mom and says, 'Hey, I don't want you to be my mom anymore,' right?" I know it's a crude example that I'm making, but like I'm trying to display the depths, the intensity of the love to like explain why guys are actually self-deleting.
Yep.
Because when some people hear this, they're like, "Well, yeah, women, well, they go through stuff too." It's like, well, not exactly. Not the same. Because like a woman, you take your kid away and the kid's gone and the kid goes, "Hey, I don't want to be with you anymore. I want that mommy," right? And the kid's blipped out of her life. What is she going to do? She's probably going to self-delete. That'd probably be the closest thing women would ever get to understanding
A man's love for a woman. Yeah. Yep.
Male rejection.
No, I mean, men love idealistically, women love opportunistically. We are nothing more for a means to fulfill their biological desire and protection and servitude. I mean, I literally like my ex-girlfriend, her mom, which I totally lost respect. In fact, I called her out on this. We were in Puerto Vallarta, not to get into this too long, but we were like on a vacation, and she looked over, and he rescued her. He married her. She had a bastard child, and so he was not the biological father of her. Rescued her from a life of low income, like he was a physician assistant, and she said to my ex-girlfriend, her daughter, like, "Oh, as soon as Dr. Polly," he wasn't even a fucking doctor. Like my dad was a doctor. We didn't call him a fucking Dr. so and so. Like we just called him like grandpa, maybe Grandpa Doc for the younger ones. Anyway, he was a PA. Nothing wrong with that, but give me a fucking break. It's like being a PhD and having everybody call you doctor. You're not a fucking doctor. That's generally looked at as a medical personnel. You're a PhD. Good for you. Anyway, but she was like, yeah, as soon as he not when he dies, because we know that most men die before women. Not once he dies, but as soon as he dies, I'm going to buy one of these rich, expensive, like high-rise condos that were being built right on the port of Puerto Vallarta, like right on the beach. And I looked at her and I looked at him. I'm like, "Are you gonna fucking stand for that?" And he did. He didn't say anything. I'd be like, if I were him, I'd be like, you know what? If you get any more fucking fat, I'm gonna go help myself out to a slim little gordita over here. It roiled me. And anyway, sorry to go off on my tangent.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
it
ahead.
is
Sorry.
like we are literally like like Better Bachelor. I don't know if you guys follow that channel.
I do.
Yeah, I
Aaron
watch
Clary.
him used to.
I mean, Aaron Clary, Better Bachelor, TFM. Like all right. So TFM had a great video. I think it's probably been 5 or 6 years ago, but it's called "She'll Never Love You."
Yeah,
And
it's very sad, but yeah.
and then Human did a "She'll Never Love You Like That," which and he gave props to TFM's, because he gets into the whole amygdala and brain evolutionary
TFM's a great
aspect,
thinker.
psychological evolutionary. But it really, I mean, that to me, I mean, I was a huge fan of Tom Likas. Thankfully, or unfortunately, I didn't listen to him when I was looking at getting married, but that really woke me up to go, yeah, like what you're saying, men and women do not love the same. We love very much idealistically, and women love as what's my means to the end. Can you provide me kids?
Yeah.
Can you provide me security, protection, financial provision? So we literally are the workhorses of which that, yeah, we may have a biological imperative to provide for that, and they are the means to the end for
Yep.
us to get that. But fuck me, do you not think for 1 second that they are like, oh, because we have kids with you, then we love you forever.
Yeah.
No.
And here's the sad part. We were gaslit into thinking that we were the ones tyrannically ruling over them. And they were secretly ruling over. Women were aristocracy back then. They weren't. We weren't ruling over them. We were working for the shitty corporations, and then
we were the slaves to them to make them happy.
Yeah, and then they joined in because they kind of fooled themselves into believing that basically they thought Sandman would say women think slavery is freedom and men think freedom is slavery.
What's all right? So TFM had a great analogy, is that authority without responsibility is slavery, and responsibility without authority is tyranny.
Yeah, I'm hoping I said that right.
No, I mean that's you know, and I was debating with somebody on this Newsbreak app, and that's one of the things that I commented, was that authority without responsibility is slavery, and responsibility without authority is tyranny. Like, where did that change? I mean, there was always, under the patriarchy, there was always authority and responsibility, but that was a give and take. And
It happened at small levels. It didn't just happen at once. Like, there were small things. Because men used to have more authority in marriage. We used to have more control over the finances and things like that, because we would get ran up the flagpole if we didn't, if we didn't take care of the family finances. And there were all other kinds of things that we had as well. But I think it was incrementally and slowly diluted over time. But to the point where we just didn't even notice because we were so focused on other things.
Well, and don't you think that part of it is that there is such an element of men that they want to be accepted by society, which we know that we are in a journalistic society, or have that cohort of women within their realm that they know, and thinking, oh, he's such a good guy. He supports women, and he's not like, I mean, literally, like, you can go on most major YouTubers, Fresh and Fit, It's Complicated, Just Pearly Things, Taylor the Fiend. You can see an amalgam of where, and this is one of the things that really resonated with me when Aaron Clary and Better Bachelor talked about, like, what do you really think that women really love men? Do you really think that they really enjoy men? And frankly, like, over time, I mean, it really struck me at first going, God, I always thought that they, not maybe that they didn't love men, but they appreciated them. They respected them, because without them, they wouldn't have the life that they have. But in reality today, they don't need us. They can make their own. We have made life so complacent and easy for them. They've gotten preferential hiring treatment or social welfare programs where absolutely they don't need us. So do they really like us? They always needed us.
They only like us when they need us, and that's the painful. That's the painful thing we're realizing, because we're trying to give them freedom which is, cool, fine. Allow them to work and like do all this stuff, whatever. Here's the issue. They can't, like, they don't really want us when they don't need us. And I think that's what the modern world is kind of not understanding, that women don't have an intrinsic desire for men.
Yep.
The same way men have it for them. But like, that's the reason why equality is kind of a joke. Is like, well, the guy, he has to behave and have certain attributes about him in order for you to have this sensation about him. But he falls in love with you intrinsically because of you, like because of the physical you, because of the spiritual you, because of the proclivities you have. When women fall in love with us, they say things like, "Oh, he makes me feel this way," or
he makes me laugh. Right? Yeah, exactly.
They fall in love with the fact that we love them, basically.
Yep.
They're just mirroring us. They're like children. Like children. I know this is sober for some people watching this, but this isn't a normal stream. Like children, you look at children and you smile at them and you love them to death. But all they can do is mirror back at you, and it's not their fault. I mean, they can't really fathom the type of love you have for them. Like you would go in front of a bullet for them.
Yeah. Children don't understand agape love. I mean, there's pragma love, there's eros, and my take is that, well, initially women look at relationship as more eros. And men look at it more of pragma, and then it evolves to agape love.
Yeah, and that's why they're self-deleting, because a lot of the men who get to the self-delete stage, they're pretty much in the agape, which I think once they're in that phase, I don't know. There was another, I think, a YouTuber who was talking about vasopressin and the long-term effects of that and how it can turn volatile and stuff. I don't want to go too off into a tangent, but male love is more stable than female love. And I think that's also what the modern world is kind of ignoring. Our love for women is more stable than the other way around. And so the things we used to control in the past in order to, keep family units together and things like that, it wasn't just something we were doing just to oppress people. And TNFS, to your point, I know that there's a lot of MGTOW and Red Pill creators who make content, and they harp on a lot of negative aspects of women, and seem very hateful, and they hate, like there's a lot of hatred. Here's the thing, like I'm not really mad at that anymore, because here's the thing, like if we didn't have these outlets, if we didn't have this knowledge, it would be much worse. I have a video called The World Breakers, and it's referring to like the World Breaker Hulk and how he's betrayed by the Illuminati, a group of very smart guys, essentially, who decide that Hulk shouldn't exist, or he shouldn't exist on planet Earth, and he gets shipped off. That archetype that I brought up is about the MGTOW red pill men who go through that rage phase because they realized that they were like Hulk. They were sent on the planet Sakaar. And before they could make something good of the situation, it was blown up in front of their face. And then they went back and went on a rampage. We're going to have, it's part of the situation we're in is, it's a very precarious situation, because if the right men learn about the truth that we are starting to learn, then we're going to have some really bad things happen.
Huge societal changes.
Yeah, because not every man is going to cope the same way. You're going to get some men who are going to go their own way, and they're going to try to cope by just doing their own thing, finding hobbies and stuff. And you have men who are going to cope by just exploiting women, getting what they want out of them and then moving on. But then you're going to have this fringe, probably 10, 15% group of guys who are actually going to wreak havoc on society, like in very bad ways. Like they're going to do terrible things. But this is going to be fueled, and you can argue it's fueled from hatred, fine. But it's also fueled from betrayal. It's also fueled from, other things like that. And that is the one thing I think that the red pill and MGTOW can't really, I don't think it can really stop that, but I think the fact that it's existed is at least allowed us to have a chance to stop it. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly.
Well, so how do you juxtapose the? I mean, there's data that shows that 1/3 of men under the age of 30 they are either celibate or have not had sex within the last year. Like they don't have any intimacy with the female entity. That, I mean, look, I'm much older. I was glad that I grew up when I did, but that right there alone, you have, I mean, you have one, China and their one, child policy and the disaster that took place. This doesn't even compare to what that social repercussion will take place.
Well, there's not enough women to go around. Like if you look at some of the Arab countries, right? The guy can have 9 wives. So if there's 9 women lined up with one guy, all the other men are sexless. They don't have a partner to go to. Like all the online, they're all hoaxes. They're not real people. It's all AI bots and photos that have been stolen. Like I was on a proper adult website for many, many years, and the ratio was like 1,000 to 1. Like, there's like 500,000 people on there, and most of them were fucking guys. So the chances of you scoring were, I scored a couple of times for free. I didn't have to pay anything, but at the same time, there was no glamours. So you just got to take what you can get, really. If that's all it's hard out there to get pussy, let alone to score 9s and 10s. So,
it's even hard to score 5s and 6s at this point. Like it's getting to the point where, and there's plenty of women. I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue is women, their supposed needs are becoming so mind-bogglingly delusional that men are just kind of being starved out by this virtual we're being starved out by an illusion.
Well, there's too many options.
Yeah,
In the old days.
Yeah.
You got too many options now. To back in the old days, you used to go to school or whatever, meet your a woman there, dance. 9 months later, you'd be married, and you'd have a baby and live 50 years. Now that's not the case at all. But it is difficult out there. I totally understand.
Yeah.
But Mr. Nice Guy. But Mr. Nice Guy now wants to learn about this red pill stuff, and the red pill rage comes from, because I did a live stream with Oversphere on this, and he presented it pretty well. But you try and learn the red pill stuff, but the nice guy realizes he can't make that move because it goes against his will, basically, against his
whole persona. That's one of the things that again, being much older, this shit didn't really exist 20 years ago. You didn't need, literally, if you were a fucking dickhead, because again, we didn't have social media. Women, like, you would be self-regulated based on your peer group, based on the people that you knew, based on the people that you dated and their experiences with you. They would then turn to your other girlfriend or their other girlfriends and say, yeah, this guy is a fucking player. He's an asshole, or he played me. Don't really. But nowadays, those days are gone. Like, you could literally move to a different town, create a different Tinder profile, and you're fucking golden, depending on what your, look looks, or whatever they call it. Face MLS or looks max status or whatever. Like,
Yeah, looks money status.
looks money
Yeah.
status. It's like,
Yeah, but
it's sad.
it's true to some point. But have a look at the Tinder swindler, right? It wasn't ugly, but I mean, he wasn't attractive either. Like, I'm not, I'm not a fancy guy, but I'm just saying, like, he wasn't attractive because his profile had, all this glamour and all that, and it should have attracted high value pussy, but it didn't only really gain 6s or 7s, really. But I mean, at the same time, because his profile was really sharp and well dressed and all that, and that's appealing to. Whereas if you're just Joe Blogs and you shit photos and you don't know how to do punctuation and all that, like most of us, you're not going to score anything. You're not going to get any viewers. So that's where I think Mr. Nice Guy needs to up his game to some degree.
So do you think that, I mean, this is the thing that I've often thought about, like, and I'm in my early 50s, and I've looked at expatriating to Portugal or Thailand or Malaysia, but not for geomaxing. Fuck that. Like, I have no interest in going, like, I will pay for play, but I don't have any interest in getting with a girl just because I am a white, Eastern European male. But do you not think that it's going to be easier because, and again, depending on age, for
Well,
the
I'm
women
40.
that are 30, all right, so you're 40, 38 on above. Do you not, all right, so anecdotally, I know, but so I go to a lot of music fests, but I will tell you in the last 2 years, well, last year after COVID, but even before then, I cannot tell you the number of single women that are above the age of 30, 32 that are so fucking desperate from some type of male attention. And again, I would also place a blame at younger men that could have the shot at them, that they don't know how to interact. They don't know how to engage in that, like, playful banter.
Yeah.
Not all, but
No,
a
I
lot.
think you're right. Yeah, I've had it, or like I've run into that group already. I ran into a A&M professor, or like a lady who's teaching. She was pretty much down to go. And I was like, and it really, I didn't even have to do much. I literally just said, "Hey, give me your phone number."
I mean, I really think that there are, as much as they do not want to profess that, there are a lot of women that are so, all right. So like, today's Sunday, Thursday night, I went up to a local pub. And look, I am a fucking, 5'11", average fucking Joe. Yeah, I have means, but I'm not going to fucking show that to any woman. There were 2 women that, if I wanted to, I could have done something. There was an element of which that I've not seen. And again, early 50s, I've not seen that, because again, it was always up to a guy to express interest. Today, it's more of, I mean, there is a lot of guardedness, but there are so many women. If you know to understand what their signals were, what they're searching for, how they react, and who they're interacting with, there are so many women that are just so fucking thirsty. I mean, not thirsty in terms of like, come and fuck me, they just want validation. They want somebody to pay them fucking attention. You know,
Yeah.
which
After
most
they ran through.
guys. Well, yes, and no, exactly. Like, I mean, part of me is like I can't fuck anybody now that I don't have any. I mean, I've done that, and if I don't have like a connection with you, I don't like. I would rather go home and whack off than whack. You know, it's like that. That is not a notch post to me that says, oh, that validates me, or oh, I slept with her. Like it's just, and knowing what most women have been through, I can't really
But
get
I'm-
into.
But I mean, have a look at all the women that are on social media, especially Instagram, that are thirsty for validation, and the amount of comments that they receive, and they just keep doing it day after day after day. It's like, you know, isn't that good enough? And most of them are attractive women. Like, you know, I don't know why they're even on there. I mean, most of them are like porn stars and, you know, bloody OnlyFans. But I mean, they don't need to do that. But I mean, if all guys stop simping and stop commenting, then I think that might change the dynamics as well.
I agree.
You'd pretty much have to get rid of social media or regulate it in order to kind of resituate the whole dating market. Now, if you got rid of it altogether, just nuked it, like with let's just say we had the whole nuclear situation that
Like an EMP
we're all worried
that came
about.
down. Yep.
Yeah, like that would pretty much reset the whole dating market, which would work in guys' favor, but they'd have to relearn social skills that were utilized 20, 30 years ago.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's an extension of ourselves, our mobile phone, and it's becoming an addiction, basically.
Yeah.
And we can't put it down. And the first thing you touch every morning is your mobile phone.
Yeah.
You know, either an alarm or you need some light or whatever. So, but I mean, eventually, when everything shits the fan and the economy goes to crap and there's no power, I think you're going to see a lot of people fucking go into panic mode and lose their marbles.
Yeah.
Especially women.
They'll lose it faster because they're not used to abject loneliness and not getting a valid stream of a large stream of validation. The guys will hold out a little longer because we're used to not getting attention like from people.
Oh, look, absolutely, but
just a little bit though. It'll still mess up both sides. So like, it's not to make it sound like a fucking competition.
But I mean, that's where all the red pill rage comes from, because the nice guy realizes that it's virtually fucking impossible to achieve that, and also not to achieve any woman, but this high status of becoming this bogus fake alpha Chad that can get hot women, and he's going to have the big house, the luxury car, the white picket fence, and
yes, we're still going Queen, aka.
He's still going to become a crypto fucking magnate and be worth billions. It's just not going to happen, and you just
no. I mean, and I was kind of like trying to address that early, like TFS, how many men do you think that, like, all right, so if we're being true to ourselves, if that's not who we are, if we're raised to be, this is what I want other people to treat me, the way that I should treat them. But if we're told as a male, the more that you treat them nice, then the less that you will be respected in return. At what point, and look, there's a duplicity of women of which that, oh, I hated that he was such an asshole, that now we're together and I got him. I won him from all the other women that he could have had. I want him to treat me like a fucking princess. Like there's a duplicity switch that I think that most men, I don't think that most men are like that. Now, granted, the top 10% or 5%, they've learned from that. They're like, all right, so you're not going to get on my game. All right, fine. I'm going on. And of course, he's the asshole. But the 80% of men are like, hey, you know what? She's a fucking cool chick. I'm attracted to her. She's friendly. She's feminine. She's, supportive. I'm down for that. Like I could see, my criteria is like 5 versus whatever her 30, but hey, whatever. I meet enough of hers for us to be together. But for that plain aspect of where I've got to treat her like shit to make her to be chasing or being intrigued with me, I'm sorry, man. I just think, that has changed huge since like the late 90s. Like that was never an equation of where women wanted men to treat women. They're like, hey, you know what? I found a good man. He was on his purpose. He's not a fucking player. I'm good. Nowadays, it's like, it's not enough.
You're not gonna get that I'm good because, like TNF says, they have so many options that they don't need you. And like we were saying, if they don't need you, then they don't really have a desire for you.
Oh no, I fully agree. Like social media has fucked. Like literally, like my ex-girlfriend, like she she got on. Well, all right, so yeah, she got involved with her. She was a radiology tech, hospital. One of the worst industries for a man to date somebody is either nurse, hairdresser, attorney. What's the other one? Teacher. Because all the other teachers are divorced as well. But yeah, she got involved with the radiologist, and before that, she had younger radiologists that loved to party. So yeah, like it's like if you're involved with a woman that has another group of women that they're single, you got to watch your fucking back. Or if you're married and they get divorced, watch your fucking back.
Yeah, that's what destroyed mine. She actually had a friend who was telling her I was a narcissist, and it basically imploded everything. But yeah, that's how it goes. I've kind of realized that part of the red pill, or what MGTOW, it's just male enlightenment.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's an enlightenment era, but for like it's part of an intellectual enlightenment because like you have like this isn't a new thing. It's not a new concept. You have men in the past, very intelligent, high IQ men who knew the things that we're talking about. You had Nietzsche, right? He actually has a quote where he says he speaks about the relationship between men and women, and he says women are more barbarous in dealing with like relationships or in romantic ventures and things like that than men. And you have a bunch of other people who pretty much were already aware of this as well.
Socrates, a woman's words are written on water.
Yeah, are inscribed on water. Yeah, I know that. That was one of the most succinct ones. But all these men get labeled as just misogynists. No one ever really takes it. You even have women in the past, like Florence Nightingale.
Yep.
She called out women. She said women don't have any sympathy.
Esther Villar,
And I was kind of like, when I heard it, like, and I just looked deeper into her stuff, I'm just like, why is she saying this stuff? Because like the feminists were praising her, right? And I'm like, y'all are praising her. She's clowning y'all. Like what?
Yeah, she like led the women's nursing movement, right? And like SROR, the predatory female. I mean, yeah,
She didn't get the exposure that she deserved, but I understand why. It's a threat to the establishment, so
yep.
but it's always, here's the thing. The truth is always going to sound like some antagonistic thing that's misogynistic and horrible. They're always going to invent words to keep you from learning deeper truths and to keep you from spreading the message. Like that's the thing. Like where this would become unrighteous if I was saying oh yeah, screw women, and that's all I was saying. Like there are, contrary to popular belief, there are some unicorns. There are women with decent moral compasses. The only issue is most guys aren't running into them, right? Because they're either snatched up or they're probably, I don't know. I think they're either snatched up or they're in a different country, right?
All right, so Aaron Clarey, and I think he's pretty on point with that. His belief is that there might be 1 to 5% of women that are marriageable material.
Yep, it's statistically rare.
Does that jibe with what you think? Like, I would say more like 3%. Because again, like my whole persona is that she's got to be. Look, my ex-wife was liberal. I've dated liberals. I've dated conservatives. Without a doubt, I will never fucking entertain another fucking liberal woman ever again. I don't care how hot she is, and that's
Really?
been my
A
mistake.
liberal as fuck?
I know. I mean, literally, if you look at like conservatives, I don't know if you saw that.
And he goes,
that
okay,
whole
one more nut.
But no, you're right. It's like most liberals are fucking hambies. No, but no, I have dated a few that are beautiful liberals. But no, I mean, at my age, I'm like, hey, you know what? Sex is important. It really is. It is a glue of relationships. But I mean, literally, like, give me sex, respect, and companionship. I'm good. If I don't want to fuck you, I'm not going to deal with you. That being said, if you're a fucking liberal, if you're a social justice warrior, i.e. liberal, no, not. I would go down like 2 or 3 points on an SMV scale in order to get parity with a conservative woman. I mean, that's how bad it's gotten, I think.
You're trying to get, you're going down in points for cooperation, which guys do that.
Yeah.
I don't blame them either. Like I would actually much rather that too, because you can have a really hot one and then nut, and then after a while you're kind of gonna get bored.
Bingo.
Yeah, I mean I'm younger. I'm 29. Like when I was with my with my fiance, and I talk about it a lot, but like she was my first, and the first relationship after being raised by my mom, and I was able to hold frame for like the first 3 years, like before the whole thing caved. Like super difficult. But yeah, here's the thing: like all women are liberal. By the way,
I disagree.
Most women have liberal tendencies. How about that?
They all right. So they will revert to liberal tendencies without a strong father.
Probably that'd be true, yeah.
But even the conservative women, like they're not really like, there's kind of they're not really all that like. A lot of times they'll say things and you'll listen to them, and you can kind of get a sense like when they're just kind of like ask a conservative woman if they actually believe the male should have authority like in a committed marriage relationship. That's when a lot of that their beliefs and things like that just kind of crumbles in that one question.
So when there is a void, they will revert to socialism, liberalism, big daddy government. If they have a strong father that passes them on to a strong husband or boyfriend, doesn't happen. In my experience.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree with that.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
But hey, you know what? Hey, the fact that you're 29, like literally apart from Tom Likas, this shit did not exist when I was your age. Like I was, like TFS, I don't know how you old, but there was, it was
42.
all okay. All right. So we're close, but there was very limited aspect of the red pill or understanding of female nature or understanding just the whole gender dynamics. It was all ideologically based, and this is what men should do. Women are the prize. Be so fucking grateful. If she has like a down day, don't hold her accountable for her fuck ups. Just be grateful that she's with you. It's like literally I look back and go, oh my God. I mean, tough skins were bad enough for fucking like everyday wear. I don't know if you even know what those are there. There's like, old school like cheap Levi's that people had. Anyway.
I mean, look, Tom Likas was good, and I wish I listened to his content back then. I never knew who he was until only just a couple of years ago. But his content was for free. Now you've got guys simping for men. And that's what pisses me off. All this content should be for free, and you got all these PUAs out here selling bullshit, even though it's true to a most degree, but they're getting guys to sim. And when the economy goes to crap, and I've said this a couple of times now, you're going to see these PUAs fuck off into the sunset, and then all the nice guys go, oh, I thought you cared about us. Aren't you going to help? And they go, no. Like, I don't get, you should have to buy these programs and books, and it's not going to help you get pussy. It's not going to help you get 9s and 10s and fix your life. If someone can buy me a book from Russian Mail or whatever, I'd be happy to read it and give it a review, because I honestly don't believe it's going to change my life. I'm married or whatnot, but I don't see how it's going to, if I was single and younger, how it would change my life, just going to the gym isn't going to change my life.
You just got to get the pheromone soap, like that Richard Cooper.
Oh, fucking him.
Yeah. I'm not, yeah.
Of course,
Rollo,
make a living off of this stuff, y'all.
No, totally. Much like, look, Rollo Tomasi, I think he provides a good basis. I have seen personally where he has gotten into some discussions with women, and I think non-manosphere chats, look, I fucking hate Fresh and Fish. Fresh and Fit.
Smelly and fat.
Yeah, I'm like, when I literally subscribed to them or watched them for like 2 months. I'm like, oh, dude, I'm done. These guys are fucking new age, like Nouveau reach onto the Manosphere, and it was so clear that they wanted to make their name present. And when I saw, I mean, Coach Craig Adams, Rolo, Better Bachelor was on there as well. So I'm not going to like paint them in that same. I think that they got onto it early, but anyway, so like TFS, to your point, yeah, there are a lot of people that are now, because I do think that society is changing. I mean, I literally, if you look at like It's Complicated, or Just Pearly Things, you know, of course, Kevin Samuels had a huge impact on the whole awareness. Andrew Tate, huge awareness. I think people and women are intrinsically waking up to go, this is not where things were 3 or 4 years ago. And they want to pivot, but they're looking for the ways to pivot to their advantage, and instead of just going, you know, let's just pivot back to where the natural order should be.
I don't think women are waking up. I think they're just shifting because they see that everyone else is.
Really?
Like they already know what's going on. They're just being more aware that men are actually waking up. And so they're going, oh shit. Okay, well, I have to put on this clothes. Like it's like infiltrating.
Okay.
It's like infiltrating a base, right?
Yep.
You
They
infiltrate a
are
base like a
reacting.
yeah,
No.
like a tactical espionage thing. Like you're infiltrating a base, right? But then the base, like now they start to realize, like, and you like the second or third mission, they're starting to realize, oh shit, this one person is coming and they're gonna attack us and stuff like that. So then the person goes, oh shit, I gotta take out this guard and I gotta put on their clothes. So they don't see.
You are not the AI that I was expecting.
Yeah. Yeah, like the men are the ones waking up. Women are just shifting and adapting so that they can survive in the environment.
No, I would. All right. Yeah, I would somewhat agree with that.
And they're hoping that the men will just keep the love goggles on and just be like, oh my God, she's everything I wanted. And then she can splat them again in divorce court or something.
Well, you're a lucky man not to have gone through that process, brother.
Yeah, she tried to. She tried to do it because, like, I called off the engagement. We were supposed to do it much later, but like, I literally had to sit and talk with her mom, and I was like, "Look,
but no kids, right?
No kids." Like it got to the point where I was very close to, yeah, but you know, the new guy kind of beat me to that. It's whatever. But like she, more power to him, right? Because she was talking to me saying like, you know, he said he's gonna marry me, and she was like, you know, gloating over that and shit like that. I'm like, he's only marrying you because he knocked you up. He doesn't even like, but you know, that's a long story. But yeah, like the whole thing about them and guys, like they're just shifting, they're just changing in order to get something, because they're realizing that if they don't change ahead of time, then they're gonna be behind the 8 ball, and women don't like being behind the 8 ball
or being held accountable. Like literally, like I don't know all your details, but what you expressed, dude, in some ways I think it's horrific, but you got like a fucking get out of jail or free pass.
Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, like look, I'm not trying to be unsympathetic or unempathetic, but fuck me, if I had that, I would be fucking grateful versus what I paid.
You're saying like not married and stuff?
Not married, and you found out early.
Yeah, I was like 3 or 4 years early. Here's the thing, I still loved her very much. So like even though I did know about red pill, and I've noticed like knowing the stuff is different than actually experiencing the situation. Cause even after like I remember like after the breakup, she'd be like, "Oh, it's okay, you'll get through it," and stuff like that. Like it's not a big deal. Literally, it took her a week. It took me 8, 9 months of debilitating pain and like literally like attempts at like self-deletion, like really bad stuff, right? Like I don't wish that on any man, on any person really, that kind of mental anguish. There'd be times where I would wake up like literally in my dreams I'd be crying, and then I would wake up crying and I would know exactly what I'm crying about.
Yeah, she's like, oh well, I just met like Chad, like he was like, like we went on a dinner cruise and like literally, I mean that's where
They can
like
cry out what we feel in a weekend.
yeah,
Let's
no,
just
I
put it
mean
that way. Like
a
that's how little it means.
weekend, I would say for most women today, it's like if they have like 2 or 3 of their BFFs, it's within a night.
Yeah.
Oh, he's like just
Yeah, man.
terrible for you. He was like
Yeah.
I could see how controlling he was. Like, how come he couldn't let you go out on your girls' weekend and 2 of the 4 of us like suck dick and like
No,
bang
it's
this
different when
other?
you leave them though. Like when you leave them, then it's different.
Oh,
Then their egos, then yeah, then they'll lose their minds. But
oh, they get
it's not
crushed.
it's not because of love though. It's because of a power imbalance.
Oh, it's
there.
ego.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I can't believe it. He showed me I was worthless, and now I moved to this other girl, but I was really the best thing. And then they try to chase you and stuff, and it's like, oh god, like if I actually tried to take her back, then she'd be like, oh, okay, I don't want him now.
I mean, honestly, so my ex and I were together almost 6 years. The biggest mistake when she said because I held her accountable for her actions. I didn't like acknowledge her birthday because of how she was acting, and that was the litmus point. And instead of going, you know what, I mean, literally, I had so much shit going on with work. I had a new VP, I had a new manager. I was like, I was not in a good place. Like I hated my fucking job and the bullshit that I was dealing with this fucking cunt. And instead of going, hey, I relegated that to that. I just like, hey, you know what? if you want to break, let's just finish that sentence. That's not a full sentence. We should just say that's a break up. And
Yeah.
we were on break for like 3 months, and it basically came down to, you know what, I've tried this, I've done this. You're not willing to reciprocate, you don't want to talk about things, you don't want to work on things, let's just move on. And of course then it was like I was, we had a lot of mutual friends. I was the abusive asshole and I was controlling. I mean, literally my controlling was, yeah, I don't think you should go on a fucking cross country trip with a woman that has shown her tits to me and has given hand jobs at the local mall. Like, anyway.
Yeah.
I mean,
So like,
literally, this is the stage this is the state of women that we have to deal with today. Like, she's, from what I understand, she was not a whore. Like, she dated her high school, or excuse me, college boyfriend for 8.5 years. They were married for, big red flag, like less than 2 years.
yeah, man.
And then, she's probably been, well, so she says she's been with like only 4 people.
Yeah.
She's
probably lying, but like behind a lot of, that's the thing, behind, like, guys think that whenever they get in relationships with women, that those women were just clean broken off of the people behind them. But there's often a trail of, like, I talked about this in one of my live streams, the trail of tears. there's often a trail of guys.
Trail of Tears, I like that.
And I know the historical reference as well, but no relation.
Right. Yeah, right.
But like, there's often a big gap of guys behind who didn't really know what the hell happened. They just immediately she just popped smoke, and they're just instantly traumatized, or she cheated and then left, or like there's always some scandal, some terrible thing that happened beforehand, and you're either the rebound guy or you're the guy who's like, oh, he's probably a good sucker, like look at him, he's probably a good bet, right? But
rebound or the cleanup.
Yeah, which after I was discarded because it's like, oh, he's not the best I can get thing, like I was kind of thinking to myself, like, what if I warned the new guy? But then in the back of my head, I'm like, no, he's gonna figure it out, because if my level of red pill knowledge couldn't survive that situation, I severely doubt this individual could survive whatever he's gonna have to deal with. Like, in a way, I kind of had this inner grin where I'm just like, nah, he's and he's got a kid too. Oh my God, that's gonna.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, dude. Like he here's the sad part. After 3.5 to nearly 4 years of investing my time into this person and my energy, this guy came in less than a week just off of Tinder and was like, hey man, thanks for helping me out with thanks for moving things along. Bam, couple of days pregnant. And he basically got everything I wanted, and he didn't even have to try. But it just tells you nowadays, like, your effort, like the more effort you put into things, especially like with relationships,
the less you get.
Yeah. And that's the reason when women complain about guys not putting in effort.
So was he all right? Like let's take things down to relegate to yourself to. All right, so his SMV compared to yours, was he taller, fitter? Clearly, I don't think he had like more money. I don't think that was necessarily an issue.
Not a whole lot, but he does have more status because he's in the army. Like, I wasn't in the army; I was just working a corporate job.
All right, guys, I'm gonna bail.
Huh?
Okay. All right.
Oh,
all right,
you're gone.
All right, I'm gonna bail. I'm dead tired to make dinner, and yeah, I'm dead tired as. Might see you tomorrow.
All right, man. Cool. See you.
All right.
Hey, brother. Yeah. Take care, man.
Yeah,
No,
he wasn't a very high. It wasn't too much high SMV. I think he was slightly taller. I think I actually looked better than him in the face. But we're actually about the same build. What's interesting is she seemed to have left me for a guy that was similar to me. Like, he's kind of a nerdy, somewhat awkward type of guy.
Most
but
women,
with a little bit of, you can
women
kind of
do
sense a
that.
little bit of swag. Like, yeah.
Like, literally, most women. What I found is that most women, I mean, not just with me, but with friends, family, most women will gravitate to men that either replicate their ex-husbands, and literally it's not even like a matter of like, well, he has more stature, or it's more of, it's different than what I had. I'm hoping that what I had is going to be replicated and different with this other person.
Yeah.
These are the attributes that I like. Yeah, and same thing that you could say for men too. Like, we do the same thing.
Yeah, but we only do it when we're forced to, which is the difference. Like, men, I have a video on this one too. Women love men until they don't love us. Men, we love women until we can't love them.
Yep.
Like, we love them until it's not safe. until it's literally not safe. Not until we get spooked and we run off. Saying like, we're literally like our life is on the line, and we're like, okay, I have to get away from this woman because I'm gonna end up dead, right?
Right.
Like,
No, we put up with so much shit in
yes,
order
because
to
we
have this
actually love them.
ability. Yeah, no, we love them idealistically. Like, look, all right, so if you're, especially, this is where women do not understand how men love women and what their power is when they're young. We will put up with so much shit if you provide us with your youth, your fertility, our offspring, and we grow a life together. So when you're like 35, 38, and you might be a ham beast. I mean, like what's that fucking what's the 007? Pierce Brosnan. Look at his fucking ham beast of a wife. Have you seen her?
No.
Dude, if you look at Pierce Brosnan, I'm sure that you know what he looks like.
Yeah, I know what he looks like.
Good fucking looking dude. Now his wife, when he married her, she was gorgeous. His wife now, like literally, like I don't know if you have your phone open. Look up Pierce.
No, I'm looking at
Brosnan's
this.
wife.
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
She is a size 20,
Holy
20,
shit.
22, maybe, if not more. Like, but he's still with her because he's like, hey, you know what? We've had kids. We've had a life. We've had a journey. Like women go like, oh, all that men think about is sex and, gotta be pretty. Like,
Men
yeah.
we only think about that stuff because we're starved of it. That's the only reason.
Well, we do that from the, and I think that there's an evolutionary stage where when you're in your 20s, there is a biological imperative in which that you want to reproduce. I mean, on both sides. But you also, from a male perspective, is you want to grow together. So even if I don't have a fucking pot to piss in, but I have a potential, if I can get the best sexual, market value that a woman that I can get, and she sees that in me, and I make something of me, then I'm hoping that when I'm 30, 35, we have 2 kids, she still values and appreciates where I was fucking washing dishes when we met at a fucking pizza joint, and she was a waitress. But now I've got my own business. I'm an entrepreneur, or I'm a businessman, or I'm on Wall Street or whatever. And she'll be like, damn, I'm glad I chose him. I'm so grateful for my kids. Instead of like, he just like works all the time. He's never home. I'm bored, or my Pilates instructor's pretty cute. It's just, I mean, literally, it's like what you're talking about before. Shame should be brought back into fucking fashion.
Oh,
Maybe
you said
Sony.
shame? No, I didn't bring that up. I think Bandit brought that up.
Oh, that's right. That's right. It was Bandit. Yeah. I would say
Bandit,
like
can I just say that's a very smart guy. He was dead on in everything he was talking about.
Yep. No,
Yeah,
I think,
but that whole male love female dynamic thing is pretty much it's one of the greatest. It's the source to a lot of pain for people who are going through red pill rage. Because when you realize that someone doesn't love you as much as you love them, I think that's the core of it.
Yeah, and yes, and realizing that, like, I think you admitted that you saw like the TFM, like she'll never love you, or humans, like she can't love like that.
Yeah.
Once you realize what that is, it really it shakes your whole universe of
That whole video could turn a lot of guys bad really quick.
Black pill, big time. And that's where I've got a buddy of mine in Turkey that he's a big Rollo Tomasi fan, and That's actually how he reached out to me, and he's 23. Really, I mean, Turkey's going through some economic shit, bad economic stuff right now. And here's my thing with him is that and he, went through a horrific breakup, but I'm like, dude, you have to understand, like, there's literally, it sounds contrite, but you have to look at as, if you find a good wife, first of all, you got to fucking vet the shit out of her. But if you find a good girlfriend, she's a compliment. If you become somebody in which that you rely on her, your relationship is done.
Yeah, it's screwed.
So if you get into a relationship, that's the beginning of the hard work. And you really have to analyze whether or not is it worth that much work, that much sacrifice for
I would say,
access to a wet hole.
I'd say when you're relying on her, that's like the equivalent of being behind enemy lines.
Yeah. But I mean, literally, and that's why, like, I've told like several other guys that I don't want to say mentor, but that I've tried to give some guidance to, is that literally, apart from children, are you willing to put that much effort in order to get access to vagina? I mean, that is ultimately what it comes down to. If you have kids, completely different scenario. If you are looking at it from an aspect of you want validation, dude, this is what it's going to take. Are you willing to compromise? Are you willing to, I've been with her for 4 or 5 years. I've got a great job.
And that time doesn't mean shit to them.
They don't care.
The amount of years, it means nothing.
No, they don't care.
Their world is emotion.
It's here and now.
Yeah.
It's, a YOLO perspective. So the fact that you give up a promotion because she's got her family and friends, or she doesn't want to move, is it worth it for that? If you can make 20% more the next year by moving, by being away from her, is it literally, I don't know what let's say you're making 80, is it worth $16,000 to have access to a fucking warm wet hole that you get maybe 3 or 4 times a week?
Yeah, until
you're lucky.
Yeah, and she'll start saying, no, I don't feel like it, or she'll do the thing where they pretend like they're asleep before you go to sleep.
I don't know if you ever watched Coach Greg Adams. She's like, "Are you serious? I just had a chili dog." He's got like this whole scenario. And it was on TikTok, and I'm sure it was probably fake or whatever. But she's like, "Really? I just had a chili dog, or my feet smell like onions. Really? It's Thursday."
Yeah, but they change up quick when you get attention from other women that are just as attractive to
huge. Yes.
That's what I'm saying. You have to be willing to dip your toes in darkness if you're going to deal with women.
But here's the thing, like, how much, like, like what we were talking before, how much is a man expected to deal with either drag game, performance, like always improving, always showering, always paying for access to a fucking wet hole that he could go, I'll give, like, depending on the area, $400 to $500 and get top notch, fresh prime pussy. Like, I've never been one in which to be like, hey, I think prostitution should be readily available. The older that I get, the more I go like, absolutely, it's the same fucking difference.
Hmm.
But literally, it's like, I was trying to tell my nephew, he got married last year. I'm like,
Oh
you
God,
realize that,
bless his
yes,
soul.
well, yeah, and they met on Bumble, for fuck's
Oh
sakes.
Christ!
Yeah, no, I mean, believe me, he's
Did he get a
great.
prenup at least or something?
No, he doesn't have anything,
Oh,
so
crap.
I mean, if he loses it, but it is one of those ones. I mean, she went to Bama, Alabama. I mean, come on, man, she was in an Alabama sorority. Do not
Oh
tell me that she
fuck!
did not get run through
Oh God!
hard. I mean, look, I mean,
Oh
like
boy!
I went to Southern Cal, and so yeah, sorority girls, like, they got rid hard and put up wet. Anyway, he's a good guy, and I said, he's like, do you have any like tips or recommendations, and I'm like, because I was married, divorced. I'm like, hey man, this is it. This is the start of your journey. I mean, the only thing I can tell you is, dude, you have to understand where you are and what you want. And if she challenges that, you need to analyze whether or not if you're willing to compromise, and if not, tell her to fuck off.
It's that simple.
But I don't think he's gonna. I think
He
again,
he won't. Yeah,
he'll be like, happy wife, happy
yeah.
life.
And here's the thing, man. Like that's what a lot of women are counting on whenever they get in relation. I had a woman admit it to me in conversation recently. She said, "Yeah, women, they wait till the guy gets an emotional connection, and then they use that to get leverage over the guy."
Yep.
Like that's their idea of love in a lot of ways. Their idea of it is something that
Manipulation.
because the guy, he's gonna compromise, because at first the guy, he comes up with his boundaries, like you can't do this and don't do this, right? He's like, yeah, I'm the guy, right? But once he starts feeling emotions for that woman, then he drops some of his standards and he drops some of his principles, and that's what does him in. So the guy you're trying to help, like he probably was never in a position to do that, so he will cave.
Yep.
If he doesn't know that his brain is gonna essentially turn into jelly, and the love hormones are gonna turn him into a walking zombie, then he's already behind the 8 ball.
Well, and that literally is what happens with the majority of men, where they could be alpha or they are alpha, but when and that's why their wives want to be with them, because like, oh, I got somebody that no other woman could get. Look how lucky I am. But over time, they become so fucking worn down where they're like, they just want to go along to get along, right? And which unfortunately causes her to lose attraction to him and respect and intimacy. And she's like, you're not the man that I married. I mean it's literally like, if I could go back and if I could educate myself to where what is required for a man to provide for a successful marriage, I mean, like, there's no fucking way. That's like working for not only a boss, but a boss that has unstated, unrealistic expectations that are always going to be changing. And once you meet these, they're going to be moved forward or to a different direction that you had no idea.
Yeah,
Like,
and
what the fuck?
on top
And
of
I'm
that,
not getting paid
yeah,
other than sex.
and on top of that, there's a whole bunch of other employees out there with a whole lot of credentials.
Right. Waiting for the opportunity to
And
take your job.
here's the crazy part. While you're working to help their business, they're looking at these employees through social media, and they're getting likes from these employees, right?
And she's thinking, you know what? No matter, I'm hoping that he improves his job or his, opportunities, because when I decide to leave him, that just means more for me.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, it's.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's like
fucked up.
love has kind of been reduced to a street fight.
It's transactional.
Yeah,
At
it's
best.
a street fight. Like there is no like it's very adversarial, and it was always adversarial. Like female nature has always been the case, and so men have always had to contend with it. And at this point, it's literally like a no holds barred street fight. It used to be the MMA, right, where there were rules and you couldn't hit in the groin and you couldn't do this and you couldn't do that. But now we've kind of gone, no, we're going to take that limit off. All right, so women, just do whatever you want. All bets are off now.
Yep.
Basically, the guys that rise to the top are the ones who don't care about, I'll smash your groin. I'll smash your groin. I'll hit you here. I don't care.
Right.
But the guys who care, they lose. They get wrecked.
I mean, it really is sad where, like, those that care. First of all, you have to be in a position where, like, the whole adage of like those that care the least have the most power, but you have to be in the position of power for the other person to care about you not caring.
Yeah, and it's I guess the power thing is it's more painful than that. Men want to care, but women are so damaged by the time they run into men who care that the men who care are basically like cannon fodder. But then like also like caring, like a man who cares is just generally not attractive because women aren't attracted to guys who show too much enthusiasm for
Right.
them.
They look at that instead of like that is a quality of character. They look at it as a weakness instead of going.
Yeah.
I mean, like, your grandmother would. I mean, that would be one of the attributes where he was kind, caring. He looked after me. He was supportive. And nowadays, again, I look at blame feminism, blame social media. I think it's a combination of maybe the two, but women, and this is where I think Aaron Cleary and Better Bachelor are right. I don't think that women ever really loved men. I think that they looked at them as a means to the end, and they looked at it as, well, I mean, literally, I mean,
Yeah,
not
they
to
love
get,
their fathers. That's about it.
well, because of
Their
the
fathers, their brothers,
protection,
their
and
uncles. Yeah.
but their fathers never wanted to have sex with them, never expected them to, well, I mean, given it pejoratively, most did not expect their daughters to cook for them. That was their wife, right? So they didn't have to do anything. It was like daddy gave me everything. He was my whole solstice of my
And
protection,
that's
my
the source of
bubble.
the pain in the Western world. Daddy gave her everything.
Yes.
So she wanted
Yes.
the next guy to give her everything.
Right.
And that's why I hate I hate men that raise daddy's little girls. That was my ex. She was a daddy's little girl.
Mine as well.
And
In fact, she is now a single mother of two. Don't know if she had it by two different daddies, I think, but I'm not sure. But she is being paid for, she is living in her daddy's home that he bought for her. He is being subsidized by her. She works as a teacher. There's no fucking way that you can own a home or have a home and pay for two kids on a teacher's salary. No fucking way. Like, if you do, you're barely making things meet. So anyway, so in addition to what she got out of my house, or half of my house that she never paid for, and my engagement ring and student loans I paid, anyway, she's probably, I mean, if she makes 50,000, I would be shocked. And you can't raise two kids and yourself off of that. Fuck me. Yeah. No, she yep. She was like, which is ironic because too is that her sister is in the same fucking boat. I mean, doesn't have 2 kids out of wedlock, but was married and had 2 kids and divorced, and daddy's paying for that as well. So, I mean, if I was a dad, if I had 2 daughters and they did that shit, I get like where men want to help provide, but there's an element where I'd be like, you fucked up. Like what?
So for that kind of situation, it would come too little too late. Dads, you gotta think nowadays, whenever their daughters make mistakes, they just come in, swoop in and solve. Like my ex, whenever she did that thing with the new guy and things like that, it wasn't like a month before like he was friends with the dad on Facebook, and they were like basically making the situation look good. Like, oh, look at the child she has, and you had like family members of hers in the comment section like, ooh, look, now you got a granddaughter, you got a grandchild. Like basically like they'll do
save face kind of thing.
Yeah, they'll do anything to dignify the little girls, like their mistakes. Like, and that kind of thing, like it's happening so often that you get these women, well, they'll have a guy, because like no one mentioned like, hey, wasn't she with a guy like, you know, just like a week before or something like that. Like all of that just gets swept under the rug. In fact, I actually remember I ran into the mom at a store, and I was basically going to spill the beans on what was happening between us. And that lady did not want me to spill those beans. I'll just say that. She looked down and she instantly ran out of the store. She's like, I don't want to hear this. And I was just like I was literally about to block. Like she was basically on Nagasaki, and I was just coming in with my payload. And I'm like, lady, look, I'm not mad. I'm about to drop the mother of all bombs on you on what your daughter truly is. And she looked at me. It's almost like she could see it, and she was like, "Nah,
no Moab here."
Yeah, and it was annoying because I was like, I had all this righteous fury inside of me, and I was just like, damn it. And so like I was thinking to myself, like I could just go on Facebook and I could just drop it into the dad's message board, right? And I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. So at the end of the day, I just basically just sit on the sidelines and I'm just waiting for the shit to blow up. But the point I was trying to make was that a lot of their mistakes get covered up, and that's the real issue.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, like, when have you ever seen a father or a mother hold accountable for a daughter that has a kid out of wedlock and said, what the fuck? Like, you have access to birth control, condoms, adoption, like, where the fuck, like, you're just understanding your own cycle. Where have you ever seen a father put that on? I mean, literally. All right. So, you talked about anecdotal. So, so my ex, all right. So she went back to a technical school for healthcare, and her stepdad, again, her fucking stepdad, gave her a loan to be able to go through radiology schools. And when she decided to end her marriage of less than 2 years, 14 months, to her 8.5-year relationship with her college sweetheart, big red flag. Should have looked at it, and I did, but I'm like, she was cute. She did not talk to him for 2.5 months because he was just like, hey, you know what? You're missing, you're supposed to pay me back, right? And she was like, oh my God, I am going through a divorce right now. I mean, meanwhile, any other lender would be like, she probably wouldn't even think about that. She'd be like, oh, I have to pay that. And I told her, I was like, you didn't talk to your dad or your stepdad, sorry, for like 3.5 months because he asked or reminded you that you have a loan obligation that he gave to you? Like, she's like, oh, you just don't understand. Like, I'm not saying that that's how she talks. She was actually a very cool girl. Loved camping, loved music fests. We went to a lot of different places and countries and had a great time. But no, I mean, ultimately, what it did come down to, it was lack of intimacy. We were together for 6 years. That shit went on the wayside. I brought it up. Then she started going out with her younger. She was 11 years younger than I was, but she started going out with her younger coworkers and having a good time. Trips, a couple trips I wasn't really in favor of, and then she went across the country with one of my neighbors that I knew well, but she was the fucking whore. I mean, she literally gave hand jobs to make money
Of course.
at a local mall. And then we were supposed to go out to Red Rocks for a concert with Pretty Lights. EDM. I'm not a big EDM. I mean, I do like electronic to some degree, but not really. I mean, I love all music, but it wasn't like my favorite genre. But I had like, I don't know, 5 or 6 of their songs on my playlist. But she was like, and we had planned on this because we went out to go see John Butler. I don't know, like 8 months before then, and we were big planners. Like, we went to Thailand. We had, we were there for 35 days. We had things planned. Like, that was her whole thing. So anyway, so we were like planning on going out to see him, and then she springs on this like, well, I didn't think, I knew you really weren't a big fan of them. And I'm like, what the fuck? I've got like 5 or 6 on my, yeah. I mean, I've never seen them in concert, but how do I know I don't like them? And she's like, well, me and my friends, like, 3 of my coworkers, like, we've already like, booked flights. So, I didn't really think you would like them. And I'm like, what the fuck? All right. So that was one thing. And then we went to go see Slightly Stupid. Love them. And so we went up to Asheville and saw that, had a great time. We got there early, small venue, and she goes to the bathroom, and like we waited like an hour and a half in advance just to make sure that we got like front row. And she goes to the bathroom and she doesn't come back for like, I don't know, hour and 15, hour and 20. I called her, text her, didn't hear from her. I'm like, what the fuck? So I go out and she's hanging out on the front. She's smoking a cigarette, talking to these 3 other guys. And I'm like, what the fuck, Don? I called you. I texted you. And you didn't respond. And she's like, and she looked at her phone. She's like, oh, I'm sorry. She was drunk. I'm like, all right, fine. But I was like, all right, that's one. And I told her, I was like, that's your one fucking strike. Like, you got me out. They're still playing for another 45 minutes to an hour. You fucked up. So then we went down to Atlanta. Ironically, the same fucking band. We go to this venue, and she's got to go pee. I'm like, all right, cool. We got there early. We're like, second, third row and in front, and didn't hear from her for like 45 minutes, maybe an hour. And I'm like, where are you? I mean, we were both pretty hammered, but I'm like, hey, where are you? I'm still up here. Didn't hear from her. Finally left there like maybe an hour and a half. And I found her. She was fucking wasted. She was it was this old church. I can't remember the venue here. But anyway, she was wasted out in front. Like apparently she had gotten a shot. Like there was a shot bar, and somebody bought her a drink, and she got another beer in order to get me a beer. So she had those 2 beers. She drank both of them because she was like. Anyway, long story short, I'm like, all right, that's 2, and then this third where we were supposed to get together and go out there to Red Rocks together. I was like, all right, that's done. I mean, it wasn't just that, but that was like in my mind, yeah, I'm out.
Yeah, I was waiting for the butt.
I mean, some people might go, yeah, all right, so, but yeah, anyway, but yeah, there was, lack of sex, like when we went to Thailand, it was like twice in a 35-day period.
Holy
Give me the
shit,
fucking
man.
break. Exactly.
You didn't have enough. She didn't fear you.
No, exactly. No. Well, and here's the thing. So before we hooked up, I had a 27-year-old, and how old was I at the time? I had, let's see, I was 43. I had this 27-year-old that, little fucking country club girl that I met at this local bar. Yeah, 6.5, cute girl. And, and I told her, like, she had met her once because we didn't hook up, but this is actually before we started to go out. But we met her later on and she recognized me and she was like, oh, hey, how are you? Yeah, anyway. So, and there was that element of like protection or whatever. And I told her later on, I'm like, I didn't hook up with her because that would have been just a fucking lay. But, even though we had not really gone out per se, we'd hung out and, made out or whatever. I'm like, hey, I'm not really into just, casual hookups and pumps and dumps or whatever. But she looked at it as, well, you think that you can walk in any bar and get a 27-year-old at your age. I'm like, wow, that's not. Yeah.
You didn't put the gas on whenever that 27-year-old was showing you interest, though. You were trying to be respectful and shit, right?
No, all right. So not in front of Dawn, my ex, like when we met up for the second time or whatever, but the first time, yeah, I mean, yeah, I enjoyed it, because I mean, hell, I mean, it was flattering. I mean, she was 6.5. She was a very like my type, very thin, petite, nice face, not not a huge, decent body. Like I don't have to have huge breasts, but yeah, like I would be if I was in my 20s. I'd like fuck yeah, but I looked at it like more of like I could be almost her dad. And so part of me was like, I've been there, done that. It'd be fun for a night, but I just met Don. Don't really want to cloud the equation. And this is back in the day where nowadays I would be like, oh, fuck no. Like that would be like literally I would not even entertain that aspect. I would not want the accusation, the potential. Like,
okay, that's fair.
Yeah, like this was like 2012. Nowadays I'd be like, oh fuck no.
That
Like
Dawn
you
chick
give me
didn't really.
IOIs. What's that?
No, I was just gonna say that Dawn chick didn't really. You were where you were at with her. I was there, I think towards the the last third of the relationship, probably the last 6 months to a year of the my relationship, I was at that point where she just was like, oh, this guy, you know, maybe he's not the best I can do, basically. Like, you're at that phase. I feel like women, I think women, when they come into relationships, they're like tourists, right?
Yes.
The men are like the ones who set the scene and keep everything running. They oil they grease everything. It's like, oh yeah, just, right this way. Here's a limo, get you to the hotel, and the guy's trying to make her comfortable. And the woman, like, she's not really like trying to make it work really until she's afraid to lose it. It changes, right? But it depends. But like, generally speaking, in the Western world, women are like tourists to relationships. They don't really see it as something that is part of their responsibility to make the experience good.
No,
they see it as like, oh, the brochure says it's supposed to be amazing, so it better be amazing, right?
Right. And they literally think that my package that I have to pay is me.
Yeah.
No. We were together for 6 years. I would say 4.5 years, it was a great relationship. And then the last year and a half was more of a situationship.
Yeah.
So
I know how it is, man. Like, I've seen the disenchantment, and funny, I learned a lot of what I learned was like 2 or 3 years, and then when I actually did get the first relationship, it was like, wow, this is scary. It's frightening.
And you know what? And I think in some ways, I think it's like, I think in your age group, I think you've learned more quickly and have been exposed to more than like men my age that, like, literally I've had a number, apart from my marriage, that she was a fucking train wreck, but I mean, I've had fun, good relationships, we just didn't work, but there was anything that was like bad. It was just, she was on a different path or she wasn't willing to compromise. And, I had one wonderful, she was fantastic in bed, but she had like there were mental, like, if she didn't take certain mental like head meds, then
And that's why she was fantastic in bed.
eggs. Well, yeah, there was the highs were great and the lows were awful, but yeah, like, other than her and my ex-wife, like, it's just, hey, we're on different paths or want something different. In fact, actually, Don was the only one that broke up with me. So that was a little bit, or my ex, my recent ex-girlfriend was the only one that broke up with me. So that, a little bit of ego check for me to realize that, you probably need to look at it from a standpoint where, are you chasing that or wondering what, and I don't really necessarily, because I see where things weren't. And at the same time too, I was the one that told her that, hey, this is not working out for me. And then she was like, okay, well, then I'm out. But it was one of those things where she pulled the first trigger. And I think that, men did realize that, there's an element where you have to like check your own ego, because that's going to happen, even though you both know, if she's the one that says, all right, I'm going to pull the trigger. I mean, I don't care if you're a man or a woman. It's still kind of like, well, I wish I had done that first.
Here's the difference. When women reject you like that, they appraise you as lower. When men reject women, they don't appraise a woman as lower. Like,
That's true.
So like it's really just best to reject a woman. Like from a Machiavellian standpoint, if you reject a woman, if you break up with the woman, it's always going to work in your favor. But
That's
if
true.
she rejects you, then you're always at a lower position
Correct.
because women are hypergamous. So if she's rejecting you, she's instantly looking for someone to replace you.
Oh yeah, no, and I mean, there's pretty ample evidence that she had a radiologist that was going through a divorce. So, and again, like I look at it like, all right, so you
But that's
give up.
close to say it's like male rejection is worse. There's really no comparison.
No, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Like, I mean, I look at it like, hey, this guy probably makes 300,000, 350 a year. Okay, I mean, of course, it didn't work out. And after it didn't work out, she moved back to Boulder where she grew up. But, honestly, I look at it like if I knew what I knew now, if a woman that has been with her college sweetheart for 8.5 years and was only married for 1.5 because he didn't pay her enough attention, I'd be like, that's a fucking huge red flag. I mean, she was fun. I mean, we had so many fun times, like music fest and concerts and traveling, like cool girl, like camping, like, she's a girl, but she like, hey, I'll go out kayak camping on a fucking island with you in the Outer Banks. Great time. But all that being said, come on, man. Like you were with your high school sweetheart for 8.5 years and you were married for 14 months. What's up with that? But I fell into the whole like, oh, you didn't spend, it was all about him and he played golf like Monday through Friday and we never spent time together, or excuse me, Friday and Saturday, we never spent time together. I'm like, anyway. Honestly, the way I look at it is like relationships are going to be transitory no matter who or what you have, even your own family. They're all transactional. So you
Yeah.
have to look at it as, hey, you know what? This works now, doesn't work in the future. That's okay.
And you have to come to terms with the idea that the only woman who has the capacity to love you as close as you want to, your mom.
Yep.
She has the capacity to do it to a higher degree than any other woman you'll ever meet.
You know what's really sad is that there are so many men that have mothers that don't even have that. And that I really feel for those, because I mean, my mom was great. But there are many that, especially the younger mothers that have kids, they look at it as burdens. I feel for those guys, because it's like, not only do they not usually have a father, they realize that their mother doesn't really, they look at them as more of a fucking utility or burden to them instead of like, a safe place of solace.
Yeah, and my mom, I guess I'm fortunate. She at least has the instinct very strong. Yeah, she's not perfect, but yeah, she at least, I could see how that would mess up the guys, but ironically, it does make them more attractive because they tend to be apathetic towards the women around them.
Yep.
It's like, ooh, he's so mysterious. It's like, yeah, it's because he has abandonment issues. And he doesn't want to connect with you because he has avoidant attachment, right?
No, you're very astute from, I mean, for your age, I mean, it sounds like you've either been invested in this or you're picking up on this very quickly. Because, I mean, literally, like when I was your age, there was nothing. There was no
Yeah,
recognition of
I
any of
do
this.
recognize that I'm very lucky. I think a lot of red pill information and wisdom, that's probably like generations of knowledge, probably like a culmination of about 15, 20, 30 years of information being downloaded right into the average guy's head in a span of 6 months, a year, 2 years. Like that it's a lot.
It is, and this is where I'm somewhat conflicted. Is that I love the fact that more young men are becoming more aware, but I'm also conflicted with the fact that there is a black pill aspect that they can go down because
It's inevitable.
well, yes, and ultimately that's where, look, the way that I look at it is I'm more of a like gray pill in sense, like red pill understands female nature and black pill understands that she'll never love you. And so gray pill, from my perspective, is if you know that she'll never love you the same way that you will love her, or her love is transactional, then gray pill is more of, we both know what the game is, so we'll enjoy each other for the time. But that's tough when you're 22 years old and your white picket dream, house and 2 kids and a loving wife. I mean, yeah, you might have that, like, all right, maybe a 50-50 coin toss, and out of that 20, maybe 10% are really happy. I don't know. Anyway, I was never faced with that. It was like, of course, I got burned by that too, because I thought, well, this is what my father did. This is my older brothers did. Of course, the other thing too, I would say, if you're in college, marry her before she gets out of college. And even then, you run the risk of she'll wake up later on, like 28, 29, like, oh, I just haven't run enough cocks through my carothel yet.
Yeah.
So, there's always that risk, but
My situation would have been pretty ideal. She was like 19 and I was like 26, 27 when I met her.
That honestly is ideal.
It would have,
you
like on paper, it should have worked, but it's just really the environment, because whenever I was on the college campus with her, I didn't have any issues. It was when I got back, like when I moved to her hometown and she was around her parents and family and stuff, that's when it started going. Like a lot of times it's the environment that the woman is in that causes the issues. Because the woman, like, if she doesn't, like, it's weird. She relied on me a lot because I was the only one with the vehicle, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then a lot of that relying seems to create that necessity, that need creates then she's a little bit more agreeable, a little bit, she doesn't see as much flaws and things like that just out of necessity or just
Sure.
like it seems like women opportunistically decide whether they see flaws or not based off of how much they think that they
need.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Which is why I don't even, like, whenever they point out like, oh, he doesn't do this, I don't even see the complaints anymore. I see, okay, you don't like the guy. Right? Because if they like a guy, they'll tolerate practically anything.
Yeah. He could be balding, fat, or whatever, but he's rich. So, that's a like an extreme, but no, no, and that's the challenge that I think that for men that understand how women value men, like, you literally have to recognize that you are a fucking sperm donor and an ATM at best.
Yeah, and
You
you're
can
not.
be replaced
It,
by
it's
anybody.
yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what I was gonna say. I was gonna be like, you're a sperm donor for the time being. Like you're a substitute sperm donor.
Yeah.
Like, and any time up until she gets pregnant, you can be replaced,
Yep.
and you don't even have to know you're replaced.
And the fact that you might get pregnant by her is only valid by your bank account or your ability to provide. Because if she can find somebody with better genes and
Then
either
instant
trick
replace.
you or get better payout, yeah, you're like, I mean, you hate to think that we are so animalistic, or women have that such basal perspective, but ultimately, I mean, the whole alpha fucks beta bucks dual mating strategy. I mean, it literally it does fuck with you, because it's like, so if knowing what we know now, why would I want to commit to something of which that the laws don't hold her accountable or make me liable, or 15, 20 years together don't put me in a worse position when she cheats than for me to go, hey, I'm going to take care of my kids. You're cheating ass. You're on your own. So you should have thought about that before.
Yeah.
Nowadays, no.
There is a story where I used to live in Plano, Texas. Probably happened 2 or 3 years ago. There was a guy, he got divorced from his wife, and his wife got the house, I think, in a divorce, and she got probably a lot of other stuff. And she was celebrating the divorce in his house with friends and stuff like that. The guy walked in the house and he opened fired on all of them.
Wow.
And look, I'm not condoning what he's doing, but here's the thing.
Hey, I understand.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't. It seems like women, they think that because guys have this reserve, or the guys will put up with things, that they can just do things without consequences.
Yep.
Guys are, especially like with paternity fraud and stuff like that. There is a case where a guy, one of the kids wasn't his, so he took the kid by their head and he basically bashed their skull against like a lot of this stuff that is happening to people, it's guys in particular, there's really, at this point, one of the main reasons why guys are saying, hey, I'm just walking away, is because there's so much passion involved in male love that the only other alternative is scorched earth, like really bad stuff.
Yep.
So it's actually an act of mercy to say, hey, I'm just gonna leave the whole situation.
Yeah, and like we are seeing, or I don't know what you subscribe to, but I'm seeing like guys that I think most women would be like, yeah, I would fucking want to date him or marry him. Or these are not like the fucking fat incels that women like to make men MGTOW out to.
Yeah.
Like, these are guys that, no homo, but these are guys in which that I think most women would be, oh, I hate the fact that he understands where things are, or sees how women utilize men, or they understand that we look at them as just opportunities versus any type of like agape, or I mean like pragma love. Like I think most men we would settle for like a pragma love type of perspective. Like, you need us, we may love you more than what you love us per se, but you love us because you need us. You know what I mean? And all that's been, and I think that's been always the case where I literally do think that Aaron Clary and Better Bachelor were right in that, or they had a supposition. Aaron Clary was a little bit more direct, but Better Bachelor did a good video where his premise was like, I don't really think that women really love men. I mean, now that they don't need to rely on men, they have a society that they don't need men to provide, protect for them. They've got big daddy government if they can't, and they're giving overwhelming favoritism in college and hiring preferences. So at the end of the day, they really don't need us. I mean, it's almost the inverse of where what we need women for, which is like, give us fucking babies, right? Give us sex. So, but I think that ultimately at the end of the day, I don't really, women have always looked at, I think, interaction with men as
It's not the inverse though, because like we love women intrinsically for literally for who they are.
Absolutely. We love women idealistically for what we think that they are. And I think once you realize that what you think that they are and how they love you, it really changes your whole paradigm.
Yeah, it makes stuff dark. Yeah.
It does. And it's sad. I mean, I hate
you start
that.
to understand Chad, like you start to understand men that are pumping and dumping them even more. One of the things I told my ex, which I somewhat regret, but I at least feel like I was telling the truth, is that she used to have, there was a guy who pumped and dumped her when she was in college, and she told me about it. And in the back of my head, like actually when she dumped me, not too long after, I kind of told her I actually sympathize with that guy that pumped and dumped you now.
Wait a minute.
I think it probably fucked her up a little bit, but like basically I was telling her that now I understand why something like the thing that he was doing to you, I was basically saying you deserved it.
Oh God. Okay. I was trying to like understand the whole that like, yeah, like why, like I get why he just did his deed and then left.
Yeah, and of course it's like, man, he was being dishonest and everything, but
that's soul crushing to a woman. She was like, oh my God, like I'm not valuable like that. Like literally, like women don't understand their whole, just much as what we are utilities, their whole value is their beauty and fertility. Period.
Yep.
And as if women want to relegate us to like he's got to be, you know, a certain height, 6 foot, 6 inch dick, 6 figures or whatever, like we're a utility. Like we can't look at them as like, yeah, you are an object. You are literally a cum dumpster of which that we want to fuck. But that's misogynistic. Now you're lucky to, I mean, you know, and part of it was, I mean, I had so much fun in my college years and really up until like late 30s or whatever. And I got married when I was 38. That was probably my path towards, well, actually it was my path towards the red pill, but I fucking had a great time. I had you know, a couple long-term girlfriends, a lot of dates, just fun. Like, you know, it was just nowhere near what it is today where, I mean, I didn't have to worry about, you know, a false allegation.
Yeah, you didn't have to worry about me too.
Yeah, it was just, you know, yeah, you know, of course, you know, you wouldn't hook up with
you
every
didn't even have to
beautiful
worry
woman.
about social media, man.
No. I mean, that
yeah.
came around like what, 2010 or whatever, or became prevalent.
Yeah.
But yeah, like there were no like, actually, I mean, yeah, I was on Match for like a year. That was like I think 2010. And I got off that because I was like, this is fucking bullshit. And I had met a girlfriend. We were together for a couple of years, and I was like, I didn't meet her on that. It to me, even at that time, I was like, there was, well, you know what? I think I was on, actually, no, I know I was on Match and eHarmony because I thought, oh, eHarmony, that's like, gonna vet, women that really want to settle down and have a, dude, it was a fucking nightmare answering all these questions and all this fucking bullshit. And honestly, a lot of the women that were on there were not really particularly as attractive as those that were on Snatch.com. Never tried Plenty of Fat, but I did do Match.com for a year, and then actually I met my girlfriend at the time just like through mutual friends, which I think that's where it should be. But nowadays, nobody even gets
Mutual
together.
friends. I mean, that's typically how people meet, but I think it should be just guys going up to women and talking to them. Really.
Well, yeah, it used to be mutual friends, but nowadays, like who goes like what? Like I was telling you, I was at a bar on Thursday. It was, I would say, it was probably maybe a quarter, well, a third, maybe 40% full. It was. I mean, granted, it's Thursday, but they had karaoke. I go there for the wings because they're half off or whatever. It's like literally like 5-minute walk from me. But it was not like happening where it was even pre-pandemic. Like I don't think that people have the same circles that they did. Like in real life. Like I think Facebook, whatever, friends or whatever. I think that's pretty much bullshit anyway. But I don't really see that people
It
have.
is.
I don't think that people have the same longevity of friends. Like I go to a couple of regional music fests in the area, and I'm the old fucking dude or whatever in the crowd or whatever, and there's some guys that last spring I was talking to, and I'm like, hey, I mean, there was one that had a girlfriend there with him, but the rest of them didn't. It was like 8 other guys, and I'm like, hey man, just out of curiosity, like what, like how, like are you guys going out and meeting women? And he's like, no, we're just kind of doing our own thing. And I'm like, well, if you were, like, where would you go? And I don't know, maybe Tinder or Bumble. And I'm like, well, do you do that? Like, no, just, I mean, literally it was, I mean, it's almost like my nephew, when he turned 16, had no desire to go get his license. Completely different than when I was 16. I was down there that fucking day getting my license because that was freedom. And actually both of them, my oldest nephew was like, yeah, I'll go get it. I think he got it like a couple weeks later. My youngest nephew didn't get it for like 2 or 3 months. Anyway, just a different mindset, like where you can have freedom, or of course I get it. Like I think the quality of women today are fucking dog shit. Or if they are quality per se, because back when I was their age, you didn't have like 40% of women were morbidly obese. Like if you were fat as a woman at their age, like, yeah, you knew it, and other women would shame you for it. Like there was, yeah, maybe have like bigger hair or whatever, but there wasn't a fat acceptance or body positivity. It's like, dude, you're fucking overweight. Like, or if the dude was fat, you're fucking fat. Do something.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they were talking about when the stream is gonna end. Yeah, I think it does end when the last person leaves, but I'm not sure.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Because like we
What?
don't have access. GM is asleep, so I'm guessing she has to end it.
Okay.
So after
Yeah.
we're done, it'll just go on until
Just
she stops it.
it'll
Yeah,
be silent until like
yeah.
what time is it, man?
Which
Like
I think it cuts off after like 8 or something like that. So it'll be like 2 or 3 hours of silence or something.
Holy shit, it's like 5 o'clock, man. No, I've been on my patio stoking my fire and petting my dog, and I'm taking tomorrow or today off for so actually I do need to call my buddy in Turkey and see what he's up to.
Cool, man. You want to just end it right here?
Yeah.
I will
Hey,
be doing streams in the future, by the way. I'm not just gonna be a fly on the wall all the time.
all right. So your name is
They call me the Iron Sun.
the Iron Sun.
Yeah.
Do you want to post a link real quick so I can
To my channel,
bookmark
y'all
that?
do it in the private chat. Hold on.
Okay. Oh shit. Let me see if I still have that. Yep. Okay. The Iron Tyrone.
Yeah, that's my I come up with funny names here, but the channel name is the Iron Sun. Hold on a second.
All right. And by the way, this is not me. This is a guy that I met in Portugal. Fucking funny as shit. I think he was like maybe early 60s.
Oh, good clearing that up. I wasn't sure.
He was. Oh no. He was. I mean, like we were on a port. I think this picture was we were on a port tasting or whatever. Dude, this guy was just like he had no shame or no what's the right word? No barriers. He would be like, "Hey, honey, come over here and get a picture with me." Well, it was all in Portuguese, but she would come over and anyway. So I always admired him because it was like, dude, he just was like, I don't give a fuck.
I sent a link in the private chat. It's just to one of my videos.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right. The Abba and Preach. All right, I just subscribe.
Yeah, I don't know why, but like the first 2 or 3 hours of this conversation was really wild. Like they were talking about Star Wars, which I know what I know about that. They were talking about Ukraine. It was just nuts. So it's like, wow, I didn't expect people to be talking about this, especially as in depth as everyone was talking about it.
So I don't know if I missed that or I don't know when I came in. So
I'm not sure. I just know that this whole conversation was technically extremely epic, and it had like several different layers, and there were different facets of it. Like there were, I could tell when it was branching off to different things.
Like, were we talking about like investments and where there was an element of where we were talking about like the whole geopolitical aspect and
that was the biggest. That, in my opinion, that was one of the biggest positives to this conversation, because not a lot of people are talking about things, especially not as in depth as everyone here was talking about it. Like the amount of people that know about globalism and globalists and things like that, very small amount. But then also like the extrapolation of the information, it was just epic. Yep. Like I was like, wow, okay, I didn't expect to have this, because usually I look things up by myself and I just kind of keep it to myself until someone brings it up. But like there were moments where I was like, okay, like
didn't know that.
Yeah, there were moments where I was like, I did know that, but I didn't know others knew that too.
No. Actually, Bullet and Contriver. There were some things in which that Contriver said that I understood what he was saying, but I didn't like. Stoli, come here. Like, again, people can look at the whole Ukraine, Russia from different perspectives, and I am pro Russia. Like, I think what we're trying to do with Ukraine. So that being said, but I think that the fallout economically, I think you can look at it from several different perspectives. Well, not several, two different perspectives. You can look at it from a euro. Yes, here you go. Okay. You can look at it from a globalist, and maybe you can look at it from a U.S. perspective there. From the U.S. or euro, yeah, it's pretty fucked up. I thought Contriver's like background was pretty interesting. I wasn't aware of some of that aspect.
He knows quite a lot, but it's obvious to tell that English. I guess it's hard for him to put things in layman's term. He kind of lays it out to everyone textbook style.
Yep.
But he has a lot of really good information.
Yep. So was Bandit? All right. So I guess he came back in. All right. I'm just looking at his comments here backstage.
Oh,
or whatever.
Cubing Speed. I don't know who that is.
Cuban Speed. Yeah. No. Cuban Speed. I don't see him backstage.
Just in the comments.
Oh. No, he's a pretty regular.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, he's still lurking. Yeah, no, he's a pretty regular on some channels there.
Yeah, it's cool to. I think when I first started my channel, or like a year after, and like a couple of weeks after my whole breakup situation, I partly used my channel to cope with a lot of what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of the stuff I was talking about was things that I was going through and facets of like what I wanted to understand. So I would think about things that I wanted to understand, and then I would give my thoughts about my own understanding on it. Yeah, and then I kind of just started talking about things and people through archetypes, using archetypes as a way to describe human behavior and as a way of predicting it. But then also, like, the archetypes are just things where people could mix the ideas together to kind of get, maybe just to give an edge to the guy, right? Because a lot of times guys don't really have an edge. We enter relationships uphill.
Right.
From the start, you're kind of fucked in a lot of ways.
I mean, we have to. I mean, ultimately, it kind of goes back to women date up laterally at worst, or date up. Men, they date down or laterally at best. I mean, that's just what it is. I mean, and I don't know about you, but I used to look at men that would date, more homely women that what I would be attracted to. But like later on in life, I'm like, dude, they had the right thing. It's like, why do you want to date like I mean, can't see me, but I've been told I'm a decently attractive guy, and I've got my shit together. I'm, in shape. But why would you want to date a woman that is yet your level or above? Because you're going to be always fending off. Like, again, going back to the hypergamy, if she sees that she can do better and she sees you below, then there you go. You've got to work extra hard. It's okay, buddy. My
Yeah,
dog.
I agree, but I mean there are some exceptions, but I generally agree. A lot of uh, older women are going to. I mean, there is a market uh, for guys to kind of circumvent hypergamy. There are ways to do it. Emotion. I think emotional connection can circumvent certain aspects of hypergamy.
I would say only if she's older. Yes. If she's younger, no. Absolutely fucking no.
Yeah, and that makes sense because she has more options when she's younger.
Well, I mean, she doesn't. Well, I mean, yes, but she at that point, it's. I mean, maybe even intrinsically she doesn't recognize that. It's more of I'm in the moment. I'm loving life. I have everything's new. It's like almost like a puppy. Like my puppy right now that's like crying at me to I want to go play or go outside. She's like, the fucking world, it's all out there, Dad. Let's go play. So she doesn't have the experience to know. Well, it's once you done that, it's kind of like, well, maybe you want to have more than just a fucking ball and a catch. Maybe you want to have like a good walk in the park or yeah. I mean, I don't know if that makes sense, but I mean, not that it is all that esoteric or deep, but it's just like if you go in and have a basic meal, then the more. Anyway, I'm somewhat drunk. I'm actually looking at Uber Eats right now for some fucking food.
Nice.
All right, brother, Iron. I'm gonna call. I need to order some food, and I'm gonna call my buddy in Turkey and see what he's up to because he reached out and he was like, "Hey, man, their economy is going fucking dog shit right now."
That's interesting to hear. I haven't heard anything from Turkey. Yeah, man,
Yeah.
that's perfectly fine. I think we should definitely end it here. Uh, Anybody listening, just look out for my videos. I'll be making some in the future, some very short clips and stuff like that.
Well, I've subscribed to. Oh, Cuban's still there. Childhood acceptor of yours. What? No, Pliskin and Cuban, I guess, are still on. Chaos and Emperor is still banging. What the fuck, man? He's like Emperor Chris Mitchell. He's in Canada right now, so I don't know what he's doing. I got to get on Discord and figure out what the fucker he's doing there. So that child excerpt of yours of years is almost priceless because when you blink, it's gone. Not really quite sure, but hey, Iron, I've got your link. I've subbed to you, brother. It was good talking to you, man.
Absolutely, and I don't know what's going to happen to everyone else on here, but this was a cool talk. I'll see you all later.
All right, take care, brother.
Okay, so if no one is on the stream, shall we cancel the stream? I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Hello, hello, check, hello, check. Okay, ending the broadcast. Bebo, Bebo, oh, Bebo, Bebo, oh, Bebo, Bebo, oh, all right.